I heard it through the grapevine. Kate never would have guessed it, but Bitsy Dunscombe drinks even more than she does. It's a Friday night in July, and they have managed to score a decent table at the Opera House. This alone is reason to celebrate. Bitsy calls their waiter over and orders champagne, the best, a vintage Krug. Bitsy Dunscombe, née Entwistle, of Park Avenue, New York City, and Main Street, Nantucket, was born an aristocrat. She married Ward Dunscombe, whose family owns platinum mines, and now Bitsy has more money than everyone else on Nantucket combined, or close to it anyway. Kate finds Bitsy's blatant displays of wealth obnoxious, except in situations like this one. As the piano tinkles away and the regulars sitting at table 1 hoot with laughter, Kate and Bitsy make quick work of the Krug, and Kate eats one of the tiny gougères brought out by their waiter before they order their martinis. Bitsy isn't Kate's first choice of dinner companion on a Friday night, but the two of them do make a tradition of getting together once a summer, and neither David nor Ward is coming to the island this weekend. So when Bitsy called, Kate thought, why not, and accepted the invitation. David called the night before to say he was bogged down in a case and couldn't get away, but Kate knows he's keeping his distance on purpose. He'll show up when she cuts back on her drinking, when she can make it through a short phone conversation without hiccuping or slurring her words, which hasn't happened since she arrived. As for Ward, well, everyone knows that Ward Dunscombe has a mistress on Long Island. Her name is Kimberly Titus, and she's the daughter of Reggie Titus, Flower King. Even Bitsy knows, and she seems to accept it as a matter of course. When Kate informed Bitsy that David wasn't coming this weekend, Bitsy said, "Does David have a Kimberly in Boston?" "No," Kate said. "He has a job." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she knew Bitsy must find her naive and way too trusting. But Kate had been married to a philanderer once, and she wasn't crazy enough to do it a second time. David is principled. If anything, he's too principled. Kate is the one with the dark secret and questionable morals. 1 martini, 2 martinis. Kate orders the escargot to start, and Bitsy the hot appetizer, a crepe of seafood tossed in bechamel, which she barely touches. "Shall we order wine?" Bitsy asks. This seems excessive. Kate is already seeing double, and the garlic from the escargot is repeating on her, so she eats a piece of bread slathered with the sublime French butter. But the question was, of course, rhetorical. Bitsy calls over their waiter and keeps him at the table far longer than is necessary, hanging onto his arm, asking obnoxious questions about Sancerre versus Chablis, when she has already announced that she's ordering le boeuf for her main course. When poor Fernando or Arnaldo, Kate can't remember the man's name for love or money, finally escapes, Bitsy looks at Kate across the table and says, "I'm sleeping with him." Kate nearly chokes on her bread. "With whom?" "Arturo," Bitsy says. "He comes to the house after service and throws pebbles at my window." Kate brings her menu up to her face to shield the aghast expression she can't wish away. Bitsy Dunscombe is sleeping with an opera house waiter. Kate realizes there's a sexual revolution going on in the rest of the country, but she never thought it would infiltrate the upper echelons of society here on Nantucket. "Don't judge me, Katie Nichols," Bitsy says. Kate dislikes her childhood nickname, although Bitsy is one of the few people who has known Kate long enough to use it. They'd taken sailing lessons together when they were only 11 years old. "I know you've always thought you were better than me with your 4 perfect children, but I have news for you." So this is Bitsy Dunscombe fueled by one too many, Kate thinks. She gets ugly. Not only her language, but her face as well. Her expression contorts into a hideous mask with narrowed, accusing eyes and twisted lips. If she says anything about Tiger, Kate will slap her or throw a drink in her face. The piano player will stop right in the middle of Try to Remember, and the revelers at table 1 will gape first and gossip later, and who could blame them? Kate, Levin, and Bitsy Dunscombe are 2 middle-aged matrons, both impeccably bred and raised, who should be able to get through dinner at the opera house without making a scene. No, Kate thinks. She pulls her comportment out as though it were something tucked away in her pocketbook. I never thought I was better than you, Bitsy. You have beautiful twin girls. You were much smarter than I. You didn't make the mistake of marrying too young. Don't patronize me, Bitsy whispers fiercely. I won't have it. At that moment, Arturo arrives with the wine, a Cabernet that will complement both Bitsy's Boeuf and Kate's Canard. As Bitsy goes through the theatrics of tasting the wine, Kate gazes around the room. The opera house is tiny, a jewel box really, dark and magical, with the iconic velvet-lined phone booth in the corner where Kate once caught Wilder kissing the Broussard's Swedish au pair. Wilder had been drunk, too drunk to know what he was doing, so Kate had forgiven him, despite the public humiliation. Kate thinks of poor Blair, probably at that very moment lolling on the couch in front of the television like a walrus on an ice floe, stuffing her face with grilled cheese sandwiches and pudding cups. Kate encouraged Blair to stick it out with Angus, even though Angus is engaging in an affair with the woman named Trixie, who can only be a prostitute, because that was what Kate herself had done. She stuck it out. But why should poor Blair have to suffer as Kate did? For propriety's sake? Propriety means next to nothing these days, as Bitsy Dunscombe is so plainly demonstrating. Why shouldn't Blair be with Angus's brother, Joey, if that's who she really loves? Blair deserves to be adored. All women deserve to be adored. I'm sorry, Bitsy. Your words came as a shock, Kate says. She lowers her voice. I assure you, I would never judge. You should be positively ashamed of your daughter, Bitsy says. She takes a long drink of her wine. It stains her lips purple. Kate wonders if Bitsy has heard about Blair. Her presence on the island can hardly be kept hush-hush. The news must have circulated that Blair and Angus are having marital problems, and perhaps someone got hold of the sordid story about Angus kicking Blair out of the apartment because he caught her with his own brother. But who would have leaked such a story? Exalta? Exalta meets Mrs. Winter for mimosas every morning. She might have said something accidentally, and everyone knows how Mrs. Winter holds a grudge against Blair for dumping her grandson Larry. Or maybe Bitsy is referring to Kirby? Maybe news of Kirby's arrests made it from Boston to New York? Or maybe Kirby was involved with something even more nefarious. That spring, Kirby came home from college unannounced for 3 days midweek. She had offered no explanation and stayed holed up in her room, refusing all meals. Kate was traumatized by Tiger's recent departure, but even so, she expressed concern and asked Kirby a few probing questions, which were batted back in her face like shuttlecocks. Over the years, Kate had learned that with Kirby, emotions ran hot and hard for a time, much like the outdoor shower at All's Fair, and then returned to normal. Sure enough, when the weekend rolled around, Kirby returned to Simmons, resigned if not cheery. Kate was secretly relieved that Kirby had decided to spend the summer on the vineyard because it gave her one less person to worry about on a daily basis. 4 children had seemed so perfect, so square. But Kate has to admit, much of the time it feels like too many. To which daughter are you referring? Kate asks. She tastes the wine. It's exquisite, but that only serves to annoy her, and regards Bitsy with open curiosity. Jessica, Bitsy hisses. She stole $5 from Heather's pocketbook while Heather was using the ladies' room at the club. $5 and a lip gloss. Heather didn't want to say anything, but Helen was in the next stall, and she spied on Jessie through the crack in the door. She said that Jessie reached right into Heather's Bermuda bag, took the money and lip gloss, and walked out. Kate rolls her eyes. Spare me, please. Jessie would never do such a thing. I would bet my life on it. Helen saw her, Katie, Bitsy says, and Heather admitted the money was missing. She earned that money by reading to the blind, Kate interjects. She's sick of hearing what a tireless do-gooder Heather is. She's a Girl Scout. She feeds stray dogs. She takes the elderly for walks in their wheelchairs. Admittedly, Heather is far better than that little minx Helen. Helen has been trouble from day one. Of course she's trying to pin this robbery on Jessie. Helen probably took the money herself. Helen probably took the money herself, Kate says, and she's trying to blame Jessie. How have you not considered that? Helen said Jessie did it. That's enough proof for me. Helen doesn't lie. Jessie doesn't steal. Maybe she was doing it to get attention, Bitsy says. She leans back in her chair and lights a cigarette. I'm sure that's it, poor girl. One sister is pregnant with twins, one sister is raising hell on Martha's Vineyard, and she has a brother at war. I feel sorry for Jessie, which is what I told my girls. Let her keep the money and the lip gloss if it makes her feel better. Arturo arrives with their dinners, and Kate stands up. You two enjoy, she says. I'm going home. She tosses her napkin on her chair and weaves her way through the dining room, past the godforsaken phone booth, and out to the patio, where she waves goodbye to Gwen, the owner, who is deep in conversation with the artist Roy Bailey. It was a wonderful evening, as always, Kate calls out. Thank you. She rages as she walks back to the house. Bitsy Dunscombe is well, frankly, the right word eludes Kate, but Bitsy certainly knows how to put an end to a lifelong friendship. Kate will never speak to her again. How dare she accuse Jessie of stealing, and then insinuate it's because Kate doesn't pay enough attention to her. Kate passes Bosun's locker and considers stopping in for a drink. All the regulars would likely fall off their bar stools or laugh her right out of the place. Wilder used to go to Bosun's, and Kate would either call and ask for him to be sent home, or march down and yank him out of there herself. Those nights were preferable to the nights when she stormed into the bar expecting to find him, and he wasn't there. She will not go to Bosun's locker. But maybe the charcoal galley? The 6 escargot and piece of bread didn't do much in the way of filling her up. She could go for a greasy cheeseburger with griddled onions and a side of gravy fries, but she figures she's likely to bump into the same characters from Bosun's at the charcoal galley this time of night, either filling up after a day of drinking or fueling up before a night of drinking. She turns left onto Fair Street. She's loaded for bear, as the saying goes. She has let Bill Crimmins have enough time. She will knock on his door. Who cares if he's asleep? And demand answers. Has he heard from his brother-in-law about Tiger's discharge? She knows that he hasn't. If he had, he certainly would have let her know. But Kate will ask anyway. She expects results. And soon. Kate is 2 houses away when she sees a taxi pull up in front of All's Fair. For an instant, her heart soars. It's Tiger, come to surprise her. Or it's Kirby. Yes, Kate does miss her wild second daughter terribly. She would be delighted if it's Kirby. Her night would be salvaged. Or maybe it's David. Kate wishes she hadn't drunk half a bottle of champagne, 2 martinis, and a glass of Cabernet. David has come after all, but he will see that nothing has changed. Kate is a lush. Worse, a drunk. Even in the dark, she distinguishes the figure of a man. So David. Kate rushes forward, thinking her only hope at this point is to throw herself on his tender mercies. But as she gets closer, she sees the man isn't David. It's Angus, Dr. Angus Whalen, who sees fit to cheat on his wife while she's pregnant with twins. "Stop right there," Kate says, and Angus does indeed freeze in his tracks on the sidewalk in front of the house. Angus is smart, but not particularly strong or intimidating. With his glasses and his pointy nose, he resembles nothing so much as an intelligent mouse. Kate feels affronted on her eldest daughter's behalf, plus she's furious with Bitsy. This does not bode well for Angus. "What are you doing here?" Kate asks. "I came to see my wife," he says. His eyes follow the taxi as it drives off down Fair Street. "First of all, she's asleep," Kate says. "Second of all, you have some nerve showing up here unannounced after throwing your pregnant wife out." Kate squints. The street is dark and she's having a hard time seeing Angus clearly. She's happy that the anger in her voice masks her advanced state of drunkenness. "How dare you?" "I caught her with my brother," Angus says. "Did she tell you that?" "She did, in fact, Angus. She said you misconstrued their embrace. She was merely seeking comfort from Joey because she'd discovered your infidelity." "About that," Angus says. But Kate doesn't want to hear any excuses or explanations from Angus. She was married to a serial philanderer for 10 years. She has heard enough excuses and accepted enough apologies to last the rest of her life. Kate notes how satisfying it is to reject this disgusting behavior instead of accepting it, as Bitsy Dunscombe is doing, and as Kate once did. Blair may end up divorced, but at least she'll retain her pride. "I'm asking you nicely to leave this island and never return," Kate says. "Blair deserves better. Maybe your brother will know how to treat her, and if he doesn't, she will easily find someone else. You and I both know that, Angus. Go now, please." "I need to talk to her," Angus says. "I need to see her." He pulls at his hair. Like a mental patient, Kate thinks. "She's carrying my babies." "You should have considered that before you strayed," Kate says, "and before you asked her to leave. Good night, Angus, and goodbye." "Kate, please," Angus says. Kate tries to recall if Angus has ever used her Christian name before. He's 10 years older than Blair, so he might feel like a contemporary of Kate's, though he most certainly isn't one, and they aren't fond enough of each other for him to call her mother. He should be addressing her as Mrs. Levin, but to correct him now would only keep him here longer. "My next step is calling the police," Kate says. Anyone who knows Katie Nichols Foley Levin would realize there's absolutely no chance of her bringing lights and sirens into a family matter. But Angus Whalen doesn't know Kate, and so he backs up to the street, holding his palms up. All right, I'm going," Angus says. "Just please tell Blair I came to see her." Kate nods, a gesture that could mean almost anything. She waits outside until Angus heads down Fair, turns onto Main, and disappears. Summertime Blues, reprise. Her grandmother's necklace is gone. Every time Jessie says these words in her mind, she feels a wave of nausea. Twice she has actually vomited, though she hasn't eaten much in the days since the necklace went missing. Her mother asks each morning if she's feeling okay. She looks peaked, Kate says. And then to Blair she says, sotto voce, "It's probably puberty. Before long, Jessie will be a woman." To which Blair responds, "Poor Jessie." Neither of them has any idea about the predicament Jessie is in. The gold knot necklace with the diamond is gone. Jessie lost it. The only person who knows about it is Pick. The instant Jessie made the gut-wrenching discovery, she started to shake and cry, and her hopes for her first romantic interlude changed into something else entirely. "What's wrong?" Pick asked. "Jessie, what is it?" She was back to being Jessie, not Jess. She was a child who had been entrusted with something valuable, indeed, something priceless, and she had lost it. She tried to explain to Pick between sobs, but she had to be quiet because the last thing she wanted to do was alert Mr. Crimmins. Mr. Crimmins, most certainly, would go straight to Exalta. "My grandmother's necklace. I wore it to dinner, and now it's gone," Jessie says. "Oh, geez," Pick had said, but it was clear from his tone that he didn't understand the situation. He was a boy. Boys didn't care about jewelry or about sentimentality, even though Jessie went on to explain that her maternal grandfather, Pen Nichols, long dead, had given that necklace to Exalta for their first wedding anniversary in 1919. The necklace was valuable, too, gold with a diamond. This, Pick had an easier time grasping, and so they got down on their hands and knees and searched every inch of the floor of Little Fair. Then they sneaked outside and checked the flagstone walk and the strip of grass between the houses. Pick had pulled a flashlight out of the utility drawer in the kitchen, but the batteries were nearly dead. The light was watery and barely any help at all. They checked the deck, and then, once inside all's fair, they ran their hands across the linoleum of the kitchen floor. They came away with toast crumbs, dried tomato seeds, and cereal flakes, but no necklace. They moved out into the hallway, and that was when they heard footsteps on the stairs. Pick grabbed Jessie by the hand and pulled her through the half-size door to the buttery, the cramped closet where Kirby had been punished so many years earlier. The buttery was dark and smelled like damp brick and mold, but it was a decent hiding place. No one would think to look for a person in there. They crouched down side by side, by necessity, their bodies pressing together. Pick squeezed Jessie's hand, but she was too nervous to enjoy any thrill. She could tell by the weight and the pace of the footsteps that the person awake was Exalta. A moment later, they heard low voices in the kitchen, one of them a man's, so it must have been Mr. Crimmins. Jessie was trembling. Pick slid an arm around her back and maybe tried to kiss her, but he ended up burying his nose under her jaw. "Turn your face," he said. So it was true. He was trying to kiss her. But at that moment, the footsteps came back their way, and Jessie froze and couldn't help thinking of Anne Frank hiding in the attic of the skinny house in Amsterdam, and how frightened she must have been with the constant threat of the Nazis. Exalta went back up the stairs. Pick and Jessie stayed quiet and still for a few minutes after all noises in the house had subsided, and then Jessie pushed the door to the buttery open and stepped out, and Pick followed. Wordlessly, they went back to Little Fair, and when they'd climbed the stairs, Jessie said, "There are leftovers. Help yourself." "You're going to bed?" Pick asked. "Don't you want to go out on the deck and eat?" She shook her head. There was a lump in her throat that would make it impossible to swallow. She wanted to curl up in a ball and die quietly of anxiety. It could have been, should have been, the best night of her young life, the night of her first kiss. But it was ruined. She didn't deserve happiness. Even so, she managed a weak smile. "I'll look for the necklace again in the morning. I'll retrace my steps all the way back to the Mad Hatter if I have to." "Good idea," Pick said, but his mouth was full. He was already into the scampi. Jessie slept fitfully, waking up for good when the sun rose at 5:30. She had fallen asleep in her dress, which she took off and kicked to the back of her closet. She would never, ever wear it again. She put on shorts and a t-shirt and her keds and hurried down the stairs and out the door and through the side gate to the alley. Nantucket was pretty at 7:30, when she and Exalta would walk to the club for tennis, but at 5:30 it was even more beautiful. The air was dewy, the light pearlescent. Fair Street was still. Jessie might have been the only person awake. She wished she could enjoy it, but she was too agitated. If she had lost the necklace on the street and someone had found it, then it was gone forever. It could have been picked up by a bird and woven into a nest. It could have been run over by a car, the chain broken, the knot flattened, the diamond dislodged. It could have fallen into a sewer grate and become mired in the muck and gray water that ran beneath the island. Jessie cast her eyes down as she traveled the exact path back to the Mad Hatter that she and Kate had taken home. Glints in the sidewalk turned out to be mica, which felt like a cruel trick. Ditto the tabs from beer and soda cans that littered the brick outside of Bosun's locker. As Jessie crossed Main Street, she looked in the crevices between the cobblestones. Meanwhile, she tried to imagine telling Exalta that she had lost the necklace. Jessie wasn't even supposed to have the necklace. She had, essentially, stolen it from Exalta's bedroom. This made it so much worse. 2 things to admit to instead of 1. Jessie got all the way across town without encountering another soul, which was fortunate because she had no explanation for what she was doing out and about this early. When she arrived at the Mad Hatter, she climbed the steps and knocked on the glass pane of the door, but no one answered. She could hardly be surprised. It was barely 6 in the morning. As she wondered what time the cleaners came in, wondered if maybe they had found the necklace last night, under her chair, say, she gasped. The necklace wasn't at the Mad Hatter because Jessie had touched it at her throat on the way home. On Main Street. Jessie hurried back across town to the spot in front of the Pacific National Bank where she remembered fingering the necklace. She started there and searched every square inch of pavement diligently until she was back at All's Fair. It had to be somewhere, she reasoned, but it wasn't. It was gone. Now, a week later, worry about the necklace has grown into a full-blown crisis. Every day when Jessie wakes up, she fills with dread, expecting that this will be the day Exalta realizes the necklace is gone. Thursday evening, when Exalta goes to bridge at the Anglers Club, Jessie sneaks back into her bedroom. The air is chilled. The high single bed is made with crisp white linens, and the burgundy velvet box is on the triangular table. The sight of the velvet box is as gruesome to Jessie as a severed hand. She experiences a glimmer of hope as she pries the box open. For 1 second, she imagines that she can change the past, that a week ago she did not abscond with the necklace out of anger, but left it right where it was. The box is empty. Jessie's stomach lurches. She thinks about taking the box. Will Nani notice its absence? Will taking the box lessen the chances of Exalta suggesting, on some future special occasion, that Jessie wear the necklace? Maybe Jessie should take all the jewelry from the triangular table. She can leave the boxes open and askew, make it look as if they've been robbed. Yes, Jessie thinks, this would solve everything. And it's not too far-fetched. They leave the doors unlocked night and day. Anyone could just come in and walk off with the jewels. But there is rarely, if ever, a time when the house is completely unoccupied, especially now that Blair is here. And somehow Jessie knows that if she stages a burglary, the person who will be blamed is Pick. Blair, Jessie thinks. She will confide in Blair and ask her advice. Blair seems pretty miserable. She could probably use a distraction. Maybe, just maybe, Blair will give Jessie the money to replace the necklace. She can go down to S.J. Patton on Main Street, describe the necklace, and commission a new one. Jessie leaves the burgundy box where it is and heads down the hall to her room, which is now Blair's room. The door is closed, so Blair is inside and not downstairs in front of the television, thank goodness. It's impossible to tear her away from the flying nun. When Jessie knocks, Blair utters a froggy, "Come in." The air conditioner is humming, and Blair has the drapes closed against the sun, which is still fairly bright even at 7 in the evening. Blair is wearing the yellow dress that is starting to come apart at the seams. When she sees Jessie, she offers a smile and heaves herself up to sitting. Her hair is messy. She wears no makeup, not even lipstick, and her girth is so shocking, she looks as if she's harboring an entire family under her dress. "Hey," Blair says. "Hey," Jessie says. She closes the door and sits on the bed next to Blair. "I have a problem." "Boy troubles?" Blair asks. Jessie shakes her head as she thinks of being crammed into the buttery with Pick, and how he basically asked to kiss her, and what a missed opportunity that was. Yet this concern is pale and distant compared to the red-hot urgency of the missing necklace. Did you get your... "No," Jessie says. She thinks back to her last evening in Brookline, Leslie announcing that she had officially entered puberty, Doris clutching her belly against imaginary cramps, and she marvels that she had ever been so innocent. She takes a deep breath. "Nani gave me a necklace for my birthday. It was a gold knot with a tiny diamond in the center on a gold chain. I guess Gramps gave it to her for their first wedding anniversary." "Wow," Blair says. "And she gave it to you to have? Like permanently?" Jessie's eyes fill with tears. "She did. It was supposed to be a special occasion necklace." "I should think so," Blair says. "But she was keeping it for me in her room. And last Thursday night when Mom and I went to the Mad Hatter, I put it on. Without asking Nani, I mean. She was at bridge, so I couldn't ask her." "Yeah?" Blair says warily. "And I lost it," Jessie says. "It must have fallen off my neck. I've looked everywhere in this house. I retraced my steps through town. I checked to make sure it wasn't caught inside my dress. It's gone, Blair." Blair falls back against her pillows with her fingers laced across her belly. "Jessie," she says. "I know," Jessie cries. "You don't have to make me feel bad about it because I already feel rotten, and you don't have to tell me I'm irresponsible with nice things because that much is obvious." "Oh, Jessie," Blair says, "I'm so sorry." "It's priceless," Jessie says, wiping a hand under her nose. "Gramps gave it to her in 1919. It lasted 50 years, and then I had it for one night and now it's gone." "I take it you haven't told Nani?" Blair says. "I can't tell Nani," Jessie says. "I just can't." "She's going to find out sooner or later, though. You know that, right?" "I was hoping you could give me money so I could go to the jeweler and ask them to make another one," Jessie says. "It doesn't have to be exact. Nani's eyesight isn't that great. If she doesn't look closely, she won't notice. And I'll pay you back every penny, I swear." Blair laughs. "Oh, honey." Jessie assumes that means no. She bows her head. Her only hope now is that Exalta won't notice the necklace is missing for the next 6 weeks, at which point Jessie will go with Pick to Woodstock and never return. "Wait right here," Blair says. She lumbers across the room to the bookshelves and scans the titles. These books are mostly old. Some belong to their mother growing up. Some belong to Nani. Blair extracts a slim volume and presses it on Jessie. "Read this," she says. "Then you'll know what to do." The book is The Necklace and Other Stories by Guy de Maupassant. Jessie takes the book back to Little Fair and lies across her bed to read it. She is out of options. The first story, The Necklace, is about a woman who wants to impress people at a fancy party and borrows an expensive necklace from an acquaintance, and then loses it. She finds a similar necklace in a jewelry store, and she and her husband sell everything they own and take out multiple loans to buy it. She gives this necklace to the acquaintance without mentioning that it's a replacement, and the couple spends years in poverty, the wife doing scullery work in order to repay the loans. A decade later, she runs into the acquaintance and finds out that the necklace she lost was not valuable at all. The jewels were made of paste. When Jessie finishes the story, she slams the book shut. This doesn't help her because the necklace she lost wasn't a fake. It was real, the real necklace that Nani received from Gramps, right? It had the heft of gold, and the diamond looked genuine. Maybe Blair thinks Nani gave her a decoy to see if she was ready to care for a fine piece of jewelry. That would be such a relief, but Jessie doubts it's true. She understands why Blair suggested the book. There's only one correct course of action. Tell Nani the truth. When is the right time? On their way to tennis lessons? On their way home from tennis lessons? In the evening, after Nani has had a couple of gin and tonics? Jessie starts scrutinizing her grandmother's moods. Every time she imagines telling Exalta the truth, she feels sick. She can't do it. Then, after the 4th of July, Exalta spends a long stretch of time in the den watching Wimbledon on TV. Her favorite player, Rod Laver, wins his quarterfinal match, then his semifinal match. And then he wins the final match against John Newcombe. He is the Wimbledon champion once again, and Exalta claps her hands with glee. When Jessie sits down next to her on the sofa, Exalta turns to her and says, "Isn't that marvelous?" Jessie wants to blurt out the words, "Nani, I lost the necklace." But she can't bring herself to ruin Exalta's good mood. That evening after dinner, Jessie returns to Littlefair to find an envelope on the kitchen table. She creeps toward it, as though it's a dove that might fly away. What are the chances that someone found the necklace and left it in this envelope for Jessie? She squeezes her eyes closed, then bravely opens them, thinking that whatever the envelope is, it will be fine. It's a letter, addressed to her here at All's Fair. The return address is Private Richard Foley, U.S. Army. It's from Tiger. Jessie falls into a seat at the table and fingers the envelope. She wants to rip it open. She holds the letter in both hands and considers doing that, but somehow she knows she has to wait. Wait until after she has told Nani the truth. The next morning, Jessie wakes up to pouring rain. She puts on her whites and pulls her hair into a ponytail, though clearly there'll be no tennis today. Just a run through the backyard to All's Fair leaves her drenched. Nani is sitting in the kitchen in the green kimono with the embroidered hibiscus that she got in Japan before World War II. She's drinking a cup of coffee and reading the newspaper, which is unusual. But then Jessie sees she's reading the sports page. There's a large picture of Rod Laver. "Tennis lessons cancelled," Exalta says. She gives Jessie a kind smile. "You can go on back to bed." If Jessie was looking for a sign, she has found it. Going back to Littlefair and burrowing under the covers as she listens to the patter of rain against the roof is a tempting choice, but it's also a cowardly one. Jessie takes a seat across from Exalta. "Nani, there's something I have to tell you." Her grandmother gazes at her with interest. Exalta isn't wearing any makeup, so her wrinkles are revealed, and there are pouches under her blue eyes. Her lips are the same color as her skin. Her hair, which looks silvery blonde when combed, now looks gray, the color of steel. Jessie tries to imagine her grandmother as a 13-year-old. Of course, that would have been in 1907, before most people had automobiles or flew on airplanes, before Russia was an enemy. "I lost your necklace," Jessie says. "The one Gramps gave you for your anniversary." Exalta blinks, and this split second while Exalta is processing what Jessie just said is the worst moment of Jessie's life. The silence that follows is equally awful. Jessie sees no choice but to fill it. "I took the necklace from your room. I wore it to dinner with Mom last Thursday." Exalta executes a nod so slight, Jessie wonders if she has imagined it. But it's followed by a change in Exalta's expression. The corners of her mouth fall a fraction of an inch. She isn't frantic at the news or appalled. She is simply disappointed. Jessie has revealed herself to be as untrustworthy as Exalta feared. Not worthy of the necklace. Not worthy of the family. "You took it without asking," Exalta says. "Do you know what that's called, Jessica?" "Stealing," Jessie says. A bolder, braver version of herself. Jessica Levin at 18, or even 16, might have pointed out that since Nani had given her the necklace, it was hers, and by definition, she couldn't steal something that already belonged to her. Nani might then have pointed out that she had decreed that the necklace was for special occasions only. But dinner at the Mad Hatter qualified, right? Nani hadn't meant that Jessie had to wait for her high school graduation or her wedding, had she? Stealing, Exalta repeated. She made the words sound vile. Only criminals stole, Bonnie and Clyde, John Dillinger. And this isn't the first time you've stolen something, is it, Jessica? Jessie falters. What does Nani know? Jessie inhales and prepares to... What, lie? Cowards lie. She sits quietly for a second and regroups. Telling the truth when you've done something wrong is the most terrifying thing in the world. Never mind that Jessie was angry. Her tennis instructor touched her inappropriately. Her grandmother refused to let her use her own last name. Her brother had been called up by Selective Service. Her actions weren't justified. No, she says. It wasn't the first time. Mrs. Winter told me that Bitsy Dunscombe told her that you took $5 and a lipstick out of Heather Dunscombe's bag. And I told her that I would bet all of my worldly belongings that this was not the case. Do you know why I said that, Jessica? Tears rise at the vision of her grandmother defending her against Mrs. Winter and Bitsy Dunscombe. Why? Jessie says. Because I thought you were different from the other 3 children, Exalta says. I thought you were sensitive and thoughtful, trustworthy. At this, tears fall. Now I see I was mistaken. Jessie cries. She sobs. It's too awful. Not that Exalta is disappointed. This she could have predicted. What's awful is that Exalta had believed in Jessie, that she attributed wonderful qualities like sensitivity and thoughtfulness to her, and Jessie hadn't realized it. She knew she was different from the other 3 children, yes, but she had always felt lesser somehow. Small, dark, strange. I'm going to sit here while you retrieve the $5 and the lipstick, Exalta says. I will return them. Exalta will return them? Isn't the correct punishment to make Jessie give the money and the lip gloss back to Heather, along with a full, mortifying confession and apology? But then Jessie understands that Exalta needs to save face. Jessie runs through the rain back to her bedroom at Little Fair. She opens her top drawer and pulls out the $5 bill and the Bonnie Bell lip gloss, and the wristbands and the Twizzlers. When she gets back to the kitchen and drops the items on the table, Exalta looks unsurprised. Is that everything? Except the necklace, Jessie says. The matter of the precious heirloom, lost forever, seems to have been forgotten. Mr. Crimmins found the necklace caught between the floorboards in the hall, Exalta says. Lucky for you. And I have tucked it away for safekeeping. Jessie's relief can't be described. She feels so light she could float. Mr. Crimmins found the necklace. She is happy, not because she's been let off the hook, but because she genuinely cares about the necklace. Don't worry, I'm not taking it away from you, Exalta says. But I will retain custody of it until you're older, 16 perhaps. I don't deserve it ever, Jessie says. This is how she feels. The necklace would be safer with Blair or Kirby or even, eventually, one of Blair's children. Don't be ridiculous, Exalta says. You're perfectly worthy of the necklace, Jessica. You simply need to grow up a bit. The corners of Exalta's mouth turn up ever so slightly. I wouldn't choose to be 13 again for all the tea in China. Jessie can see why. So far, 13 is turning out to be a terrible age. You'll be punished for the stealing, Exalta says. Grounded for a week. Extra chores. You'll keep on with your tennis lessons, but you won't be allowed to eat at the snack bar afterward. You can come home and eat. It's against my nature to keep a child inside on a summer day, but you leave me no choice. You'll stay home in the afternoons and, of course, the evenings. Do you understand me? Yes, Jessie says. She swallows. Does my mother know? Your mother doesn't need anything else to worry about, Exalta says. Now go. Get out of my sight. Back into the rain, back up the stairs of Little Fair, back to her room, where she closes and locks the door, sheds her damp tennis clothes, and puts her pajamas on again. She is disgraced for certain, but certainly she feels better, not worse. She feels clean. She feels cured. She picks up her copy of Anne Frank and takes out Tiger's letter. Her hands are steady. June 20th, 1969. Dear Jessie, I need you to promise you won't show anyone else this letter. Our company was ambushed last week near the village of Docklock. We lost over half our men. Jessie, both Puppy and Frog were killed. Frog was hit by sniper fire. One clean shot to the head. Puppy ran out to grab Frog's body and he stepped on a grenade. His right leg was blasted off. So I went to grab Frog and I brought him back to where Puppy was. I ripped Frog's shirt off and used it as a tourniquet on Puppy's leg. And I thought maybe I'd save him. He was still talking, first praying to the good Lord Jesus Christ, then calling to his mama, and I was praying too, saying, God, please don't take both my brothers in the same day, but if you must, take me too. Puppy died in my arms while we were waiting for the chopper. So many men were lost that they've reassigned those of us who survived to other companies. I'm heading out on a top-secret mission, so I'll be out of touch for a while. I'll write as soon as I can. I miss home, Messie. I'm not sure you even know the real reason I call you that. Probably you thought all these years that I was teasing you, the way a big brother is supposed to. But really, I call you that because when you were a baby, Mom used to let me feed you your baby food. I would hold the spoon with your squash or pureed plums, and half the time you would open your pie hole like a baby bird and take what was on the spoon. The other half, you would reach a little hand out, grab the food from the spoon, and smear it all over your face. Then you would laugh so hard that I would laugh too. That's why I nicknamed you Messie. Since Frog and Puppy died, I've been wondering what the point to all this is. Not just the war, but life in general. I've had some real dark thoughts. I try to picture your baby face covered with plums, and I hear that laugh like heaven's bells, and that keeps me tethered. My kid sister. Who knew? Please don't tell Mom or Nani or anyone else about this letter, or about me going on a secret mission. I already wrote to McGee to tell her. Since I'm sharing secrets in this letter, I might as well tell you that I've asked McGee to marry me. I sent her Gramps' Harvard class ring to stand in for a diamond. We will have a big wedding, if I make it out of here alive. I hope I do, Messie. I hope I do. Love, your brother, Tiger. 19th nervous breakdown. No one has said so out loud, but on July 7th, when Blair is less than 4 weeks from her due date, it becomes clear that she won't be returning to Boston for the delivery. She will give birth to the twins here on Nantucket. Buried deep beneath the many layers of emotion that Blair feels on any given day is a fluttery pride and even joy about this. Her children will be native Nantucketers. They will have the same claim to the island as the Coffins and the Starbucks and, this is what really thrills Blair, an even greater connection to it than the summer residents who have been coming to the island for decades, people like Exalta. Blair announces over breakfast toast with her mother, for when Kate is around, Blair is offered only dry toast in an attempt to keep her from gaining any more weight, that they should probably go see Dr. Vanderberg, who delivers all of the island's babies. I suppose you're right, Kate says with a heavy sigh. I'll set something up for today. The appointment is scheduled for 12:30, and despite the heat, Blair is grateful to get out of the house. She has watched day after glorious day slide by while she lies about in bed or watches soap operas in the den. "Could we possibly go to lunch after?" Blair asks. Kate shocks Blair by saying, "Where should we go?" "The galley," Blair says. She wants a lobster roll with French fries and a tall glass of iced tea with lots of lemon and sugar. Even a few days ago, lunch at the galley would have been too upsetting to contemplate, because that was the spot Blair favored for lunch the summer before, back when she was married but not pregnant, back when she was thin, back when she was herself. But with her due date in sight, she realizes that pregnancy isn't a life sentence. It will end. She will give birth to the babies, and her present misery will become a distant memory. Kate nods in approval. "Wonderful," she says. "They make the best gimlets." The Nantucket Cottage Hospital is country medicine, but what it lacks in big city sophistication, it makes up for in personal attention. Dr. Vanderburg is a wonderful, welcome change from the smug condescension of Dr. Sayer at the Boston Hospital for Women. Dr. Vanderburg is a short man who has the countenance of a cheerful elf. He's tanned and healthy. He looks as if delivering babies is something he does between sailing and regattas and playing rounds of golf. He's wearing a white lab coat over a baby blue polo and a pair of snappy Madras pants. Blair loves everything about Dr. Vanderburg. He is the apotheosis of a summer doctor. She doesn't even mind when he asks her to lie back on the metal table so he can check her. Being checked in this instance means Dr. Vanderburg reaching up inside of Blair, which makes Blair think of Julia Child's instructions about removing the gizzards from a raw chicken. That leads her to remember her 3 failed attempts to make poulet au porto the previous autumn. She wonders if Trixie is an accomplished French cook whose pan sauces never break. Blair is so consumed with envy over Trixie's imagined skills in the kitchen that she isn't listening when Dr. Vanderburg says something from his post between her legs. "I'm sorry, what?" "You're 100% effaced and 2 centimeters dilated. The babies should be here in a week, maybe 2, maybe sooner." Blair sits up on her elbows. "What?" When Blair returns to the waiting room and Kate asks how everything went, Blair says, "Just fine. Let's go to lunch, I'm starving." As they drive to the galley, Blair practices her breathing. She needs to calm down. On the one hand, the news is exhilarating. A week, maybe 2, maybe sooner. On the other hand, Blair is forced to consider her circumstances. If she gives birth tomorrow or next week or in 2 weeks, she will be doing it alone. There has been no word from Angus and no word from Joey. The situation is enough to send Blair back to the solace of her bed, but she doesn't want to miss what might be her last chance to get out of the house. The galley offers simple lunch fare, and it's right on Cliffside Beach, a mere 40 yards from the lapping waves of Nantucket Sound. Kate and Blair are seated at a coveted 2-top on the outer edge of the restaurant, along the rope railing. Blair positions her arm so it's resting in the sun. The maitre d' is the same man as the year before, though he doesn't recognize Blair. When he saw her approaching, he cleared the way for her as though she were a Mack truck about to barrel through the restaurant. Blair is so happy to be here that she doesn't even feel self-conscious about her yellow dress. The galley isn't a formal place. Nearly all the diners are in bathing suits and cover-ups. If Blair's motivation for being here is to get out of the house and dig into a lobster roll and French fries, Kate's is to start drinking. "I'd like a gimlet," Kate tells the waitress, a girl of about 17 who has her hair in pigtails, "and another one in 10 minutes. Behind her sunglasses, Blair raises her eyebrows but doesn't comment. She orders an iced tea and studies her mother. Catherine Nichols Foley Levin, the summertime version. Kate seems to have aged 10 years since Tiger was deployed. Kate's skin is lightly tanned and her hair is loose, held off her face by a grosgrain headband, but there are tense lines around her mouth and etched into her forehead, and Blair knows that if Kate removes her sunglasses, her eyes will be bleary. She wears her pearls with a crisp white short-sleeved blouse, so she's still recognizable as herself, but she drains the first gimlet in under a minute. 3 long sips. Blair counts as she drinks her iced tea. "Mother," Blair says. Kate gazes at the sea until her second gimlet arrives, and once that too is gone, she turns to Blair and says, "I have some things to tell you that might be difficult for you to hear." Blair presumes her mother is going to list the reasons why Blair must forsake Joey Whalen and reunite with Angus. "Mother? Just listen," Kate says. She flags down the waitress and says, "2 lobster rolls, please, with French fries. And another gimlet." "Yes, ma'am." The pig-tailed waitress departs. What must she think about a woman who is on track to drink half a dozen gimlets before lunch is over? Kate leans forward and says, "Your father, Wilder Foley, was a philanderer. He slept with scores of women while we were married." Blair stirs up the sugar from the bottom of her iced tea with her straw. She isn't exactly surprised to hear that her father stepped out. She'd always had a feeling, but scores? Surely Kate is exaggerating. "I'm not exaggerating," Kate says. "There were upwards of 40. She taps her finger against the weathered wood of the table. "And those were the ones I knew about here at home. While he was at war." She laughs unhappily. "Well, the sky's the limit." "Why did you stay?" Blair asks. 3 little children," Kate says. "Plus, it was what was done back then. Women turned a blind eye. And I was afraid of what your grandmother would say if I left. She adored Wilder." Yes, this is common family knowledge. Nonnie had favored Wilder, just as she now favors Kirby. And Angus, too, Blair realizes with a heavy heart. Nonnie is particularly fond of Angus. "Were you sad when he died?" Blair asks. She had often imagined the moment when Kate went searching the house for Wilder and found him shot dead in his workshop. Kate would have let out an ear-piercing scream, or maybe not. After all, she had children sleeping. "There aren't words to describe how I felt. There just aren't words. A person is alive 1 minute, dead the next. The human mind really can't process it. Sadness comes long after all of the other, more difficult and destructive emotions have passed. But yes, at some point I was sad. Profoundly sad," Kate says. She lights a cigarette and offers one to Blair, who declines. She's having enough trouble breathing as it is. Blair does pull her silver lighter from her purse to light her mother's cigarette, and this gesture threatens to deliver Blair back to her despair over Angus and Joey. But after the first drag of her cigarette, Kate adds, "We'd had quite a blowout, right before he died." Blowout? This isn't a word Blair has ever heard her mother use. About what? At that moment, their lobster rolls arrive, with a 3rd gimlet for Kate. The delicate moment pops like a soap bubble. Blair can tell from Kate's expression that she has no intention of disclosing anything further. Blair regards her beautiful lunch, the toasted buttered roll overflowing with snowy chunks of lobster meat tossed with mayonnaise and a pale dice of celery to add crunch, and crisp golden fries. The lunch nearly has sexual appeal. Blair vows to go slowly and enjoy every bite. "Mother?" Blair asks. She is angry that Kate has broached a subject, then left it to die in the sun. "Tell me about the blowout." Kate dips a fry in ketchup. She always looks elegant no matter what she's doing, Blair thinks. It isn't fair. "The point," Kate says, "is that I don't want you to be afraid of me the way I was afraid of Nonnie. Angus is conducting an affair, he's admitted to it, and you don't have to tolerate it." She lifts her lobster roll and takes a bite, then dabs the corners of her mouth with her napkin. "That's why I sent him away." "Sent who away?" Blair asks. She, too, starts with a French fry, but she doesn't have the restraint to nibble just one. She pinches a few and does her best not to cram them into her mouth. "Angus," Kate says. "He showed up at the house a few days ago. Friday. I saw him on the way home from my travesty of a dinner with Bitsy Dunscombe." Blair fights to swallow. "Angus showed up at which house? Not All's Fair? He wasn't here on Nantucket, was he, Mother?" "Yes, darling," Kate says, "but please don't worry. I sent him away and told him never to come back." Blair could dress Kate down for meddling in her marriage, then rise from the table, storm out of the restaurant, and hail a taxi back to Fair Street. But what she actually does is pick up her lobster roll and take a huge, satisfying bite. Also on the plate is a side of peppery coleslaw and a kosher dill spear. Angus had come to Nantucket, and Kate sent him away. Yes, Blair thinks, serves him right. She is secretly delighted and very, very relieved that Angus has not completely forsaken her, although she supposes it's possible that Angus came to ask for a divorce. She'll call him later. She needs to tell him about the babies anyway. That evening, Kate and Exalta go to the Straight Wharf Theater to see a production of Damn Yankees. They've had their tickets for weeks, since long before Blair arrived, and they purchased one for Jessie, but Jessie is grounded for losing the necklace. They ask Blair to go, but Blair can't possibly sit for 2 hours wedged into one of those narrow seats, so they invite Mr. Crimmins. Once they're all out the door, Blair picks up the phone. The line is being used, so she hangs up and tries again after 5 minutes, then 10, all the while cursing Exalta for not spending the extra $1 a month for a private line. When Blair picks up the phone the 3rd time, the line is free. It's 6:30, the hour that normal people sit down to eat, but Blair knows Angus will still be at work. She dials the office, but Ingrid must have gone home because the line rings and rings. Eventually, Blair is put through to the university's answering service, but she declines to leave a message. She takes a breath and chastises herself for not calling earlier in the day, but this house affords no privacy. She calls the apartment on a lark. No answer. She hangs up and calls Joey Whalen at his hotel. He picks up on the 4th ring. In the background, there's music playing, and Blair hears a woman laughing. "Blair?" he says. "Is everything okay? Is it time?" "No," she says, "not yet. I was just hoping to talk. Ask how Newport was. But if you're in the middle of something—" "I'm entertaining right now," Joey says. "How about I give you a call tomorrow? Hey, pass that over here. From the office." Blair can practically smell the marijuana smoke and taste the martinis and see the svelte body of a sexy brunette in a clingy red dress with a plunging neckline. A girl Joey met in Newport, no doubt, who works at the cosmetic counter at Filene's. That's who Joey should be dating. He was never really interested in Blair. Well, maybe at first, when she was single and free, but all of his recent attention, she realizes suddenly, is just old, unfinished business between him and Angus. Blair hangs up without saying goodbye. She plucks the silver lighter from her purse, carries it out back, and throws it as far as she can, which, admittedly, isn't far. It does clear the gate, however, and skitters across Plum Lane. Some car will flatten it, or possibly a passerby will spy it, pick it up, read the engraved message, and wonder about this fellow Joey and the woman who was lucky enough to receive his eternal love. Blair plans to call Angus first thing the next morning, but she doesn't wake until nearly 10. Jessie and Exalta are at the club for Jessie's tennis lessons, and Kate is shopping in town. Or drinking, Blair thinks. and she hasn't forgotten about the blowout. The phone line is in use, so Blair waits 10 minutes, then 15. Then she picks up the phone and asks, as nicely as possible, for the woman who was talking to wrap up her call because Blair has a rather urgent matter to deal with. The woman makes no promises to be brief, and, in fact, she stays on the line until 10:45, at which time Blair finally calls Angus at the office. Ingrid says, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Whalen. I'm afraid he's gone." "Gone?" Blair says. "What do you mean, gone?" For one ghastly second, she thinks Angus is dead, possibly by his own hand, due to being banished from Nantucket by his mother-in-law. "He flew to Houston early this morning," Ingrid says. "He'll be there until the mission is over. He isn't scheduled to return to Boston until the 25th. Blair hangs up. The 25th is 2 weeks away. Blair spreads her hands across her belly. "Stay put for 2 weeks," she says. "Just stay put." A whiter shade of pale. It's Kirby's belief that each summer is characterized not only by its special occasions, but also by its routines. For example, the summer of 1957, when Kirby was 9 and Blair was 12, the girls owned and operated a lemonade stand they called Foley's Finest on the corner of Main and Fair Streets and made at least $1.50 a day and often more. Blair saved her half of the money to buy an electric curling iron, but Kirby often walked with her mother or Nani down to Robinson's to buy bubble gum or a yo-yo or an Archie comic book. Then there was the summer Kirby was 14 and Blair was 17. Blair was dating Larry Winter, whom Kirby had a painful crush on. Exacerbating the situation was that Kirby's job in that summer of 1962 was to babysit Larry's little sisters, Eve and Carolyn, ages 4 and 2, which was done at the Winters' house out in Quay's pasture because the girls took a long afternoon nap. Often, Larry would be dispatched to drive Kirby home when he finished his shift at Amy's bakery, and these minutes alone with Larry in the car cemented Kirby's ardor. Larry Winter was tall and good-looking and played varsity squash at Phillips Exeter. He was a shoo-in for the Ivies, though Kirby learned during these drives that he had his heart set on Georgetown. He wanted to study government and someday become president of the United States. Kirby had been dazzled at the time, though now she can see how unoriginal Larry Winter's dreams were. It was 1962, and the papers were filled with images of the sun-kissed, carefree Kennedys summering over in Hyannisport. Everyone had wanted to be president. Larry used to bring treats home from the bakery, boxes of donuts or oatmeal cookies studded with dried cranberries. He always offered a little something to Kirby, but these were gifts of kindness rather than hints that he returned her feelings. Always, when Kirby got out of the car in front of All's Fair, Blair would be waiting to get in, and sometimes she and Larry would neck right there in the car until either Kate or Exalta appeared in the doorway of the house to put an end to it. This summer, the summer of 1969, the routine is different, obviously. Kirby is on a different island, but she suspects that when she looks back on this year from a distance, she will remember the house on Narragansett, Patty, Barb, the 3 M's, Evan, the porridge and brown bread for breakfast, the relief, after walking up 2 flights of stairs, of her air-conditioned lair. The other girls, Patty has confided, are fiendishly jealous, and Kirby doesn't blame them. She has gotten so lucky with her accommodations that she worries she'll pay for it somehow, and something bad will happen before summer's end. She will remember her tasks at the front desk of the Shiretown Inn, checking the bills, making the coffee, arranging the newspapers and donuts, and she will remember the kindness of Mr. Ames and Bobby Hogue, and the hours she spent in half-sleep as the transistor radio played Up on Cripple Creek and Crystal Blue Persuasion. As the first half of July unspools, It seems like Kirby will also remember starting a romance with Darren Fraser. Since the morning he picked her up outside the Shiretown Inn and drove her home, they have seen each other every day. Darren lifeguards from 9 to 5, and he spends nearly every evening with his parents and the extended Fraser family, who keep a non-stop social schedule: lobster dinners, bonfires, house parties, boat parties, pig roasts, bingo, ice cream socials, dances, and steamers on Sundays. Darren doesn't offer to bring Kirby to any of these events, which she understands at first. They're still getting to know each other, but she assumes it's only a matter of time. Darren leaves these social engagements early so that he can pick Kirby up at 10 o'clock and drive her to work, and the next morning he's always stationed out front at 7 on the dot to drive her back to Narragansett Avenue before he has to report to the beach. At night, they neck in the front seat of the car. They park on little-used Thayer Street, but in the mornings, they keep themselves to just a hand squeeze in case any of Kirby's housemates are looking out the window. Kirby longs to be more intimate with Darren, sexually certainly, but also emotionally. They talk in the car and they kiss in the car. The mere sight of the red Corvair turning the corner makes Kirby's heart breach like a whale. But she wants another date. She wants to go to the movies or to dinner at the Boston House, or even to shoot a game of pool at Lou's Worry. She'd like to double with Patty and Luke, although ever since that night with Tommy O'Callahan, Patty and Luke have kept to themselves, and Kirby understands. All she wants is to be alone with Darren. "Can we do the carousel again?" Kirby asks him. "Maybe tonight before work?" "It's my auntie's birthday," he says. "The judge is making oyster stew." "I love oyster stew," Kirby says, though this is an outright lie. She likes clams, shrimp, and mussels, and she's a fool for lobster, but the pleasure of the oyster still eludes her. She's just angling for an invite. None comes. "We'll go back to the carousel," Darren says, "just not tonight." But then, serendipity. They have the same day off, Tuesday, and Darren proposes a beach outing. "I'll plan everything," he says. "All you need is your bikini and a book." Kirby loves that he said she needed a book. What is the beach without a good book? But she hopes they are too busy swimming and kissing and splashing and tussling in the sand to read. Even so, she packs Myra Breckenridge, which she hasn't even cracked open, and she decides she's finally tan enough to wear her white crocheted bikini. Darren asks Kirby to meet him at Tony's Market. He wants to pick up beer and ice, and they can leave from there. Kirby agrees, but as she's walking from Narragansett Avenue to Tony's, she passes right by Darren's house, and his car is still out front. Should she go knock on the door or keep going and meet him at Tony's like he asked her to? Her head advises her to keep going. Her heart tells her differently. She marches up the walk and knocks on the door. "Come in," a voice booms from inside. Kirby pulls open the screen door and enters. She peers into the sunny front room with its bright furnishings. On the white kidney-shaped table there's a glass pitcher holding periwinkle hydrangeas that make the room even more summery and inviting. In addition to being beautiful and accomplished, Dr. Fraser has impeccable taste. Kirby is nearly frantic to win her over. She continues down the hall, passing a small powder room with green bamboo-printed wallpaper, to the last door on the right, which opens to an eat-in kitchen that is decorated to resemble a Parisian brasserie. There is a black and white tile floor and marble countertops and frosted glass globe pendant lights and a wooden sign that says Café, Chocolat, Pâté et Sirop over the copper sink. There's jaunty clarinet music playing. The judge is leaning against the counter, bifocals on, with the newspaper spread out in front of him. He's wearing green golf pants and a yellow polo shirt. There's a couple sitting at the round bistro table drinking coffee and helping themselves to a rainbow pinwheel of fruit and a platter of muffins. Hi, Kirby says. The man and woman at the table are older, the judge's age, and Kirby tells herself to act natural, as though she were meeting friends of her own parents. Sorry to interrupt. I'm looking for Darren. The three adults stare at her for a second as though she's an alien arrived from Mars. Kirby is, frankly, relieved that Dr. Fraser isn't present. This is her chance to charm the judge, maybe. She gives him her best smile. Your Honor, I'm Kirby Foley. I met you at the home port with Rajani? Yes, the judge says. I remember. Good morning. The woman stands up. I'm Cassandra Fraser, she says, offering her hand. Her hair is in a towering bun that's wound with a colorful scarf. She's wearing wooden bangles that clatter as she shakes Kirby's hand. And this is my husband, Hank, she says as she sits down. Hank has a mouthful of muffin, but he rises to shake Kirby's hand, and then, once he's swallowed, he says, Hank Fraser, first cousin of the Honorable Judge. Kirby looks at Cassandra. Are you by any chance the sister of Mr. Ames's wife, Susanna? Cassandra cocks her head and offers a half smile. I am, yes. How do you know Susanna? Oh, I've never met her. But I work the night shift with Mr. Ames at the Shiretown Inn, and when I mentioned that I was friends with Darren, he said his wife's sister was married to the judge's cousin. Kirby feels a small sense of triumph, as though she has just plugged the last piece into a jigsaw puzzle. Yes, Cassandra exclaims. You're the young lady from Nantucket, then? Cal raves about you. That's very nice to hear, Kirby says. She checks to make sure that Judge Fraser has taken note of this, that his cousin's wife's sister's husband raves about Kirby. See, she wants to say, someone you know, even ever so tangentially, thinks I'm worth raving about. The judge says, And you're here to see Darren? I am, Kirby says. We're going to the beach. The beach? The judge says, as though he's never heard of the place. He turns to face the doorway. Darren, you have a visitor. Kirby wants to compliment the room. It's so cool, with all the Art Deco flourishes, so unexpectedly fun and fresh. She wants to take a mental picture of the fruit plate so that at some point in her own adult life, when she has money for that kind of exquisite produce, she might recreate it. Pale green slices of honeydew melon, brighter green kiwi, fresh pineapple, pale discs of banana, strawberries cut into fans, a pile of blueberries and blackberries in the center. She wants to ask Cassandra where she got her scarf and her bracelets. Is the scarf from Paris? The bracelets look vaguely African. Were they purchased at a market in Nairobi? Kirby also wants to ask about the music. She usually listens to rock and roll, but the clarinet has a cheerful cadence that makes it perfect for a summer morning. Is it Benny Goodman? Basically, Kirby would like to be invited to be a part of this world, but she's afraid of sounding pushy, and so she says nothing, and the four of them stew in awkward silence until Darren comes down to the kitchen. When he sees Kirby, his expression is one of unadulterated alarm. What are you doing here? He says. Kirby tries to smile. We're going to the beach, right? I didn't know your friend works with Cal at the Shiretown Inn, Cassandra says. You should have told me. Darren gives his aunt a distracted nod. To Kirby he says, I thought I said Tony's. You did, but I was in the neighborhood. You're off to the beach? The judge asks. The nudie beach? Hank crows. Lobsterville, Darren says. We're meeting people there. They are? This is news to Kirby. The judge takes his time folding the newspaper, and everyone watches as he does so. Kirby can tell he's deliberating over something. What will his verdict be? Go on then, he says. Get out of here before your mother gets home. They head out to the car in silence. Kirby feels she owes Darren an apology. It was rude of her to show up unannounced. She wanted to prove something, but what? That she wasn't afraid? That she could hang out with Darren's family and fit in? In the end, she has proved nothing, and now Darren's angry. He parks the Corvair in front of Tony's Market and runs in without a word. Kirby nearly calls out to offer him money, but in the end, she just folds her hands in her lap and bows her head. Get out of here before your mother gets home. It doesn't take a Rhodes Scholar to figure out what the judge meant by that. When Darren emerges from the store, he's grinning. He's himself again. He puts the ice and beer on the floor in the back seat, starts the engine, turns up the radio. It's Dylan singing "Lay, Lady, Lay." "Let's get out of this town," he says. "I want to relax." It's Kirby's 4th time up island, and she's beginning to recognize landmarks. The Ag Hall, and Allie's General Store in West Tisbury, and then the long stretch of Middle Road. They pass the turnoff for Tea Lane, where Rajani nannies the demon twins in the beachfront castle with the War Hall. And then, once Middle Road turns into State, Kirby recognizes the driveway to Luke's compound on Nashaquitza Pond. They pass through Menemsha, turn right, and end up at Lobsterville Beach. "I've heard about this beach from guests at the inn," she says. "One man got such a bad sunburn, he renamed it Turned into a Lobsterville Beach." Darren laughs, and it sounds genuine. The day started out a little topsy-turvy, but Kirby feels it righting itself. Lobsterville Beach is nearly empty. They are very clearly not meeting anyone else. Darren carries the chairs and the cooler to a secluded cove where they can see the cliffs of Gay Head jutting out into the ocean. It must be the most picturesque spot on the island, Kirby thinks, and he sought it out for her. He sets up the chairs and towels, and then he strips off his t-shirt. His skin is such a beautiful color that Kirby wants to compliment it, but she isn't sure what words to use. He notices her staring at him. "You ready to swim?" "Hell yeah," she says, and she races him to the water. Darren bought Schlitz beer, her favorite, and it's icy cold. They crack a couple open, and then, because there's no one else in sight, Kirby produces a joint that she tucked into her change purse before she left the house. "Smoke?" she says. "I don't usually," he says, "but today I'll make an exception." Kirby lights the joint, takes a toke, and passes it over to Darren, who inhales with deep appreciation. They smoke the joint down to an itty-bitty roach, and then Kirby falls back on her towel, suffused in a cloud of sweet smoke and a sense of great well-being. Drugs are a public scourge, and yet they make absolutely everything better, at least temporarily. Before she knows what's happening, Darren pulls her up by the hand and leads her behind a giant boulder at the edge of the cove. He starts kissing her. It's novel for them to be standing, with their hips pushed together, and then, as if that isn't seductive enough, Darren lifts her up. Her back scrapes against the rock, but she doesn't care. She wraps her legs around him and squeezes and gets lost in the kissing and in the pressure and in the heat between their bodies. When she opens her eyes, she sees the green, raging sea beyond, and she knows she will never forget this moment. She breaks away. "I want to wait." "You do?" Darren says. He eases her feet back down to the sand. "I mean, yeah, that's cool. We can wait." "I'd like a bed," Kirby says. "I'm sure that sounds old-fashioned." Darren kisses her. "Not old-fashioned at all. I'd like a bed, too. You deserve a man who lavishes you with attention, who takes his time with you." For no reason, tears burn Kirby's eyes, or not for no reason. She is suddenly assaulted by memories of sex with Officer Scotty Turbo. It was fast, it was rough, it was about his pleasure, not hers. It was about his needs, his schedule, his agenda. He used her, then threw her away. "Hey," Darren says, running a thumb under her eye. "What's wrong?" "Your parents don't know we're seeing each other, do they?" She uses the phrase seeing each other because that's all it is. It isn't dating. They never go anywhere together. They are never seen in public. She's a secret for him, just like she was with Scotty Turbo. Darren sighs. No, he says. They don't. It's your mother who objects. Yes, and she persuaded my father that you're, I don't know, inappropriate? I'm not sure why. I know why, Kirby says. She squints down the beach. It's deserted. Want to walk? Sure, Darren says. The story is easier to tell while they're in motion. Kirby can stare straight ahead instead of at Darren, which gives her some emotional distance. Remember when I told you about the policeman I dated? She says. Yes, Darren says. He's haunted me since you mentioned him. I went to an anti-war protest this past winter, Kirby says, in Cambridge. Darren shrugs. I didn't go to any. I mean, I'm against the war, but I had so much work. Protesting takes time, Kirby says. You don't have to explain to me. She had spent countless hours making signs and convincing other women at Simmons to go. This was in February, after the second year of surprise Tet attacks, but before Tiger was drafted. So at that time, Kirby's opposition to the war had been pure and uncomplicated. She had marched, she had chanted, she had disobeyed police orders to the crowds to stand down, to clear the streets and go home. She had called one policeman a pig and was preparing to spit on his shield, just as she had spit on Roger Donnelly's school desk years before, when he grabbed her, pinned her hands behind her back, cuffed her, and said, "You're coming with me, dollface." It gives Kirby chills thinking of it even now. She quieted down once she was cuffed. Her situation had become very real very quickly, and all she could think was how angry her parents would be, and Exalta would be worse than angry. Kirby was being arrested. The officer remained silent as he did his best to skirt the mob and lead Kirby back to his squad car. He pulled her along by the upper arm, though his grip loosened, and indeed he was nearly gentle with her, protective. Kirby was relieved for a moment. This man was going to deliver her from the mayhem. What was she doing here anyway? She did want an end to the war, and she wanted her voice to be heard by the people in charge. Nixon, John Mitchell, Spiro Agnew, Henry Kissinger. But now there would be very real consequences for her idealism, expense, and public shame. "I'm sorry I called you a pig," Kirby said. "I don't think the police are pigs. I'm not sure why I said that." The officer shrugged. "Nobody's right if everybody's wrong." Kirby suppressed a smile. He was quoting Buffalo Springfield. Had she managed to get arrested by the one member of the Boston Police Department who had a rebellious streak? When they got to the squad car, the officer read Kirby her Miranda rights, but his heart didn't seem to be in it. Kirby focused on his name tag, Turbo, and thought that it was a name better suited to a fighter pilot. Then she noticed that his eyes were green, her favorite color, and there was a sly cast to his expression that had long been her downfall with men. "How old are you, dollface?" he asked. 21, she said. "I'm a junior at Simmons." "Oh yeah?" he said. "I thought maybe you were one of those uppity Wellesley girls." "They rejected me," Kirby said. Blair had gone to Wellesley, but Kirby's grades hadn't been as good, and she didn't make the cut, much to Exalta's dismay. "Rejected you, dollface?" he said. "You're kidding me." "Stop calling me that," she said. Dollface. It was such a demeaning term. She wasn't a doll. She was a woman, a person. Before she knew what was happening, Officer Turbo lifted her chin and kissed her. She thought of resisting, pushing him away, even kicking him in the nuts. He was abusing his authority. But she instantly felt attracted to him. She was helpless anyway, with her hands shackled behind her back, but the thing was, this turned her on. It was so wrong, so counter to the principles of being a strong female, that she felt betrayed by her body. He was the one who pulled away. He looked as startled as she felt. "I'm against the war too," he said. Before she could respond, he said, "I'm not going to haul you in, but I am writing you a ticket for disturbing the peace." She had thought, that's ironic. It was Richard Nixon who was disturbing the peace, and Johnson before him, and McNamara. Kirby stood quietly while Officer Turbo wrote out a ticket, then uncuffed her and handed her the citation as though nothing had happened, as though he hadn't just given her the best kiss of her young life. "My name's Scotty," he said. "Stay out of trouble." Kirby had turned her misadventure into an empowering anecdote. Yes, she had been arrested, put in handcuffs and everything, but in her greatly modified rendition of the story, she talked sense into the arresting officer, and he let her go with just a fine. $75. It was too much money for Kirby to come up with on her student budget, and so she had to tell her parents. They should be grateful, she'd told them. He'd let her off easy. Kate and David were not grateful, they were appalled. But Kirby pointed out that all she had done was protest the government's foreign policy, a right guaranteed her by the U.S. Constitution. It was the policeman who should be judged, not Kirby. "What was the officer's name?" David asked. "I forget," Kirby lied. David was an influential lawyer and could probably find a way to have Officer Scotty Turbo disciplined or even suspended, which wasn't what Kirby wanted. What Kirby wanted was to see Scotty Turbo again. But how? All she knew about him was that he was an officer with the BPD who had been assigned to the protests in Cambridge that day. She had no way to determine what his regular beat was. Did he write parking tickets around Fenway, or investigate break-ins in Back Bay, or set speed traps on Route 93? Kirby realized her best hope of seeing Scotty Turbo again was to do what she had been doing the first time. And so a few weeks later, when another protest was scheduled at Harvard, Kirby attended. She tried to remember where she had been when he grabbed her. She thought it was on Russell Street, across from the Coop. And sure enough, there he was, standing in exactly the same spot. "Pig!" she shouted. She considered pretending to spit, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Instead, she winked at him, and he immediately grabbed her by the arm, harder this time, pinned her wrists behind her, and threw on the cuffs. "Hey, dollface," he said in her ear. He led Kirby to his squad car, read her Miranda rights, then opened the back door. "Get in," he said. Fear rumbled through Kirby's gut. Was he taking her in for real this time? She ducked her head and folded into the back seat of the car, which was separated from the front by a metal grate. She felt like an animal. He drove south through Boston, past UMass, past Quincy, and into Braintree, where he pulled over behind an abandoned warehouse. It started to rain, which only made the circumstances bleaker. What were they doing here? Officer Turbo parked and got out to survey the area. Kirby couldn't help craning her neck, too. There was no one else around. He could shoot her and dump her, and he would never be caught. He opened the back door. "Move over," he said. He slid in beside her and unlocked her cuffs. They started seeing each other every few days. They went to first base, second base, third base, and then Scotty would stop. It was excruciating. Kirby wanted to sneak him into her dorm, but she had a roommate who was always around. "What about your place? Can't we go there?" she asked. "No," he said. "I live with my mother. She's older but still sharp, and she has a German shepherd who is very territorial." "Motel?" she said. It seemed sleazy and low class, but what choice did they have? "I've got a better idea," he said. "I own a little fishing shack up on Lake Winnipesaukee. First nice day, we'll go." The first nice stretch of days came the second week of April, right after Easter. Officer Scotty Turbo pulled up to the Simmons campus in a royal blue Dodge convertible, picked Kirby up, and drove north on I-95 to a town called Wolfboro, New Hampshire, on the lake. "I went to school in this town," he said. "You did?" Kirby said. She realized then that she knew almost nothing about Scotty's background, except that he lived with his mother and her German shepherd, that he graduated in the middle of the pack from the police academy, and that he'd made a name for himself in crowd control. His regular beats included Fenway Park and Alumni Stadium. "Brewster Academy," he said. "My parents sent me there after I got expelled from Weymouth High School for fighting." He pointed out the campus, a cluster of white-clapboard buildings on a green with a darling chapel, and Kirby tried to picture a teenage Scotty Turbo walking to class. It was nearly impossible. He was so sturdy, serious, surly. It seemed like he had been born a full-grown man. The fishing shack was exactly that, a wooden structure that featured 4 walls, a floor, and a roof. It was furnished for survival. There was a metal sink, a small icebox, a cot with a bare mattress. Scotty threw open 2 doors, and voila! The gloom became illuminated with the day's sunlight. Outside was a small deck with a table and 2 chairs, and beyond the deck lay a steep, muddy bank that descended to the expanse of Lake Winnipesaukee. The lake was beautiful in an austere way. The trees were only starting to bud, but the unseasonably warm day hinted at how appealing this place must be in summer and early fall. Unsure of what to do, Kirby lingered at the railing of the deck, gazing out. Scotty came up behind her, moved her hair, and kissed the back of her neck. They made love 3 or 4 times that day, then slept intertwined on the cot. They even went skinny dipping in the lake. The water was so cold it burned, but when Kirby emerged, she felt clean and strong, as though she had been dipped in steel. When the sun started to descend, they got back in the Dodge and drove to a little tavern downtown for hot roast beef sandwiches and cold beer. When Scotty dropped Kirby back at Simmons, she knew she was in love. Kirby doesn't tell Darren all of this, naturally, just the gist of it, and she doesn't check to see how he's processing everything. They reach the point on the beach where they can't go any farther, and that seems like a natural place to turn around and head back. Now comes the hard part, Kirby thinks. Once Kirby and Scotty had slept together, the genie could not be put back into the bottle. There followed a string of days when all Kirby could think about was how they could be together. Another trip to Winnipesaukee was impractical, so they resorted to fast, furtive interludes in the dark corners and crevices of Boston. Behind the warehouse in Braintree was a favorite spot, as was a certain hidden nook in the park along the Charles River. One time, it was the bathroom of an Irish bar next to Fenway during one of the first Red Sox games of the season. And then Kirby felt a change. She was dizzy. Her breasts were tender. She was tired. No, she thought. Blair was pregnant, but she was married to Angus, which made it a proper and joyful event. Kirby being in the same boat was a disgrace. There was also the undeniable fact that Kirby didn't want children, ever. When she started to feel nauseated, she made an appointment at the free clinic in Roxbury under the name of Clarissa Bouvier. The name Clarissa had been plucked right from the book she was reading in her contemporary literature class, Mrs. Dalloway, and Bouvier was a tribute to the former First Lady, Jackie Kennedy. After the nurse confirmed that yes, Kirby was probably about 6 weeks along, she said, "The doctor will be in to examine you." The woman who walked in was named Dr. Fraser. Kirby had started to cry. Dr. Fraser had cocked an eyebrow. "So, I take it this wasn't planned?" "No, not planned, not wanted." "I can't have this baby," Kirby said. "I cannot. I can't even go away, have the baby, and come back. I'm in college. My brother just went to war. My family can't handle any more shocks. Plus, they'll disown me." "I highly doubt that," Dr. Fraser said. "Where do you live?" "Brookline," Kirby said. "So you have resources then," Dr. Fraser said. If by resources she meant money, then yes. The Foley Levins had financial resources, but they were growing short on emotional resources. "I can't have this baby. It's not an option." "Legally, that's your only option," Dr. Fraser said. Kirby can remember hating Dr. Fraser at that moment. The doctor was in her mid-40s and very attractive, very put together, too put together to be working at this crappy clinic. Kirby guessed that she volunteered here a day or two a week. "Surely there must be some place," Kirby said. There were rumors at Simmons about ways to handle an unwanted pregnancy, like a storefront in Chinatown. If you knew the secret password, they'd give you a magic potion, and when you woke up, it was done. "In Chinatown?" The doctor sighed. "I could get in trouble for telling you this, but here's an address." "Don't wait on this." Dr. Fraser checked the file for her patient's name. "Clarissa. It's safe, but it's not cheap." This was the worst event of Kirby's life. But for the doctor, Kirby supposed, it was just another day in the office. The address was on Washington Street, somewhere in the desolate South End. Kirby clutched the piece of paper like the life preserver it was. "Don't wait on this," Dr. Fraser had said. But Kirby had to take care of something first. She arranged to meet Scotty that evening behind the warehouse in Braintree. She didn't let on that anything was wrong, but when she saw him, she tells Darren, she stuttered until she got the words out. "Scotty, I'm pregnant." "And what did he say?" Darren wants to know. "Did he do the honorable thing and ask you to marry him?" Would she be standing here if he had? She had been so blindly infatuated with Scotty Turbo that if he had said he wanted to marry her and keep the baby, she would have said yes. But Scotty Turbo had said no such thing. He had pulled all the cash out of his wallet, $142, and said he hoped that was enough. Kirby didn't say, enough for what? She knew what it was for, and even though an abortion was what she wanted, it hurt her that it was what he wanted too. She took his money and said, "You don't live with your mother, do you? You're married, aren't you?" He said, "What are you, a detective?" And then he'd kissed her forehead and hurried back to his squad car. She never heard from him again. Later that night, she had awoken with painful cramping, and in the morning, she started to bleed. "Things took care of themselves," Kirby says to Darren now. "But I couldn't believe it when Rajani took me to your house and there was Dr. Fraser. At first, I didn't think she remembered me, but now I know that she does." Darren squeezes Kirby's hand. "I'm sorry you had to go through all that. This doesn't change my feelings for you one bit. People have histories, Kirby. I don't care what my mother thinks." "But you do care," Kirby says. "You're here with me, sure, at an unpopulated beach. But you should have seen your face when you walked into your kitchen today. You took me by surprise. You didn't want me there. And your father told us to shoo before your mother got home." "I don't think my mother would judge you," Darren says. "She's not like that. She sees girls in that predicament all the time." "I think your mother is a lovely person," Kirby says, "and she helped me when I desperately needed it. But she doesn't want you to date me. You're her only child, a son who goes to Harvard. She wants you to be with someone virtuous and principled and unsullied. It doesn't matter that I didn't end up having an abortion. It matters that I was careless and exercised poor judgment and let myself get into trouble." They arrive back at their towels. Kirby's heart is dense and cold, like a hunk of ice in her chest. She gathers up her things. "I want you to take me home." "Kirby." "Darren." They stare at each other, and it feels like a standoff. Fight for me then, she says. Invite me to the beach picnic at Lambert's Cove on Friday, or for steamers on Sunday. Tell your parents and your aunts, uncles, and cousins that we're dating, and too bad if they don't like it. I'm afraid they'll make you uncomfortable, Darren says. You're afraid they'll make you uncomfortable, Kirby says. I think if we just take it slow, meaning keep it a secret, you're being unfair. It's doomed, Kirby says. Being with Scotty Turbo had taught her how to recognize a doomed relationship. There are things we can change and things we can't. I can change how your family sees me, I promise you that, but only if you give me the chance to spend some time with them. Kirby. He knows she's right. She can see it on his face, but she can also see he's too afraid to do anything about it. Take me home, Darren, she says. Please. Darren dutifully collapses the chairs, folds the towels, packs up the cooler, and heads back to the car, Kirby trailing him. As she climbs in the passenger side of the Corvair, in her mind, she travels back 4 weeks to the first time she laid eyes on Darren, when he stopped to pick her up hitchhiking. She had no idea that saying yes to that ride would lead to this crushing disappointment, but she has to admit that if she had the moment to do over, she would still say yes. Whatever Lola wants. The evenings that Kate has spent at the Straight Wharf Theater over the years have been some of the happiest of her life, and although she's miserable to her core this summer, she still brightens when Exalta reminds her they have 3 tickets, front row, for that evening's performance of Damn Yankees. Kate has never seen the show, but she loves Adler and Ross, and she loves seeing shows on Nantucket in an intimate theater with familiar faces in the cast. They were planning to take Jessie, but she's been grounded because news of the stealing incident at the club reached Exalta's ears, and Jessie confirmed it was true. When Exalta relayed this to Kate, Kate said, "I'll have a talk with her," and Exalta said, "I've handled the matter, darling. Believe me, she has learned her lesson." Kate knows she should address the issue with Jessie nonetheless, but she doesn't have the energy. Jessie is grounded for the rest of the week. No beach, no town, and no theater tonight. Fine. Blair says she's far too big to sit comfortably for 2 hours, so Exalta offers the 3rd ticket to Bill Crimmins, which makes sense, since he is the only other grown-up in the house, but it makes Kate uncomfortable. "Really, Mother?" Kate says. "We're taking Bill?" "He loves the theater," Exalta says, "and please wipe that look off your face, darling. He's hardly our servant." "Not our servant, obviously," Kate says, though he is their employee and also, this summer, their tenant. But Kate holds her tongue because she knows that her real issue with Bill Crimmins isn't his social status. He has worked for them for so long he can be considered family. Kate's issue is that Bill Crimmins owes her an answer about her son, and he seems unaware of the agony that Kate is enduring while she waits. Normal interaction with the man is impossible. For this trip to the theater, then, she will have to call upon her own inner actress. Kate, Exalta, and Bill leave the house with plenty of time to spare for a 7:30 curtain. Bill looks more than respectable in pressed slacks and a navy blazer. He is solicitous and polite, careful to act as escort to both Exalta and Kate. He knows absolutely everyone on the island and is greeted what feels like 100 times as they walk to the theater, and then 100 times more once they enter the theater. "You're quite the social butterfly," Exalta says. She sounds put out, nearly jealous, and Kate itches to remind Exalta that they don't know anyone because in the decades that they've lived here, they have socialized only at one place, and that's the Field and Oar Club. The club often feels like the center of the island, but as Kate looks around, she sees there is an entire community of people, summer and year-round, whom she doesn't know. She can't be bothered about her limited circle this summer. That's a luxury for a woman whose son is not at war. For now, it will be all Kate can do to pay attention to the performance. It doesn't have a military theme, which is good. She couldn't have handled South Pacific, for example, or even Bye Bye Birdie. This musical is about baseball. But as the house lights dim and the show begins, Kate grows uneasy. The plot seems innocent enough. A longtime Washington Senators fan desperately wants his team to beat the Yankees and win the pennant. But it quickly turns into a tale of selling one's soul to the devil. The character of Mr. Applegate is going to turn old Joe Boyd into shoeless Joe Hardy, who will have the talent to lead the Senators to the pennant in exchange for his soul. Kate struggles not to draw parallels. She and Bill have an agreement, an understanding. He and his grandson can stay indefinitely if he finds a way to get Tiger home. But if that doesn't happen? The show is entertaining. Kate loses herself in the story for long stretches. Bill Crimmins is sitting between Kate and Exalta, but Kate notices Exalta pitched forward in her seat, enthralled to the actors and the music. The woman who plays Lola is a knockout. Kate recognizes her as one of the people who were sitting at table 1 at the Opera House the other night. When she sings Whatever Lola Wants, Exalta sings along softly. Well, yes, Kate thinks, her mother would like that song. Kate decides she will talk to Bill Crimmins tonight. She can't wait another day. Nixon has promised to start sending boys home, but there are still 500,000 troops in Vietnam, and the ones who will leave first are the ones who have been over there the longest, meaning not Tiger. Kate wants to believe that the peace talks taking place in Paris will work, but the negotiators can't even decide on a round table versus a rectangular table, so how can they possibly iron out their ideological differences? The play has a happy ending. Shoeless Joe wins the pennant and escapes eternal damnation, and is reunited with his one true love, his wife. I don't need everything tied up with a bow, Kate thinks. She just needs Tiger to come home. At the curtain call, Exalta jumps to her feet, clapping wildly, and then Bill Crimmins stands, presumably in deference to Exalta. Whatever Exalta wants, Kate thinks, Exalta gets. And soon the rest of the audience members get to their feet. There are whistles and hollers of approval. The cast bows, then bows again. The lights come up, and, as much as Kate enjoyed the show, she's glad it's over. Walking down Fair Street, Exalta gushes, "That was just marvelous, wasn't it?" "It was indeed," Bill Crimmins agrees heartily. "Let's go to dinner," Exalta says. "Mother," Kate says. "At the Woodbox," Exalta says. "I haven't been once all summer, and it's right across the street." "I could go for some popovers," Bill Crimmins says, "and Madam T is quite fond of me, you know." "Everyone on this island is fond of you, Bill," Exalta observes. "I'm going to pass," Kate says. She likes to eat at the Woodbox when they come up for the occasional autumn weekend, but in the summer it's beastly hot, and beyond that, Kate doesn't have the patience to sit and make small talk about the show when she has such pressing business to discuss with Bill Crimmins. She's positive that once she demurs, Exalta will as well, because what is Exalta going to do? Go to dinner with Bill Crimmins by herself? Yes, apparently. Bill Crimmins links his arm through Exalta's, and they saunter across the street, leaving Kate to stand out in front of All's Fair. Kate tells herself she doesn't care. She goes inside to pour herself a vodka. Kate is 3 drinks in when she hears her mother and Bill Crimmins come home. There are brief good nights exchanged, and then Kate hears Exalta's footsteps on the stairs, and Bill Crimmins strides into the kitchen whistling Shoeless Joe from Hannibal Moe, his blazer dangling off one hooked finger. When he sees Kate sitting in the near dark with a vodka over ice in front of her, he startles, and his expression becomes fearful, as though he has encountered the devil herself. "Bill?" she says. "Katie." Again, the loathsome nickname. Kate stands up, steadying herself against the table. I need to know about Tiger. Bill's face falls, and Kate grips the table's edge. I overestimated my brother-in-law's influence, he says. He isn't able to pull the strings to get Tiger home. Bill, Kate says. She isn't sure which emotion to indulge first, anger or agony. She knew things would turn out this way. The U.S. military isn't inclined to grant personal favors, even when the request comes from the very top, and yet she still feels swindled. Bill's suggestion had been prompted by desperation. He needed a place for himself and the boy to live. He might have flat out lied to bargain his way into little fare. Did Bill's brother-in-law even know the general? Had Bill's brother-in-law really served in World War II? Did Bill even have a brother-in-law? I do have information, however, Bill says. I was able to get that. Information? Kate says. What does that mean? Bill pulls a chair out as though to sit down, but Kate shakes her head. Tell me right now. Tiger has been sent off on a special mission. Bill bunches his blazer up in his hands and stares down at it. It was unexpected. Tiger's company ran into a bad firefight. Kate squeezes her eyes closed, and so many men in his company were killed that the survivors were reassigned to other companies, and Tiger was sent... Where? Kate asks. To Cambodia, Bill says. He was sent on a special mission to Cambodia. Cambodia, Kate thinks as she falls into bed. Tiger has supposedly been sent on a mission to disrupt the flow of supplies along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Kate is skeptical. Is this information reliable? Bill Crimmins has proved untrustworthy. Who's to say that he's not making this up? Although it would explain why there have been no letters. When Kate asked Bill Crimmins how long he had known about Cambodia, he said, I found out only a few days ago. I've been waiting for the right time to tell you. This answer made Kate livid. Granted, she hadn't seen much of Bill Crimmins the past few days, but he'd just sat through an entire musical with her without giving a hint or a clue that he had news of any kind. When he entered the kitchen, he had been whistling. The news obviously didn't weigh on him at all. If Kate hadn't asked him directly, would he have kept the information a secret so that he and Pick could continue to live in Little Fair? Yes, undoubtedly. Kate was so furious and so upset about Tiger in Cambodia, which was a place she couldn't picture and that she wasn't sure she could point to on a map, that she ordered Bill Crimmins to move out. He could stay until the end of the weekend, she told him, but that was it. Even in the dark kitchen, she had seen Bill's face turn ashen. But it's July, Katie, he said. Where are we going to live? All the summer rentals are booked, and I couldn't possibly afford one of those anyway. I agreed to let you stay because you told me you could help Tiger. You promised. Kate wasn't sure that Bill had promised exactly, but the message in his letter had been clear. He would use his connections to keep Tiger safe. But he hadn't, and now he had to face the consequences. A good faith effort on his part wasn't enough, not when Tiger's life was on the line. Pick has a job here, Bill said. He's working his tail off every single day. And I have a business to run. I have clients who depend on me. Well then, maybe one of your other clients will offer you a place to live, she said. Katie, he said, come on. You're not like this. True. Kate wasn't like this. Exalta was the tough, uncompromising one. Kate had always been distinguished by her loveliness, her graciousness, her empathy, her charity, qualities her mother counted as weaknesses. It was only with Tiger's deployment that Kate had developed a carapace around her heart. Have you ever thought what it feels like for me, she asked, having him here? He's almost never around. Even so, Kate said. She moved toward the hallway. Good night, Bill. You don't want to do this, Kate, he said. His voice from the dark void of the kitchen was menacing. "I know I promised never to tell anyone about what happened, but you've put me in a spot where it might be impossible to keep quiet." He was threatening her then, and under other circumstances, this might be effective. Bill Crimmins was the only person on the planet who knew Kate's secret. But oddly, it didn't scare her. If he told anyone what she'd admitted to him so many years ago, it would be his word against hers. No one would believe Bill Crimmins, except for Exalta. If Exalta heard what Bill Crimmins had to say, she would know it was true. But Kate didn't care anymore. Nothing mattered to Kate but getting Tiger home. Sunshine of Your Love. During her truly miserable week in captivity, Jessie finishes Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. The diary ends abruptly, and sure enough, the afterword states that Anne and her sister Margot were discovered in their hiding place and taken first to Auschwitz, then to Bergen-Belsen, where they died of typhus. Jessie blinks back hot tears, thinking she must have misread something. She assumed that Anne survived, because why would anyone assign this book to a 7th grader if Anne had died? But reading it again does nothing to change the outcome. Anne died. Only Otto Frank, her father, survived. Miep Gies found Anne's diary. She gave it to Otto Frank, who allowed it to be published. The line that finally makes Jessie burst into sobs is, "In spite of everything, I still believe that people are good at heart." Jessie cries and cries. What about Helen Dunscombe, she wonders. Is she good at heart? What about Garrison Howe? What about Exalta? Jessie is so angry at Exalta that she suspects the answer is no. Exalta is not good at heart. She's judgmental and prejudiced. But how did she get that way? She has everything a person could want. Jessie tries to get a grip, but the tears keep coming. Tiger is on a secret mission. Jessie has no details, but it sounds dangerous, even more dangerous than the regular Vietnam War. Are the Viet Cong good at heart? Some of them, probably. The Viet Cong support communism, which is a system in which everyone shares. This is bad because in exchange for this sharing, individuals give up their freedom, and to Americans, freedom is the most important thing. Jessie has had her freedom taken away this week, so she understands its value. There's a knock on her door, and Jessie reaches for a tissue to mop her face. "Hello?" she says. The door opens a bit, and Pick pokes his head in. "You okay?" he says. "I heard you crying." Jessie can't possibly admit that she's weeping over her summer reading. "My brother was sent out on a secret mission," she says. Pick comes in, closes the door behind him, and sits on Jessie's bed, facing her. He's half an arm's distance away. Jessie's mother would explode like a grenade if she knew that Pick and Jessie were in Jessie's bedroom with the door closed. Jessie would be grounded for another week at least. But she isn't about to ask Pick to leave. That's so cool. Maybe he's an assassin or something. Maybe he's going to be a hero. Jessie wants to inform Pick that Tiger is already a hero. Every American soldier fighting in Vietnam is a hero. "Maybe," she says. "What are you doing home?" It's 11:30 in the morning, a time Pick usually goes to the beach. "It's kind of a blah day out," he says. "Plus I wanted to sleep in. I'm going to a party after work tonight. Some of the wait staff are having a bonfire on the beach." "Sounds fun," Jessie says. "I wish I could invite you along, but it's my first time being included, and I'm not sure it would be cool if I brought a date." Date. Despite Jessie's abject misery, her heart sprouts wings. "I can't go anywhere anyway," Jessie says. "I'm grounded." Pick reaches out and wipes away Jessie's tears, and she stays stock still, feeling warmth where he touched her. "Grounded?" he says. "What did you do?" "Nani found out I lost the necklace," Jessie says. "I took it without asking. Sticky fingers, Pick says. I like it. Without warning, Pick leans over and kisses Jessie on the lips. Jessie is dumbstruck. The kiss was light, fleeting, sweet. Do it again, Jessie thinks. Do it again? He must read her mind, because he kisses her again, and his mouth stays on her mouth, and then his lips part, and she feels his tongue. It's foreign, someone else's tongue in her mouth, but it's also electrifying. She feels like someone just plugged her in. Their tongues touch, and in another instant they are necking, just like people in the movies, and Pick shifts closer and puts a hand behind her head and pulls her in. How long does it last? A couple of minutes, the most sublime, intoxicating minutes of Jessie's life. Kissing is, well, Jessie now understands it's the secret to happiness. She never wants to stop. She tries not to think, just surrenders to their tongues and Pick's soft lips and the way he smells and tastes. Finally, he pulls away. She's dizzy. He grins. I've been wanting to do that for a while now. You have? Yeah, he says. Haven't you? She has no answer to this. Pick stands up. I'm going to grab lunch at Susie's snack bar, he says. Do you want me to bring you something? Jessie is still in a daze. Chicken? She says. The fried chicken? He says. Okay, I'll be back. From her window, Jessie watches Pick ride off. He's so self-assured, the way he swings his hips from side to side on his bike, and then stands straight up on the pedals, head held high. There isn't a boy on earth as magnetic and irresistible as Pick Crimmins. Jessie is in love with him, and she will be in love with him until she dies, and maybe even after that. Jessie and Pick eat their lunch on the tiny deck, and when they finish, Pick clears their trash away. What will happen now, Jessie wonders. What happens is that Pick pulls Jessie inside, away from anyone who might pass by on Plum Lane, and there is some more necking. This time is even better than the first. Jessie is more relaxed. She knows what she's doing. Or at least she does until Pick lifts the bottom of her shirt. Jessie swats his hand away. She doesn't even mean to do this. It's involuntary, a reflex. Pick pulls back. Sorry, he says. He holds both hands up in surrender. I'm getting carried away. We'd better stop. I should get ready for work. Jessie doesn't want to stop, and she knows that Pick still has hours before he has to leave for the North Shore. But she also isn't ready for anything more than kissing. She is thrilled that Pick is getting carried away, but it's scary too. Terrifying. That afternoon, Jessie writes identical letters to both Leslie and Doris. How's your summer going? My summer is fine. I have to take tennis lessons every morning at the Field and Oar Club. My backhand and my serve are coming along, so if I get invited to a weekend party on Hilton Head, I'll be prepared. Jessie considers crumpling this up and starting over. Leslie might understand what a weekend party on Hilton Head meant, but it'll most certainly go right over Doris's head. The only news I have is that I'm dating someone. His name is Pickford Crimmins, but he goes by Pick. He's 15 years old, from California, and very cute. Blonde hair, light blue eyes, and tanner than even George Hamilton. His family is actually living with my family this summer, which is how we met. I would not say we are going steady yet, although we probably will be soon. Jessie leans back to consider just how blown away Leslie and Doris will be by this news. Of the three of them, it's Jessie Levin who has gotten a boyfriend first. The fact that Pick isn't technically her boyfriend doesn't matter, because Leslie and Doris will never meet him. Also, we are going to Woodstock together in August. Jessie crosses this out. She can imagine Leslie reporting this startling fact to her mother, and then Leslie's mother calling David Levin to ask what on earth he's thinking, allowing his 13-year-old daughter to go to Woodstock. Blair is pregnant with twins, due August 1st. She's here on Nantucket now, and she'll have the babies at the hospital. My brother—" Jessie pauses. She doesn't want to say too much about Tiger's secret mission, although Jessie can't imagine that two adolescent girls in Brookline, Massachusetts, knowing about it would matter. "Sends letters full of things I can't tell anyone. Kirby—" Jessie wants to mention Kirby because all of Jessie's friends, especially Leslie, are obsessed with Kirby. But Jessie hasn't seen or talked to her all summer. Kirby sent a package that contained a tie-dyed Martha's Vineyard t-shirt with a card that said, "Miss you." Other than that, it's like Kirby has fallen off the face of the earth. "Is spending the summer on Martha's Vineyard. I'm hoping to be allowed to go visit, but my mom probably won't let me because she's upset about Tiger and doesn't want to say goodbye to any more of her children, even for a couple of days." These are the truest words in the whole letter, Jessie realizes. "That's all for now. Right back. Your best friend, Jessie. P.S. Thank you again for the record album. I listen to it all the time." White lie, Jessie thinks. She hasn't listened to it even once, and now that she and Exalta are at odds, she can't ask to use Exalta's Magnavox. Plus, it's in the den with the television that Blair watches all day, every day. But again, Leslie and Doris will never know. Jessie seals the letters in envelopes and puts a stamp on each, but she's not allowed to leave the house, so going to the mailbox will have to wait. She leans back in bed and thinks about kissing Pick. I'm getting carried away. Carried away isn't a phrase Jessie has given much thought to before, but now she sees how accurately it describes her mood. She feels like there is wind beneath her, like she is being lifted up into the air. She feels like she's soaring. Her life was one thing when she woke up that morning, and now it is something else entirely. As Jessie and Exalta are walking home from tennis lessons the next morning, Exalta says, "Well, Jessica, today is the last day of your grounding. Tomorrow you'll be free to do as you please." Free to do as she pleases. Jessie thinks back to the dinner at the Mad Hatter with her mother. Kate said that Jessie's birthday present would be permission to ride her bike to the beach in the afternoons. Has Kate learned what happened with the necklace? Jessie assumes so, though Kate hasn't said a word about it. It's probable, that even Jessie stealing hasn't managed to catch Kate's attention, which is a bad thing, but also, for Jessie, a good thing. Tomorrow, she will go to the beach with Pick. That night, Jessie is awakened by someone yelling. It's Mr. Crimmins, she realizes. She creeps out of bed and cracks her door so she can hear better. Not every word is distinct, but Jessie gets the gist of things. Mr. Crimmins is reprimanding Pick for breaking curfew. Curfew? Jessie didn't realize Pick had a curfew or rules of any kind. He seems not to need them. He sticks to a routine: beach, work, sleep. But when Jessie checks her clock, she sees that it's 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning? Is Pick just getting home? Then Jessie remembers the bonfire, but that was the night before. Maybe the staff at the North Shore have a bonfire every night, the way Kirby and her friends used to. Maybe Pick has been accepted by his peers and now has a standing invitation, and maybe in another week or two, he'll be able to bring Jessie with him. There's no way she'll be allowed to go, so she will have to sneak out and will likely get caught, and the only punishment she can imagine that would be severe enough for 2 major infractions in one summer is being sent to boarding school. Jessie worries that Pick will get grounded, just as Jessie's own sentence has been lifted. "Do you want to get us kicked out of here?" Mr. Crimmins asks. "No, sir. We're on thin enough ice as it is." "Yes, sir." Jessie hears Pick's feet on the stairs, so she shuts her door and climbs back into bed. There was no mention of grounding. Jessie closes her eyes. Tomorrow, she will wear her yellow bikini. The next morning before tennis, Jessie checks Pick's door, but it's closed tight. He's still asleep. When Jesse gets back from tennis, his bike is gone and his bedroom door is open. He went to the beach, as usual. Jessie changes into her suit and considers packing a lunch, but she doesn't want to waste any time. She races downstairs to the den, where Blair is lounging across the sofa with a pillow crammed between her legs. The big news with Blair is that she's wearing a new dress that Kate ordered for her from a catalog. It's orange corduroy and has a ruffled neckline and long sleeves. And although it's unseasonal, Blair's sweating just lying there, it's an improvement over the disintegrating yellow dress. "Can I borrow $1?" Jessie asks. "I'm biking to Surfside and I want to get a burger at the shack." She worries for a second that Blair will check to see if Jessie is allowed to bike to Surfside, or that she will tell Jessie that spending 50 cents on a burger, a quarter on fries, and a quarter on a Coke is a waste of money when there is perfectly good food in the kitchen. But Blair doesn't even look up. "My purse is in my bedroom," she says. "Take as much as you want." "Okay, thank you," Jessie says. She eyes Blair for a second. Should she be worried about her sister? She looks like an enormous, sad orange zombie entranced by the soap operas on television. "Can I get you anything?" "Me?" Blair says. "No. Thank you, though." Jessie decides she is never getting pregnant. It's amazing how freedom changes everything. The sun is brighter, the sky bluer, the window boxes of the houses on Fair Street are all first prize winners. Her breath comes easier, and her legs feel sure and strong as she pedals along. She's going to meet Pick at the beach. Once at Surfside, she hunts for Pick's bike in the rack. When she doesn't see it, she panics. What if he went somewhere else? Cisco? Nantucket? Steps? Jessie imagines herself on a wild goose chase around the island. But then she sees his bike on the very end, the telltale greenish-black color, the white tape on the handlebars. It's not locked up, which is careless of him but not surprising. Probably Pick is used to life on the commune, where everyone shared and there was no need for locks. Jessie chains her bike to his, and then chains her bike to the rack. There's the enticing smell of burgers and grilled onions wafting over from the shack. Jessie thinks of stopping, but she wants to find Pick first. She took $2 from Blair's wallet so that she could offer to pay for Pick's lunch. Surfside Beach is packed. The wide swath of sand is dotted with colorful umbrellas and blankets and competing music from transistor radios. First, Jessie hears Proud Mary by Cretans, and then a few seconds later, Touch Me by the Doors. The crowd is mostly families, but here and there are groups of teenagers, boys tossing a football, girls rubbing baby oil on their arms and legs. Jessie scans the beach for Pick. She imagines he swims a lot, then naps. Maybe he's invited to join these football games. She hopes he is. This is a busy, happy beach, and for that reason, sitting alone seems like a maudlin prospect. "Jessie!" Jessie lifts her gaze, and yes, down toward the water she sees Pick in his mustard-colored trunks waving at her. She can't hide her smile as she shuffles through the hot sand in her flip-flops. Pick grins. "I thought that was you," he says. "But imagine my surprise. You've not only been sprung from jail, you ventured all the way out here on your own." He checks behind her. "You're alone, right? Or did your mom come?" "I'm here alone," Jessie says. Her cheeks burn. He certainly didn't think she'd come to the beach with her mother. Then Jessie notices that behind Pick, lying on a beach towel that Jessie recognizes from All's Fair, is a girl in a black bikini. When Pick sees Jessie notice her, he says, "Oh, hey, come meet Sabrina." Jessie's legs suddenly feel weak and watery. She tells herself to breathe. This is nothing to worry about. Sabrina jumps to her feet. Sabrina is Pick's age, 15 or 16, and Sabrina is beautiful. She has a blonde ponytail, a toothy smile, actual breasts, and toenails painted the color of strawberries. "Hey," Sabrina says. She offers her hand like an adult. "I'm Sabrina. You must be Jessie. Pick talks about you all the time." "Hi," Jessie squeaks. She's slightly bolstered by this statement. Pick talks about her all the time, but she's afraid it doesn't mean what she wants it to mean. And sure enough, Pick wraps an arm around Sabrina's shoulders and kisses her cheek. "Sabrina is a waitress at the North Shore," Pick says, "and last night she agreed to be my girlfriend." He beams at Jessie. It feels as though he has just crushed her heart under his bike tire, or picked her heart up like a shell at the shoreline and chucked it out to sea. Agreed to be my girlfriend. Sabrina elbows Pick in the ribs. "You know I only said yes because I'm dying to go to Woodstock." "Woodstock or bust," Pick says. 4 weeks from now, I should have a pile of money saved." Sabrina smiles at Jessie. "Set your things down," she says. "Then we can go for a swim." "Oh," Jessie says. "I'm not staying. I just came to say hi." She squints out at the ocean through her gathering tears. The water sparkles, and Jessie is hot from biking, so hot. But there's no way she can stay here at the beach, no way she can swim with Sabrina and Pick. Sabrina is Pick's girlfriend. They are going steady, and Sabrina, not Jessie, is going with Pick to Woodstock. But what about the other day? The necking in Little Fair. It wasn't just a peck on the cheek. They had really been kissing. What changed? Pick had gone to a bonfire, maybe 2 bonfires. And it's true that Jessie hadn't really seen him since then, but she had relived the kissing in her mind 1,000 times, and she assumed he had too. But the necking with Jessie must not have lived up to his expectations, because now look, she has been relegated to little sister status. She should have let him go further. She should have let him put his hand under her shirt. But it had been so new then, and she hadn't been ready. It seems wildly unfair that now Pick is kissing Sabrina and putting his hand beneath Sabrina's shirt. Now Pick and Sabrina are getting carried away, and Jessie is left behind. She turns and wanders through the maze of blankets and towels. She's careful, even in her agitated state, not to kick sand on anyone. One of the transistor radios is playing, Sweet, Judy Blue Eyes. It's getting to the point where I'm no fun anymore. "Jessie!" Pick calls out. She hears him, but she doesn't look back. She knows not to do that, at least. In the parking lot, she unlocks her bike from Pick's and from the rack, and in one small juvenile gesture, she kicks Pick's bike to the ground. When Jessie arrives back at All's Fair in love and war, she thinks, and she shudders at how cruel her own house's name now seems. She hears her mother's raised voice in the kitchen. Jessie couldn't care less. She will write to her father and tell him about Garrison rubbing against her, or about Exalta's anti-Semitism, or that Kate is drinking so much Jessie doesn't feel safe, and she will be allowed to return home. She needs to get off this island. If she stays, she will die, or at least the inside of her will die. Even now her stomach hurts. She's certain she will never eat again, never sleep again, never be happy or carefree again. She has learned the hard way that love ruins everything. As Jessie is heading up the stairs to Little Fair, she hears her mother say Mr. Crimmins' name, and then Pick's name, and curiosity gets the better of her, and she heads for the kitchen. Kate and Exalta are facing each other with their arms crossed. Jessie has walked in on a showdown. "What's going on?" she asks. "The Crimminses are leaving," Kate says. "Leaving?" Jessie says. "Moving out," Kate says. Jessie can't believe her good luck. She feels a little lighter. "Nonsense," Exalta says. "Bill Crimmins is well into his 70s and the boy is 15. We can't just put them out on the street." "We most certainly can," Kate says. "Bill Crimmins is a fraud." "I'm sure he tried his best," Exalta says. And I hate to remind you of this, darling, but this is my house, and the only person with a say about who stays or goes is me. Mother, please, Kate says. Try to see it from my point of view. Think how difficult it is for me. Jessie and Pick are friendly, Exalta says. It's good for her to have another young person around. She looks up and sees Jessie. Aren't you fond of young Pickford, Jessica? Jessie is finally starting to think like a tennis player. It feels like Exalta has just lobbed a ball to her forehead. Charge the net, she thinks. Actually, Nani, I don't like Pick. I don't like him at all. I think he's... She tries to be strategic with her choice of words. Common. She looks at her mother. And dangerous. A bad influence. He asked me to go with him to Woodstock. Woodstock! Kate cries. Exalta looks nonplussed. Think of how the boy has been raised, or not raised, as the case may be. We can hardly evict him. And I won't do that to Bill, not after the years, the decades he has faithfully served this household. He's caused us more trouble than he's saved us, Kate says. That's nonsense, and you know it, Catherine, Exalta says. I will hear nothing else about it. They are staying put. Mother, Kate says. Nani, Jessie says. Enough, Exalta says. Jessie trudges up to her bedroom. She feels doubly cheated now, triply cheated. No beach, no Pick, no chance to be rid of Pick. She can't even bring herself to hate Sabrina. Sabrina was nice. Pick is right to make Sabrina his girlfriend. She's pretty, kind, friendly, and older. The problem isn't Sabrina. It's Jessie herself. Jessie's stomach hurts something awful. Even though it's a bright, sunny day, Jessie decides she's going to put on her pajamas and climb into bed. She has a book to read for pleasure. From the mixed-up files of Mrs. Basil E. Frankweiler, about some kids who run away from home and end up living in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Jessie wants to run away. That was what Woodstock was all about, but Pick must not even remember that he asked Jessie to go. He must not remember that he tried to kiss Jessie in the buttery, and then he did kiss her, passionately, 2 separate times. It happened. It wasn't something she dreamed, although now it's destined to feel that way. Jessie gasps when she slips off her bikini bottoms. They're stained with blood. Her period, she thinks. It came. This is something she had been wishing for, praying for even. But now it doesn't matter. Now, she couldn't care less. Can't find my way home. Tiger is in Cambodia. Exalta has overridden Kate's decision to evict Bill Crimmins for his ineffectiveness. David won't come to the island. Kate called him at the office with the intent of telling him about her deal with Bill, but when his secretary put him through, he said, "I'm very busy right now. Can we talk later?" Kate nearly pushed and said, "Later when? How about tonight at 8 o'clock? But she couldn't bear to hear him say that 8 o'clock wouldn't work, that no time would work, because the issue wasn't that he was busy. He was always busy. It was that he didn't want to talk to Kate at all. Her problems, she realizes, are all interconnected. Since she's not allowed to throw Bill Crimmins out, she might persuade him to believe that he's staying due to her good graces, as long as he continues to pressure his brother-in-law for information about Tiger. Part of Kate clings to the idea that this mission in Cambodia, blocking the flow of supplies to the Viet Cong, is less dangerous than combat in Vietnam. But who is she kidding? It's all dangerous. Once she has a reliable source confirming the Tiger is at least safe, Kate can stop numbing herself with alcohol, and she will be restored to David's favor. Kate catches Bill bright and early on his way out to his pickup truck, which he parks on Plum Lane, and says, "I'm sorry about my temper the other day, Bill. I was distraught about Tiger." Bill softens immediately. She can see forgiveness in his face. He is a good man, and Exalta is right. He has placed himself in service to this house and their family for over 3 decades. That Kate now harbors some anger and resentment toward Bill Crimmins, and worse, that she feels disillusioned by him, is breaking her heart along with everything else in her life. Bill puts a hand on her shoulder. "I understand, Katie. I've lost a child myself." Kate nearly says, "You have?" She wonders if maybe Bill's wife, who died so long ago that Kate never knew her, lost a baby. But then she realizes he means Lorraine, and she nearly growls at him. Lorraine isn't lost the way Tiger is lost. Comparing them is nothing short of offensive, but Kate will let it go. She supposes that, regardless of the circumstances, Bill must miss his daughter. "I'm happy to let you and Pick stay," Kate says. The child's name sticks like a fishbone in her throat. "Stay for as long as you need, of course. It was cruel of me to pull the rug out from under you. But if you would please continue to pursue your brother-in-law for any news he has about Tiger—" "Of course," Bill says. His eyes shine. "I miss him too, Katie. I think of him like one of my own." There's a lot of emotional distance between having a child of one's own and thinking of a child as one's own, although Bill has known Tiger since he was born and they were always close. They both loved the Red Sox and tinkering with cars. Would Tiger trust Bill Crimmins with his life? Probably, Kate has to admit. "Thank you," she whispers. There is one other action she can take to fix the mess she finds herself in, something previously unthinkable. Once Jessie and Exalta leave for the club, Kate secures a scarf over her hair, puts on her sunglasses, and climbs into the Scout. Up the cobblestones of Main Street she goes. It feels like being inside a cocktail shaker. Kate rumbles around the Civil War monument and along Upper Main. She passes her two favorite houses. They both back onto the grassy fields that border Quarter Mile Hill. One is rustic and barn-like with crisscross ironwork over the wavy leaded glass windows. The other is a luscious white confection that features a front portico with ionic columns and two glassed-in porches. These homes are the best mix of town and country, and Kate fantasizes about telling Exalta that she has bought a house on Upper Main, the only address that would qualify in everyone's mind as superior to fair. But alas, Kate doesn't have that kind of money, and those houses stay in families for 5 or 6 or 10 generations. At the flagpole at Caton's Circle, Kate checks her watch. 4 minutes. 4 minutes isn't so bad, but she's still quite a distance from her destination. She drives out Nantucket Road. The Chase barn is on the left, but after that, homes are few and far between. Still, it's a lovely ride, isn't it? On the right, Maxey Pond glitters like a mirror, and then Kate sails up to the top of the hill to overlook the rolling green acres of Sanford Farm. There are 27 curves on Nantucket Road. Kate wonders what it would be like to drive them in the dark after a few cocktails. All the way out at the end of the road is the hamlet of Nantucket. Nantucket Millie lives in one of the cottages out here on Hither Creek. She's the closest thing Nantucket has to a folk hero. She served as a coastal defense specialist in World War II and spent long hours watching for ships in distress and German U-boats. It's well known that she's curmudgeonly and will befriend only children, animals, and her Nantucket neighbors. Kate considers introducing herself to Nantucket Millie and inviting her to lunch at the Field and Oar Club. This feels like a radical idea, but is it? Bitsy Dunscombe will likely never speak to Kate again. Kate could use a new friend to replace her, so why not Nantucket Millie? The island is much bigger than she realized. Kate turns left at the first unmarked dirt road after the harbor, Massasoit Bridge Road. She cruises over the eponymous bridge and checks her watch, 16 minutes from town. When Massasoit Bridge Road dead ends, Kate turns left and immediately spies the structure that originally gave Red Barn Road its name. The barn is faded to a dusty pink, and part of the roof is caving in. It's no longer in use, but it retains a certain charm. Andrew Wyeth might have painted this barn, with the flat, wind-swept acres behind it and the ocean in front. There's only one other structure on this road, the 6-bedroom home David found listed for sale in the newspaper. Kate spies it up ahead. She pulls into the spacious drive. The house has gray shingles and white trim that are weathered and peeling, respectively, in a way that suggests gravitas and character rather than neglect. The house is tall and wide. Both All's Fair and Little Fair would fit inside. From the front porch, there are uninterrupted views of the ocean. Kate is enraptured. Here, there's no mistaking you're on an island. Kate tries the front door. It's unlocked, so she walks right in. The house is immediately welcoming. There's a living room on the left, a dining room with a grand pedestal table surrounded by 10 ladder-back chairs on the right, and a flight of stairs up the middle. The back of the house features an eat-in kitchen with big windows that look back on what used to be farmland. There is, in fact, plenty of room for both a tennis court and a swimming pool. And although Kate scorned David for suggesting it, she cringes remembering her own sharp tongue. Why does he remain married to her? She now thinks how wonderful it would be to create a proper summer estate out here. She had previously thought it garish and gauche, but neither is true if there are no neighbors to witness it. Upstairs, Kate finds a medley of bedrooms and bathrooms and closets. The entire upstairs is painted white, and every time Kate turns a corner, there's another bedroom, another bath. Some of the bedrooms have twin beds, some a double bed. 2 connect through a Jack and Jill bathroom with a double vanity. There's a spacious linen closet and a nursery that still contains a crib. There is one room where the walls are lined with books, the swollen paperbacks of summer, and Kate imagines a future time when her mind will be quiet enough that she can read again. Expecting another closet, she opens a door to find a set of stairs, which she climbs up to an attic. It's a finished space, though brutally hot. It needs a powerful standing fan that's furnished with 6 built-in bunk beds. The quality of the bunk beds is high. The wood is solid and true, and the mattresses look new. Kate imagines that the man of the house built these for his grandchildren, maybe at their behest, maybe as a surprise. And the brothers and sisters and cousins treasured their time up here away from the adults, telling secrets, making up ghost stories. Kate wonders if she will ever have enough grandchildren to fill this room. She returns to the second floor to find the room that will be Tiger's. One of the front rooms, she decides, with a big bed and a half bath. When Tiger comes home, he can marry McGee, and the 2 of them can sleep in this room and wake up to the sun's first rays hitting the water. The other front bedroom will be for her and David. It's the master, and it has an ensuite bath with a clawfoot tub. There are rooms for Blair, Kirby, and Jessie, and one guest room that will be home to boyfriends or college roommates or in-laws. Kate stands at the top of the stairs looking down. She hadn't expected to like the house this much. She had not expected to like it at all. She came to see it with dual purposes, neither of them noble, to escape Exalta and to appease David. But what she has found is a place that the entire family can call home. It's not fancy. There's no crown molding, no priceless murals, nowhere to hang proper drapes. There are no brick floors, and there's no kitchen fireplace or quaint buttery. It has no pedigree, really. If Kate had to guess, she would say the house was built with stock market money in the prosperous 20s as a summer resort by people who loved nature and their privacy. The house feels like home. It feels like the place where she and David might happily spend the 1970s, the 1980s, and, if they're lucky, the 1990s. Maybe they'll even watch the sunrise on the new millennium here. The year 2000. It's only 31 years away, and yet it feels like science fiction. The thought sustains her. She will usher in the next 1,000 years here, on Red Barn Road. Kate can't risk calling laundry real estate from the house, nor can she go to the office in person, as someone she knows might see her and report back to Exalta. She decides to call from the bank of payphones at the Nantucket Electric Company building. It's midday and another scorcher. Town is deserted, which is a good thing. There's always a chance someone might notice her using the payphone and wonder if Kate is having an affair. Bitsy Dunscombe would most definitely suspect that. Kate needs to be quick. There's only one other person at the bank of phones, a blonde teenager with his back to Kate. He's yelling into the receiver. "Where is she? Have you heard from her? No? Not anything?" When he slams down the phone, Kate gasps. "Pick?" Kate says. It's the first time she has used his name. Bill Crimmins tactfully skipped a proper introduction, though naturally Kate and Pick have seen each other in passing. He's always on his bike, either heading to the beach or to work, or returning from the beach or from work. If he looks over and sees her, he waves and she waves back. Pick seems upset by the call and embarrassed to be recognized. He draws his forearm across his eyes. Was the boy crying? Kate replays his words, and suddenly she understands. He must have been looking for his mother. "Hey, Mrs. Levin," he says. He gestures toward the phone with a theatrical flourish. "All yours." He turns to go. She sees his bike resting against the telephone pole. She would normally be grateful for an easy exit. She has sensitive business to discuss that she doesn't want him to overhear, plus she feels very uncomfortable around him. She can't bring herself to look at him too closely. But he's in such obvious distress, she can't let it go unremarked. "Pick, are you okay? Is everything all right? Are you trying to find Lorraine?" He nods while looking at the pavement. Then he meets Kate's eyes. "You knew her, right? My mom?" "Oh," Kate says. It serves her right for opening her mouth. "I knew her a long time ago. But yes, she worked for our family for years." Kate swallows. "She used to keep an eye on the children, my older children, when they were very young." "I don't know where she is," Pick says. "I don't know where she went or when she's coming back. There's stuff I want to tell her. This whole summer. I got a job and got promoted to the hotline." Kate smiles. "Congratulations. And I have a new girlfriend. Her name is Sabrina. She's the prettiest waitress at the restaurant, and she's funny too, and smart. There are these two old ladies who come to eat at the restaurant all the time, and Sabrina calls them arsenic and old lace." Pick's eyes, she notices, are Lorraine's eyes, the frosted blue of sea glass. "I'm sorry." Kate places a hand on his arm. He's as brown as a berry, as the saying goes. "Don't apologize. If anyone understands missing someone, it's me. My son is overseas." "Jessie told me," Pick says. "You must be proud." "I am," Kate says. "But it's difficult, of course." They stand together another few seconds without anything to say. Then Kate turns to the phone. "Well, I'd better make my call." Pick climbs on his bike. "See you at home." Home, she thinks. He's lived there 4 weeks with people he barely knows, and he considers it home. That's either wonderful or the saddest thing Kate has ever heard. She can't decide which. She drops a dime in the slot and dials the number. "Laundry real estate," the receptionist says. "Yes," Kate says. "I'd like to make an offer on a house." Fly Me to the Moon. Reprise. Almost by magic, Blair wakes up one morning and feels fine. She feels better than fine. She feels energized. She climbs out of bed and puts on her dress. The orange corduroy dress Kate bought her is just too hot to wear in mid-July, but having it has given Blair the chance to wash, iron, and mend her trusty yellow dress, which she has nicknamed Old Yeller. She gets downstairs to breakfast before Exalta and Jessie leave for Jessie's tennis lesson. Jessie stares morosely into her bowl of cereal. 2 days earlier, Jessie had tapped on Blair's door to tell her she had gotten her period. "What do I do?" Jessie asked. Blair had nearly said, "Go find Mom," but these days talking to Kate was as effective as talking to someone on television. Kate couldn't be relied on or confided in these days. That was okay. Blair would use this opportunity to hone her maternal skills. She hauled herself up off the sofa. "I'll go to Congdon's pharmacy," Blair said. "Run up and fetch my purse." Later, after she showed Jessie how to best manage her monthly, she said, "We should go out and get you a bra." Jessie had reddened. "Facts of life," Blair said. This morning, after Exalta excuses herself to get dressed before they leave for the club, Blair touches Jessie's shoulder. "You and me, this afternoon," she says. "Butners." For breakfast, Blair eats a banana with peanut butter. Then she cleans up everyone's dishes and sets a glass of orange juice and a bowl of lightly sugared strawberries at her mother's place. She heads back upstairs and changes the sheets on her bed for the first time since she's arrived. She loves the feeling of fresh, clean sheets. The ones she has chosen are white with sprigs of lavender printed on them. When the bed is made and the pillows plumped, Blair takes the dirty sheets down to the washing machine, then sets up the clothesline in the yard. It's a glorious day, and she wants nothing more than to sit on the steps and raise her face to the sun. But there's no time to waste. She has a lot to accomplish. She goes upstairs to pack her bag for the hospital. A nightgown she abandoned 4 months ago that she hopes will fit once the twins are born. Slippers, hairbrush, perfume, curlers, toothbrush, compact, and a copy of Dr. Spock that she has yet to even crack open. She straightens her room, dusts the top of the dresser, then pulls the vacuum out of the hall closet. She runs the sweeper over the wood floors and the braided rug. She goes downstairs, pulls the linens out of the washing machine, and hangs them on the line. She hears Exalta and Jessie arrive home. Perfect timing, she thinks. She'll take Jessie to Butner's and then to the charcoal galley to celebrate her entry into womanhood. Blair intercepts Jessie as she's striding across the backyard to Little Fair. "Hey, get changed. We're going to Butner's, then out to lunch." "Okay," Jessie says. She looks a little happier than she did that morning, but then Blair hears voices, and Jessie's expression collapses like a soufflé. Blair peeks out from behind the hanging bedsheets to see Pick approaching on his bike with a pretty blonde perched on the handlebars. They come to a screeching halt on Plum Lane, and the girl laughs as she tumbles off the bike and onto the street, just barely managing to stay on her feet. "Hey, Jessie," Pick calls out. "Hey, Jessie," the girl with him says. Jessie storms into Little Fair without a word. Uh-oh, Blair thinks. She strides over to the gate to let the happy couple through. "Hey, Pick," she says. She offers her hand to the girl. "Hello there, I'm Blair." "Sabrina," the girl says. She gives Blair a winning smile. She is all white teeth, blue eyes, small, perky breasts. She reminds Blair of a sugar cookie. "I'm Pick's girlfriend." Pick's girlfriend? This is the first Blair has heard of a girlfriend, though she realizes she has hardly paid attention to anyone but herself this summer. "Nice to meet you," Blair says. She supposes Jessie's rebuff of these two can mean only one thing. "Where are you guys headed?" "I'm going to make Sabrina some lunch," Pick says. He nods at Little Fair. "Upstairs." "Your grandfather isn't home," Blair says, "so I'm going to have to put a damper on those plans, I'm afraid. I can't let the two of you go up unchaperoned." Pick makes a face so familiar that Blair gets chills. She must be having flashbacks of Lorraine. "Jessie just went upstairs," he says. "She can be our chaperone." "I'm taking Jessie out," Blair says. "Sorry, Pick. I know it's a drag, but those are the house rules." They've been in existence since I was your age. You guys are welcome to go to the big house. I believe both my mother and grandmother are around. Pick sighs. No thanks. I guess we'll just go get a burger at the charcoal galley. Foiled, Blair thinks. But that's quite all right. She can take Jessie to Sigh's green coffee pot. Toodaloo, she says. On the way down Main Street to Butner's, Blair tells Jessie, So, I met Pick's girlfriend. No response from her sister. She seemed nice. Jessie shrugs. She's very pretty. I guess, Jessie says. Not as pretty as you, of course, Blair says. Jessie stops in her tracks. Blair? Yes? Please stop. Blair feels a pain in her midsection, as though the words pierced her. Okay, sorry. Let's just get this over with, Jessie says, and she flings open the door to Butner's. Butner's smells the same, Blair thinks, like the new leather of school shoes and the boiled wool of peacoats and the saleswomen's perfume and floor polish. Blair has been coming to this store her entire life. She prefers it to any place in Boston, even Filene's. She leads Jessie back to the lingerie department and finds Miss Timsey, the same woman who fitted Blair for her bra 12 years earlier. Francesca Timsey is a spinster, a Nantucket native who lives with her sister, Donatella Timsey, in a tiny cottage on Farmer Street. Both Timsey sisters sing in the choir at St. Paul's. They're as old as the hills, and yet, curiously, Miss Timsey looks exactly the same as she did 12 years ago. Blue hair, set once a week at Claire Elaine's beauty shop next door, steel-rimmed glasses, pencil skirt, and tape measure draped around her neck. Katie Nichols, Miss Timsey says, is that you? You're having another baby? Blair puts a hand on Miss Timsey's stick-thin forearm. It's Blair Foley, Miss Timsey. Kate's daughter. I'm pregnant with twins. Blair is tickled to be mistaken for her glamorous mother, although she's certain it's because Miss Timsey is almost completely senile. Miss Timsey seems to snap right back to the summer of 1969 because she says, Oh, Blair, dear, of course. My eyes were playing tricks on me. Not surprising with the heat we've been having. I heard you were pregnant with twins. Donatella ran into your mother at the market. Well, we're here today to get my sister Jessie a bra, Blair says. Jessie curls into herself, and Blair realizes her voice is louder than normal because she's trying to accommodate Miss Timsey's ancient ears. Her first bra. Miss Timsey regards Jessie. Sister, she says, this isn't Kirby. Kirby's blonde. This isn't Kirby, Blair says. She notices Jessie trying to make herself even smaller, and she hopes she doesn't have to run through the family calculus with Miss Timsey. This is Jessica, the youngest. Thankfully, Miss Timsey has moved on to business. She eyes Jessie's chest. Well, I can tell you're going to have a magnificent bosom in a few short years. Come, let's get you fitted. Jessie throws Blair a pleading look, but Blair pretends not to see. Miss Timsey is a professional, and being fitted by her is a rite of passage. Blair survived, Kirby survived, Jessie will survive. I'll be over in the layette section, Blair calls out. She meanders through the women's department, admiring the fall fashions, out already, even though it's only mid-July, and feels another sharp pain. She wonders if she'll even fit into regular clothes by fall. She moves on to the children's section, and is haunted by memories of back-to-school shopping with Kate and Exalta. She even remembers one year when Tiger was in a baby carriage, so Blair's father must have still been alive. She remembers another year when she chose a paisley blouse that had a matching orange skirt, but somehow the skirt hadn't made it home to Brookline, and Blair cried because she had wanted to wear the outfit on the first day of school. Kate had called Butner's and they mailed the skirt, but had it made it in time? Blair can't remember. So much of what seems painfully important in the moment fades away. Jessie is embarrassed about being fitted for a bra now, but 10 years from now, when she has the magnificent bosom that Miss Timsey predicted, she'll be buying black lace bras and push-up bras to impress her boyfriends. And maybe one afternoon, as she's having brunch with girlfriends at the Marliov, she'll tell them the story of getting her first bra at Butner's. Finally, Blair arrives at the baby section. Toddler, infants, newborn layette. She has nothing for the twins, and no one has sent anything. Blair decides to choose 4 outfits for each gender, just to cover her bases. The clothes are precious, tiny and delicate like fine doll clothes. Blair gets 4 basic white onesies, 2 with pink piping, 2 with blue, and 4 sailor suits, 2 male, 2 female. The sailor suits are impractical, she knows, but she can't resist. She hands the outfits over to the salesgirl, who takes them to the register. "You'll need to wait to ring these up," Blair says. "My sister is being fitted for a bra." Blair heads back to lingerie to see how Jessie is faring. She can hear Miss Timsey's incessant patter. "You see, my dear, how this one provides lift? Shoulders back now, chin up." Suddenly, Blair feels a staggering pain. It's like giant hands are squeezing her midsection. There's a sound like the muted pop of a balloon, and water comes gushing out from between Blair's legs. She screams. Miss Timsey pokes her head out from behind the dressing room curtain, and the salesgirl rushes over to take Blair's arm. "Are you okay, miss?" Then the salesgirl notices the puddle forming at Blair's feet. Liquid is running down Blair's bare legs, and Blair is mortified and confused, thinking she somehow lost control of her bladder and wet herself. But a split second later, she realizes her water has broken right in the middle of Butner's, next to a carousel of boys' dungarees. A pain comes that is so rude and insistent that Blair knows this is it. Contractions. Labor. "Jessie," she says, "we need to go now." Jessie pops out of the dressing room in just her shorts and a white bra. "Put your shirt on," Blair says. "We have to go. I'm in labor. It's time." Miss Timsey says, "Let us call an ambulance." No, Blair says. She isn't about to make a scene. It's bad enough she's leaving them to clean up after her. "We have to go. My bag, my things. My mother will take me. It's fine." Blinding pain. Blair grits her teeth, counts to 10. It passes. She and Jessie walk up Main Street, Blair holding on to Jessie's arm for dear life. Right outside of Mitchell's book corner, Blair feels another contraction coming on. It's like a truck is about to hit her. "We have to stop for a minute," Blair says. There's a bench outside the store, and Blair hears Jessie asking her if she wants to sit, but Jessie's voice is faint and far away. There is only room in Blair's head for her own thoughts and this searing white-hot pain. She doesn't think sitting will help. It may make things worse. If anything could be worse than being in labor on Main Street in the broiling hot sun. The contraction barrels down. Blair's knees buckle, but Jessie holds her steady. "Should I run for Mom?" Jessie asks. Blair can't talk until the contraction is past. "And leave me here? No, let's go." They make it to the corner of Main and Fair, but another contraction is coming. Blair says, "You go, I'll be right here." Jessie races up the street. Blair braces herself against a tree. The Quaker Meeting House is across the street, quiet, calm, serene. Blair wills herself to think about the Quaker Meeting House, but the pain is overwhelming. It consumes her. She's crying and sweating and cursing the day she ever met Angus. Angus, who was 1,000 miles away in Houston. Blair tries to recall today's date. She thinks it's the 15th, so the moon launch is tomorrow, right? It doesn't matter. Angus is so unavailable, he might as well be on the moon. A car pulls up, and Blair casts her eyes down, willing it to move on. Her legs are sticky with fluid, the back of her dress is soaked, and she wants to disappear. What she fears most right now is a Good Samaritan. Blair! It's her mother and Jessie and the scout. Jessie hops out and walks Blair over to the passenger side. But how will she ever get up and in? She faces the car while Jessie pushes from under her buttocks and somehow boosts Blair up. Another contraction is coming. "We can't go down the cobblestones," Blair says. "What?" Kate says. "But darling, there's no other way." "We cannot go down the cobblestones," Blair says in a voice that sounds nothing like her own. "Back up!" "Back up?" Kate says. "Fair Street is one way, darling." "Back up, Mom," Jessie says. "No one is behind us. I'll keep watch." Another contraction is coming. Blair howls. Kate backs up. "Keep going! Keep going!" Jessie says. "It's clear all the way to Lucretia Mott." Thank you, God, Blair thinks. Lucretia Mott Lane to Pine Street to Lyons, Lyons to South Mill, which meets Prospect Street right across from the hospital. Kate screeches to a stop in the emergency room parking lot, and 2 orderlies appear with a stretcher. "You're not leaving me, are you?" Blair asks her mother. "We'll be right behind you, darling," Kate says. "You won't be alone." Blair closes her eyes. She won't be alone. Kate and Jessie will be here. Someone is missing, Blair thinks. "Someone is missing," Blair mumbles to the orderly. "Oh yeah?" he says. "Your husband?" "Angus?" she thinks. No. The person missing is Kirby. Blair is in labor for 18 hours, which sounds grueling, although truthfully, it's only the beginning and the end of labor that are challenging. The contractions come fast and hard until Dr. Vandenberg arrives and instructs the nurse, Myrtle, to give Blair something to make her comfortable. "Here comes your glass of wine," Myrtle says as she shoots something into Blair's IV. She's in twilight sleep much of the night. She wakes up at dawn when the nurse tells her it's time to push. Kate is there at the bedside, and Jessie is sitting on a stool in the corner of the room. This would never be allowed in a big city hospital, Blair knows, but she's glad they bend the rules here a little. Jessie is wearing a surgical mask, which looks so funny on her that Blair actually laughs. Dr. Vandenberg reappears in blue scrubs. "Who wants to have a baby or two?" he asks. He checks Blair and says, "The first baby is crowning, Blair. Bear down." This is happening. Blair is overcome with emotion. She is going to have a baby, 2 babies. She is about to create a family right here, right now, on July 16th, 1969, the same day that man will head to the moon. Angus must be consumed by the imminent launch, checking and rechecking calculations, in constant contact with Cape Kennedy. He will have no idea that on an island 30 miles from the Massachusetts shore, his children are about to enter the world. "Push, Blair, push," Dr. Vandenberg says. Blair pushes. "Again," Dr. Vandenberg says. "Push, darling," Kate says. Blair looks at her mother. Kate's hair is in its usual chignon. There are pearls at her neck. She's wearing a peach dress. She has an iron grip on Blair's hand, and Blair can feel Kate passing her strength, gifting her fortitude. Blair knows her mother endured this, and Nani before her, and Nani's mother before her, and so on and so on. Blair hopes Jessie is watching, so she learns that all women are strong and miraculous. Strong, Blair thinks. Miraculous. "It's a girl," Dr. Vandenberg says. "She's perfect." A girl, Blair thinks, and her heart soars. Jessie is on her feet, her eyes wide, her fists clenched with nerves or joy. Kate sniffs, wipes a tear. "My granddaughter," she says. Dr. Vandenberg hands the baby to Myrtle as though it's a loaf of bread he pulled from the oven. "We aren't finished," he says. "You can take a couple of deep breaths until we're ready to go again." Blair turns to her mother. "I bought outfits." Miss Timsey brought them up to the house, Kate says, along with 3 bras for Jessie. Thank you for handling that. I meant to do it. Here we go, Dr. Vanderburg says. The head is crowning. I'm wagering on another girl, Myrtle says. Probably identical. Push, Dr. Vanderburg says. Blair bears down. Kate squeezes her hand. You are such a champion, darling. Blair lets a great moan go as she pushes with all her might. Again, please, Dr. Vanderburg says. I can't, Blair whimpers. You can, darling, Kate says. Come on now. Blair pushes again, and she feels a loosening, a lightening. It's a boy, Dr. Vanderburg says, his voice jubilant. A beautiful baby boy. You have a girl and a boy, Mama. A son and a daughter. Blair bursts into tears. Telegram to Dr. Angus Whalen, Mission Control, Houston, Texas. Genevieve Foley Whalen, 6 pounds 2 ounces, born 6:38 a.m. George Nichols Whalen, 5 pounds 14 ounces, born 6:44 a.m. Mother and babies doing fine. 2 hours later, after the babies have been cleaned and swaddled, and after Blair has delivered the placentas and been stitched up, and after Blair has successfully latched each baby to her breasts for the first meal of their lives, Blair asks to see a TV. It's almost 9 a.m. The launch is supposed to take place in half an hour. Myrtle frowns. Don't you want to sleep? My husband is an astrophysicist, Blair says. He has been working on this mission for years. That's why he's not here. He's in Houston, at Mission Control. Hold on, Myrtle says. She disappears down the hall and returns a few minutes later, holding a small, boxy, black and white TV, which she sets on the table at the foot of Blair's bed. This is the TV we keep in the nurse's station, Myrtle says. She plugs it in and fiddles with the antennas until the picture becomes clear. Cape Kennedy in Florida and the thousands of people who were attending the launch. There were photos of the 3 astronauts, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins, on the screen, and Blair gets chills. She wants to announce that although those gentlemen are going out into space, there are lots of other people who made it possible, among them Dr. Angus Whalen. The happy drugs are definitely working because, after a quick self-inventory, Blair doesn't find a hint of anger or resentment toward Angus for missing the birth. He was busy doing his job while Blair did hers. This isn't a feminist position, she knows, but she can't be moved to care. She has twins, a matched set, a daughter and a son. When Dr. Vanderburg says, "Good job, Mama," he was referring to her, Blair. She's the mama. The candy striper in the maternity ward, Tracy, follows Myrtle. She's carrying 2 bottles of Asti Spumante in a bedpan full of ice. We broke out the champagne because twin births are so rare here, Myrtle says. Blair claps her hands. Let's all have some when the rocket takes off. We're on the clock, Myrtle says, but a sip or 2 won't hurt. After all, this is a monumental event. Twins and the moon launch on the same day. Tracy the candy striper goes to fetch paper cups while Myrtle pops the cork. The engines thrust, a fiery cloud bursts from below the rocket, and the newscaster, excitement barely disguised in his voice, counts down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off. Blair raises her paper cup of Asti Spumante to the others in the room and lets out a whoop. Cheers, she cries. Here's to the next frontier. This toast, she thinks, works on so many levels. Dr. Vanderburg appears in the doorway and watches as the rocket breaks through the atmosphere. He turns to the room with an expression of genuine wonder. Your children are entering a remarkable world, he says. Telegram to Blair Foley Whalen, Nantucket Cottage Hospital, maternity ward. received the happy news of the twins. Sending my best wishes and congratulations. Will return to Boston July 25th. Angus. Ring of Fire. July 17th, 1969. Dear Tiger, Jessie now thinks of Tiger as her own version of Anne Frank's Kitty because she isn't at all convinced that Tiger will ever read this letter. This doubt gives her freedom. If it's a letter that will never be read, then she can write the entire, unfiltered truth. It has been a busy week. Jessie nearly starts by telling Tiger that she got her period, but then she hesitates, because what if he does end up reading this? He'll be so grossed out, and rightly so, that he might crumple up the letter and throw it away without getting to the good stuff. On Tuesday afternoon, Blair took me to Butner's to get some new clothes. She considers mentioning that they were, in fact, bra shopping, but again she censors herself, though she's certain Tiger would laugh at Miss Timsey's declaration that Jessie would one day have a magnificent bosom. While I was in the changing room half-dressed, Jessie had been standing in a bra and shorts while Miss Timsey stood behind her, fiddling with the length of the straps. I heard a shriek. I poked my head out to find that Blair's water had broken all over the floor of Butner's. She was in labor. The sales ladies at Butner's offered to call an ambulance, but Blair insisted we walk home, even though she was in a lot of pain. We had to stop a bunch of times, once right in front of Bosun's locker, and I was afraid the babies were going to come then and there, and that one of the Bosun's regulars would have to deliver them. But finally, Blair let me run ahead to get Mom. Blair refused to drive over the cobblestones, so Mom drove in reverse the wrong way down Fair Street in order to get to the hospital. Thank goodness Nonnie didn't see. So now comes the important news. You're officially an uncle. You have a niece named Genevieve Foley Whalen and a nephew named George Nichols Whalen. Jessie wonders if Angus will object to both babies being named after Blair's family. Then she wonders if Angus picked the names Genevieve and George, though she kind of doubts it. No one at the hospital asked about Angus, which Jessie found surprising until she reasoned that, historically, there were a lot of fishermen, whalers and the like, on Nantucket, as well as a lot of summer wives like Kate, women whose husbands worked in the city during the week, so maybe a birth with no father present was more common than Jessie imagined. Angus wasn't here, because yesterday was the day the Apollo 11 mission took off for the moon. Would Tiger know about the moon launch? Jessie wonders. Do they get newspapers? Tiger and Jessie had watched Apollo 8 in its moon orbit on Christmas Eve and listened to the astronauts read from the book of Genesis, and they'd agreed it was a good way to end a terrible year. He's in Houston, working at Mission Control, and when Blair told the nurses this, they brought a television into the room so we could watch. They also brought 2 bottles of champagne, and they even gave me a cup. Jessie considers how much she wants to share with Tiger, because the fact is, Jessie had more than 1 cup of champagne. Everyone had been engrossed by the moon launch, so when Jessie finished her own champagne, she drank Blair's and Myrtle the nurse's. Jessie had never tasted alcohol before, and after an initial aversion to the taste, it was fizzy like soda but sour and bitter, she felt a sparkly, bubbly rush, and the world suddenly seemed like a wonderful place, able to contain both the intimate miracle of childbirth and the widely anticipated miracle of space travel. From outer space, the astronauts would be able to see the entire Earth, Nantucket Island and Vietnam both, and something about this comforted Jessie. If she had stopped after the champagne, things might not have spiraled out of control. But when Kate and Jessie came home from the hospital later that morning, Jessie felt a dull headache threatening, and she had learned enough from her mother and grandmother to know that this state was called a hangover, and the only way to stave it off effectively was to continue drinking. When Jessie climbed the stairs to Little Fair, she expected to find Pick. His bike was leaning against the fence. but his bedroom door was closed. Frankly, Jessie was relieved. She opened the refrigerator. The bottom shelf in the door held a regiment of stout brown bottles of Budweiser. Jessie counted. There were 9. The bottles had been there all summer long. Would Mr. Crimmins notice if one was missing? Jessie doubted it, but just to be safe, she spread the bottles out to erase the gap. She retreated to her room with the beer bottle and an opener from the utensil drawer. As she flipped the top off, she was reminded of the lesson about simple machines in her science class. A bottle opener was a lever. She drank the beer. It tasted even worse than the champagne had initially, but after a few concentrated sips, Jessie felt the warm, fuzzy feeling return. She was able to ignore the taste and just gulp it down. She belched. Another beer? She wondered. Her head was starting to swim. That was when she heard voices. Pick's and a girl's. Sabrina. Here, upstairs in the house. Had they been in Pick's bedroom? Jessie slammed open the door to her room and stormed out. "Hey, Jessie," Pick said. "I heard the babies were born. A boy and a girl. That's so cool." Jessie glared at Sabrina. "You know you two aren't allowed up here without an adult present." Sabrina, who up until that point had been nothing but nice to Jessie, transformed into the witchy person Jessie had been hoping she was. "What are you going to do, tell on us?" "I could," Jessie said. "My family is already considering tossing Pick and his grandfather out. If my mother finds out Pick has you up here, I bet she'll be pretty angry." "Jessie," Pick said. He was afraid. Jessie could see it on his face. Jessie realized she had power. Sabrina shrugged. "Whatever. I have to get home to shower." She turned to Pick. "See you at work." She kissed him, and the kiss turned into something long and sloppy. Jessie's stomach lurched, and she nearly vomited right there, but Pick pushed Sabrina away. He, at least, had some sense of propriety. Sabrina vanished down the stairs, leaving Jessie and Pick to stare at each other. "Jessie," he said. "A few days ago," Jessie said, "the person you were kissing like that was me." "I know, Jessie, but what?" "That was before I knew Sabrina liked me back," he said. This answer was a slap in the face, but Jessie was proud of herself. She didn't even flinch. She simply stared at him with all the hate she could muster. "I like you, Jessie, but you're only 13. Sabrina is 15. We work together. I've liked her since the second I saw her. She's so pretty. I mean, you're pretty too, and you're really nice, but you like Sabrina. You asked her to go steady, and you asked her to go to Woodstock with you. You do remember that you asked me to go to Woodstock, right?" "Right," Pick said. "But I was only kidding." He swallowed. "Not kidding, ha-ha, but I mean, we both know you were never going to be allowed to go to Woodstock." "You aren't allowed to go to Woodstock," Jessie said, her voice growing belligerent. "There's no way Mr. Crimmins is going to let you go, so you'll have to sneak away with Sabrina, and I'm sure you'll get caught." Jessie wanted to believe this was true, but she also had confidence in Pick's street smarts. He and Sabrina would go to Woodstock, hear the bands, dance together, and fall asleep curled up in the back of someone's truck. Pick would find his mother and introduce her to Sabrina, his girlfriend. Jessie could see it all clearly. Pick and Sabrina, and not Jessie. Jessie would be here on Nantucket, dutifully going to tennis lessons and changing diapers and waiting to hear if her brother was dead or alive. "Jessie," Pick said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I think you're terrific. I mean, we're friends still, right?" Tears dripped down Jessie's face. It was him being nice that undid her, because all she wanted to do was hate him. "Friends?" Jessie said. She tilted her head. "I'm not sure about that, Pick. I'm not sure at all. She felt energized by this answer, and she had watched enough soap operas with Blair to know what to do next. She spun on her heel, retreated to her room, and closed the door quietly but firmly behind her. Jessie decides that Tiger does not need to hear about her grand humiliation, her broken heart, or her subsequent hangover, a headache so bad it felt like her skull might crack. She now understands the appeal of drinking, but also the consequences. Not worth it. So that's the story of the birth of our niece and nephew. Blair isn't coming home until Sunday. Because she had twins, she gets to stay in the hospital a really long time. And when the babies get here, I'm going to show them your photo and tell them about their brave Uncle Tiger. I miss you. Write soon. Love, Messy. The next day, life returns to normal, though the very last thing Jessie wants to do is go to her tennis lesson. She tries to get out of it by asking to accompany Kate to the hospital to see the babies, but Kate informs her that George is being circumcised that morning, and therefore the afternoon would be better for a visit. Jessie isn't sure exactly what circumcision is, but when she asks, Kate shakes her head as if to say it isn't a subject for polite conversation. And so Jessie and Exalta set out for the club, first swinging by the post office so Jessie can drop her letter to Tiger in the mailbox. Exalta looks on with an expression of indulgence and pity, as though Jessie were mailing a letter off to Santa Claus. Jessie's anger at Pick is still lingering. She glares at Exalta. Do you ever write to Tiger? Exalta says, Come along or we'll be late. But Jessie persists. She's tired of being ignored, disregarded, redirected. Nani, do you write to Tiger? Have you written to him even once since he's been overseas? No, Exalta says. The syllable hangs in the air, naked and cruel, and Exalta must realize this because she says, Perhaps I should. Jessie wants to scream, Perhaps you should? Perhaps? But she has learned recently that silence is more powerful than a furious outburst. When they arrive at the club, Jessie feels the need to steal again, steal something right from under Exalta's nose. But that would backfire. Instead, she peels off for the locker room so she can calm herself before her lesson. Don't dilly-dally, Exalta says. I'm off to find Mrs. Winter. Jessie slams into the locker room. She's so angry she wants to smash the mirrors with her racket, but she stops short. Sitting on the love seat in the lounge is one of the Dunscombe twins, sobbing into her hands. Hello? Jessie says gently. She isn't sure if it's Helen or Heather. If she knew it was Helen, Jessie would just ignore her, but she likes Heather and feels bad about stealing her money. The twin looks up. Helen. Now Jessie is stuck. Everything okay? She asks in a way that she hopes sounds rhetorical. Helen struggles for a breath. I hate my tennis instructor, she says. Jessie nearly rolls her eyes. It figures that Helen Dunscombe is crying over something stupid like tennis. I want to kill him. What snags Jessie's attention aren't the words. Everyone wants to kill someone. It's the guttural tone of Helen's voice and the way she's clenching her fists. Jessie starts to ask who Helen's instructor is, but then she remembers it's Garrison Howe. And then Jessie gets it. Although she does not like Helen at all, she sits down on the edge of the coffee table in front of her. Garrison, she says, did he... She doesn't even have words at her disposal. She clears her throat. He touched you, right? Helen stops crying for a second and looks at Jessie in astonishment before she whispers, How did you know? He rubbed against me during our first lesson, Jessie says. I ran. I told my mother the first time it happened, Helen says. She told me I was being dramatic and to stop exaggerating. Then he did it again. He ran the back of his hand over my breast while he was correcting my serve. And when I told my mother that time, she said all men are like that and I should just get used to it. Jessie blinks. She wasn't brave enough to tell Kate or anyone else for exactly that reason. We could both go and tell Ollie Hayward, she says. With both of us, he would have to believe it. Helen shakes her head. He might believe it, but he won't do anything. Even Heather thinks I'm just looking for a way to switch to Topher. If Jessie didn't know about Garrison, she might have thought this as well. So you don't want to tell anybody? Jessie asks. She does the previously unthinkable. She reaches a hand out to Helen. Helen takes it and gives Jessie a weak smile. Well, she says, I just told you. Jessie spends her entire tennis lesson smacking the ball like never before. Her forehand is a fireball, her backhand solid and true, and her serve is blistering. Or at least that's how it seems to Jessie, because she is just so angry. Garrison has been taking gross liberties with Helen Dunscombe, and probably with all his other female tennis students, possibly some who are even younger than Helen and Jessie. It's this thought that makes Jessie pocket the ball and approach the net. Susie is on the other side, bent over, both hands on the handle of her racket, in the ready position. Oh, come on, she says. Don't stop now. You're on a roll. This is the strongest play I've seen all summer. Susie, Jessie says, I have to tell you something. Jessie remembers her father's advice to always think before she speaks. Before I had you as an instructor, I had Garrison. She stops to breathe. During our first lesson, he was showing me a two-handed backhand, and he rubbed his body against mine. Rubbed it. Suggestively? Susie says. She puts her hands on her hips. Are you kidding me? I ran away, Jessie says, and I asked my grandmother for another instructor, a girl, and they gave me you. Did you tell your grandmother what Garrison did? Susie says. Did you tell anyone? No, Jessie says. Oh, Jessie, Susie says. Her voice is suddenly tender. You could have told me. You know you could have come to me at any time. I'm coming to you now, Jessie says. The sun is blasting the orange clay court. Jessie is so hot it feels like she's standing on the surface of the sun. She needs water and shade. But then she imagines the other girl or girls, some maybe only 11 years old or even as young as 10, maybe a girl who will be 12 or 13 next summer if Garrison comes back, and so she keeps talking. He touched Helen Dunscombe too. She was crying in the locker room about it. He touched her breast while he was showing her how to serve. Helen told her mother, and her mother said that's just the way men are. What? Susie shouts. She stands up to her full height and starts bouncing her palm off the face of her racket. Well, I mean, she's not wrong. Men are like that. But we don't have to put up with it. Jessie, do you hear me? We do not have to put up with it. What are we going to do? Jessie says. She suddenly regrets her decision to confide in Susie, and she realizes she should never have mentioned Helen Dunscombe by name. Are you going to tell Ollie Hayward? Jessie envisions being marched into Ollie's office, or maybe even the office of Mr. Bosley, the general manager of the Field and Oar, or, horrors of all horrors, to the Board of Governors, old men like Mrs. Winter's husband. Jessie will have to speak the embarrassing truth, and her name will be sullied, and Helen Dunscombe's name will be sullied, and possibly Helen will turn around and deny it ever happened, and then Jessie will be left exposed and alone. Any which way, it will be worse for Jessie than it will be for Garrison Howe. Please, my grandmother, my family, they can't know about this. Susie's face is shaded by her visor. All Jessie can see clearly in the blinding sun is the white stripe of zinc on Susie's nose. But Jessie can tell Susie is deep in thought. I'm not going to tell Ollie, Susie says. He won't care, and even if he does care, he won't punish Garrison properly. But I will punish Garrison properly. I will see to it that Garrison resigns. Jessie lets her breath go. Susie understands. Susie is her role model. "How are you going to do that?" Jessie asks. "I'm going to enlist the help of Jeffrey Pryor, who has pledged his undying devotion to yours truly." Susie smirks. "He'll do whatever I ask him to." Jessie is fascinated but not at all surprised. Susie is a person who inspires devotion. "Are you going to ask him to beat Garrison up?" "Better," Susie says. "Jeffrey works 2 jobs here. He's the grill boy at the snack bar." Meaning, Jessie thinks guiltily, that he's the one she stole the Twizzlers from. And he's in charge of the men's locker room. Susie raises her hands above her head in victory. Jessie is confused. "I don't get it." "Well, let me enlighten you," Susie says. "I'll ask Jeffrey to put Ben Gay in Garrison's jockstrap, itching powder in his socks, and laxatives in his cokes." Susie grins. "Trust me, Garrison will be gone within a week." Jessie imagines Garrison hurrying off the court toward the bathroom mid-lesson, fearing he might have a very embarrassing accident in front of everyone. She wants to hug Susie. She can't wait to tell Helen Dunscombe. "All right, get back to the baseline," Susie says. "You owe me 1 more volley." All along the watchtower. As soon as Kirby gets to work on Friday, Mrs. Benny informs her that Senator Kennedy and his cousin Joe Gargan have checked into their rooms but are out for the evening. Kirby already knows that the senator is hosting a party out on Chappaquiddick for the Boiler Room Girls, the elite group of women who worked on Bobby Kennedy's 1968 presidential campaign. Patty's sister Sarah was one of the Boiler Room Girls, and she has come to the vineyard to attend the party. That afternoon, when she swung by the Narragansett Avenue house to say hello, she extended an invitation to both Patty and Kirby. Sarah O'Callahan was nothing like bland Tommy. Clearly the females in the family received the superior genes. Sarah had dark hair and milky skin like Patty, though Sarah's hair was cut in a pixie just like Mia Farrow's, which made her blue eyes seem impossibly big and round. She was slender and fashionable in a red A-line dress and hammered gold earrings. Sarah brought along her friend Mary Jo, another one of the Boiler Room Girls who had worked as Bobby Kennedy's secretary. Mary Jo wore a navy blue linen sheath and pearls. Kirby looked on both Sarah and Mary Jo with awe. They were only 5 or 6 years older than her, but they seemed worldly and sophisticated. Kirby wanted to be just like them. She would become just like them, she decided. Since ending her relationship with Darren the week before, Kirby had been flailing. Who was she? What did she want from life? She needed to shrug off her heartbreak and disillusionment and start to forge a real identity. She would return to the person she was on the morning of the first protest march, when she pulled on her tie-dyed peace sign t-shirt and zipped up her fringed suede boots. That woman was passionate and self-possessed, carefree and confident. Kirby had been feeling like her love affair with Scotty, and then her relationship with Darren diminished her. But now she understood she had that backward. Those 2 relationships, even in their failure, had given Kirby something. Strength, she supposed, and resolve. When she returned to Simmons in September, she would finally declare a major, political science. She would focus on her studies and apply for an internship, maybe at Tip O'Neill's office. Or maybe, just maybe, Kirby would encounter Senator Kennedy at the inn, and he would take a shine to her and offer her his card. There were rumors that he would make a run for president against Nixon. Kirby could not, however, attend the party on Chappaquiddick. She had to work at 11. "Just come for a little while," Patty urged. "It's a barbecue starting at 7. You could leave right after dinner. I'm sure someone will give you a ride to the ferry. Then you can just walk to the inn." She grabbed Kirby's hand, and Kirby saw dark bruises the size of dimes on Patty's wrist. "I wish I could," Kirby said. For 1 second, she considered calling in sick and going to the party. She hadn't missed a night all summer. But this was irresponsible, and she knew there was no way she could endure the party without a drink or a toke. She didn't belong there anyway. If she went, she would be the ultimate hanger-on, Sarah's sister's friend. Her instincts told her the better course of action was to introduce herself to Senator Kennedy later, at the hotel. Still, she'd felt insanely jealous as she helped Patty pick out an outfit. "Does Luke know you're going to this party?" Kirby asked. If she felt jealous, she couldn't imagine how Luke must feel. "It's none of his business," Patty said. And when she caught Kirby's expression in the mirror, she said, "What? He doesn't own me." Mrs. Benny is rarely at the inn this late. Kirby supposes she's here to make sure that everything goes smoothly during the senator's stay. But her lipstick is faded, and strands of hair are escaping from her bun. She looks frazzled, and Kirby nearly tells her to go home, that she can handle things from here. But Mrs. Benny feels compelled to issue one final reminder. "Remember, Catherine, to exercise discretion. The senator's privacy and personal comfort are our first priority." "Yes, ma'am," Kirby says. Kirby proceeds as though everything is normal. Everything is normal except for Kirby's heightened state of awareness. At any moment, the senator might come strolling through the front door. It will be enough just to see him, Kirby decides, just to say, "Have a good night." Teddy Kennedy is young and handsome, although not quite as handsome as Bobby and nowhere near as handsome as President Kennedy. What would it be like to be a member of such a family? Kirby wonders. She supposes Teddy Kennedy thinks of his brothers the same way that she thinks of Blair and Jessie. 2 by 2, guests enter the lobby, then head up to bed. A few of the women stop to compliment Kirby's dress, a yellow shift embroidered with daisies that's the brightest, most cheerful dress she owns. She reviews the bills at the front desk rather than in the back office so she doesn't miss anything or anybody. When she's finished, she allows herself 15 minutes to indulge in thoughts of Darren. He had driven her home from Lobsterville Beach in silence, and she thought he'd resigned himself to her way of thinking. He was too close to his parents for their relationship to proceed any further. But before she climbed out of the car, he took her hand and pressed it to his lips. "I don't want you to go," he said. "I like you, Kirby." "Yes," she said, "I like you too. Maybe when we're both back in the city at school, we can—" She opened the door and got out without letting him finish. She knew what he was proposing, that they revisit things in the fall, after they were back in school, after he was out of his parents' house. Kirby could see how that idea would be appealing. They would have 9 months to let their love blossom and grow without static from that pesky little thing called family. But it wouldn't be real. Kirby was content to cast Darren as the weak one. But would she have the courage to bring Darren home to Kate and David? Yes, of course. Her parents were fair-minded. What about Exalta? Here, Kirby came as close to understanding Darren's predicament as she could. She would not relish the idea of introducing Darren to her grandmother. It wasn't meant to be, Kirby thought. She'd hitched her bag over her shoulder, marched into the house, ascended to the igloo, and thrown herself onto the bed. The next day there was a knock on her door. Michaela. Kirby supposed she was there to tell Kirby to stop playing her Simon and Garfunkel album over and over again. "Go away," Kirby said. "Darren's on the phone," Michaela said. "Tell him I'm out," Kirby said. Michaela put a hand on her hip. "You're asking me to lie?" "Yes," Kirby said. "If you object on moral grounds, then just hang up and take the phone off the hook. Please?" Michaela shrugged. "Maybe I'll see if he wants to go out with me," she said. "He's cute." Kirby tries to put that conversation out of her mind. She shuffles the bills until they're in an even pile, then returns them to the file folder with a sigh. At 1:30, a man comes striding into the lobby and makes a beeline for the desk. It takes Kirby a second to recognize Luke. He doesn't look like himself. His hair is wild and his face is bright red. He's sweating, and his eyes are bulging like a bullfrog's. He's wearing a green t-shirt with a rip in the neck and a pair of loose-fitting drawstring pants. He's in his pajamas, Kirby realizes, and immediately she knows something's wrong. "Luke," she says, "did something happen to Patty?" Luke smacks both hands down on the desk and bellows, "You tell me, where is she? She's not at home, she's not at the movie theater, and her brother, that idiot, said he hasn't seen her, so that leaves you. I thought you two were out whoring around since she said you broke up with your darky boyfriend, but look, here you are." He leans across the desk and grabs Kirby by the wrist. "Let go of me," she says softly. She doesn't want to wake any guests. "Where is she?" Luke asks. He twists Kirby's wrist, and it hurts so bad she's sure it will snap. "I have no idea," Kirby says, but her words aren't convincing, even to her own ears. "Tell me!" he roars. The pain in Kirby's wrist is building. The more she struggles to free herself, the sharper the pain becomes. "She went to a party," Kirby nearly says, "on Chappie." But before she can get the words out, she hears a deep voice. "Hey!" They both turn, and Luke releases Kirby's wrist. It's Mr. Ames. Sweet, kind, understanding Mr. Ames, who looks anything but that at this moment. He grabs Luke by the front of the t-shirt and nearly lifts him off the ground. "You bothering the lady?" "No," Luke says. "This is Luke Winslow, my housemate's boyfriend," Kirby says. "He came here looking for Patty, but I don't know where she is." Mr. Ames lets Luke go. "You have no business showing up at this hotel to harass people. I saw you hurting Miss Foley here. How about I call the Edgartown police?" He pulls his walkie-talkie off his hip. Luke hangs his head and starts to blubber. Kirby rolls her eyes. "He must be drunk," she says. "How did you get here, Luke? Did you drive?" He raises his head. "Where is she?" he asks plaintively. "I just want to know the truth. Is she out with someone else?" "For crying out loud," Mr. Ames says. "I'm calling the police." "Wait," Kirby says. She comes out from behind the desk and speaks into Mr. Ames's ear. "The senator will probably be back any minute. I don't think we should call the police." Mr. Ames checks his watch. "You're right." "Could I maybe borrow your car and drive him home?" Kirby asks. "Where does he live?" Mr. Ames asks. "Chilmark," Kirby says, "off the state road." "That's too far," Mr. Ames says. "You'll be gone 40 minutes at least. Call the kid a cab." "Okay," Kirby says. She phones for a taxi while Luke collapses onto the sofa in the lobby and Mr. Ames stands guard over him. Kirby thinks back on all the quiet shifts she worked when she longed for action, and now she has action on the worst of all possible nights. Senator Kennedy could appear at any moment, and instead of walking into a warm, welcoming lobby, he'll see Luke, who was alternately crying into his hands and angrily muttering that he's going to make Patty pay for what she's doing. Maybe they should call the police, Kirby thinks. Yes, they should. Luke is dangerous. But then Kirby thinks about Mrs. Benny's warnings and reminders. If Mrs. Benny finds out that the police showed up at the inn on the senator's first night because of a friend of Kirby's, they need to get him out of there. "We need to get him out of here," Kirby says, mostly to herself. Outside, the cab pulls up. "Let's go, Luke," Kirby says with false cheer. "Go sleep it off, buddy," Mr. Ames says. Reluctantly, Luke gets to his feet. "You got it from here?" Mr. Ames asks. "I'm going back to my post." "All set," Kirby says. She pulls Luke toward the front door. "Come on." Luke stumbles down the stairs to the taxi. He's so drunk, and he's also very clearly a psychopath. This role-playing that he and Patty have been doing is just a euphemism or else a flat-out cover-up for him abusing her. "He doesn't own me," Patty said. But he does in a way, Kirby sees now. He hurts her to keep control, and she lets him. The cab driver gets out to open the door for Luke. He's young and slight of frame, a pipsqueak. Honestly, he looks to be about Jessie's age. Kirby wishes they had sent someone else. "Where are you headed?" the driver asks. "He's going to Chilmark," Kirby says, "State Road." "I'm going to Oak Bluffs," Luke says, "Narragansett Avenue." "No," Kirby says. She has, wisely, brought $5 from the petty cash drawer to pay for the taxi. "He's going to Chilmark. The address is—" "Luke, what's your address?" Luke crawls into the back seat. "Narragansett Avenue, Oak Bluffs." Kirby presses the $5 bill into the pipsqueak cabbie's hand. Take him to Chilmark, only to Chilmark. He lives off the state road. "But where off the state road?" the cabbie asks. "There aren't many streetlights up island, and there are a lot of houses tucked back in the woods. I don't want to be driving around all night looking for the right place." "Oak Bluffs," Luke growls. Kirby glances back at the inn. She can't leave, but she can't risk Luke going to Oak Bluffs either. He'll find Patty and make her pay. Kirby imagines a black eye or worse. Mr. Ames told Kirby it was not okay for her to go to Chilmark because it would take too long, and it's obviously against the rules for Kirby to leave the property while she's on the clock. It wouldn't matter if this took only 5 minutes. But in the moment, it feels like Mr. Ames doesn't care about Patty's safety, which means he's technically siding with Luke, which makes sense because they're both men and the entire country is one big oppressive patriarchy. Kirby slides into the front seat. There's no way she's sitting in the back with Luke. "I'll tell you where to go," she says to the cabbie, "and then you can bring me back here. Just drive. Drive as fast as you can." When Kirby gets back to the inn, she's gone the better part of an hour because they missed the turn and had to double back. The lobby is quiet and the senator's room key has been claimed. Kirby's spirits are in a free fall. Are things okay or not? She walks down the hall to find Mr. Ames dozing in his chair by the side entrance. Gently, Kirby touches his arm and he startles awake. "Kirby," he says. He gets to his feet, shaking his head. "I told you not to leave. Who did you think was going to handle the desk when the senator got back?" Kirby clings to what's left of her self-righteous rage. "I had to go," she says. "Luke wanted the cabbie to take him to my house in Oak Bluffs. He would have found Patty. He hurts her, Mr. Ames." "I understand you wanted to help your friend, but you have a job, Kirby. And with that job comes responsibility. Any idea how concerned I was when you just ran off without telling me?" "I'm so sorry," she says. Mr. Ames says, "Well, you're lucky. The senator came in the side door and I was right here, so I went and fetched his key. He didn't look much better than that other punk, to be honest." "Really?" Kirby says. "Was he drunk?" "He was something," Mr. Ames says. "Looked like he went swimming in all his clothes. He was disoriented, I guess, which was why he came knocking on the side door. He kept asking the time. I told him it was 2:30, and he asked if I was sure it wasn't earlier, so I had to lead him over to the clock and show him. Funny thing is, he was wearing a watch." Mr. Ames shrugs. Maybe it stopped. Mrs. Benny makes a surprise appearance at 7 in the morning. She looks crisp and fresh in a shamrock green shirtwaist dress and pearls. It's the first time Kirby has ever seen her boss with her hair down. She looks 10 years younger, softer, prettier. Kirby supposes she wants to make a good impression on the senator. Compared to this new, glamorous version of Mrs. Benny, Kirby feels wan and exhausted. Despite her keen desire to meet the senator, Kirby is relieved when Mrs. Benny tells her she can go home. "I'm asking Mr. Ames to stay until 9, Mrs. Benny says. So you'll have to find another ride back to Oak Bluffs, I'm afraid. It's not a problem. Kirby is too disconcerted by the events of the night to impose on Mr. Ames for a ride anyway. She calls a taxi, and they send a burly driver covered in tattoos who looks like a long-haul fisherman. Why couldn't they have sent this guy last night, Kirby wonders. That would have solved everything. Kirby promptly falls asleep in the back seat, awakening only as they turn onto Circuit Avenue, at which point she sits up and gathers her things. She can't believe she missed the senator. She hates Luke Winslow. And then, as though she has somehow conjured him with this one thought, Kirby sees Luke pacing on the sidewalk in front of the house. No, she thinks. No, this can't be happening. But yes, that's him, fists clenched, muttering to himself. He has showered and changed, at least. His hair is combed, and he's wearing a white polo shirt and blue seersucker Bermudas. This is almost worse, she decides. He looks respectable. I've gotten the address wrong, Kirby tells the taxi driver. Keep going. Keep going where? The taxi driver asks. Kirby leans over the seat and notices a tattoo of a snarling Elvis on his forearm. Methodist campground? Kirby says. She doesn't know Darren's exact address. The big blue house? Judge Frazier's house? Do you know it? I do, actually, the driver says. He winds around Ocean Park and a few moments later pulls up in front of Darren's house. $1.25. Kirby gives him $1.50, then gets out of the taxi. She stands at the white gate for a second, wondering if she would be better off waking up Evan in the basement or finding a payphone. There's one over by the fudge shop, and calling the police directly. But she's here. She strides up the walk and knocks on the front door. A second later, she's face to face with the good doctor. Dr. Frazier is wearing athletic shorts and a white tank top. Her hair is held off her face by a striped sweatband. Hello, she says. Dr. Frazier. Darren's asleep, she says. He doesn't have to be at work until noon. I have an urgent situation, Kirby says. I need his help. What kind of urgent situation? Dr. Frazier asks. Her voice is arch. Kirby holds the woman in high esteem, and she wishes the feeling were mutual, but it just isn't, and now she can't even lean on Mr. Ames's good opinion of her. It's my roommate, Kirby says. She's dating someone who hurts her, and he's waiting for her now outside the house on Narragansett. Kirby watches Dr. Frazier struggle between doctor mode and mother mode. Mother mode wins. What does this have to do with Darren? Nothing, but I think it's better that he not get involved, Dr. Frazier says. He's a good boy. He stays out of trouble. I take it your roommate's boyfriend is white? Kirby nods. She doesn't understand what that has to do with anything. If Darren gets into an altercation with a white boy, Dr. Frazier says. She narrows her eyes. You should find someone else to help you. I thought maybe Darren could reason with him. Men who hurt women can't be reasoned with, Dr. Frazier says. If it's serious, call the police. It's serious, Kirby says. Okay then. Would you like to use the phone? Would she like to use the phone? Dr. Frazier is watching her closely, possibly to determine her motives. Do the police need to be called, or is she really here only so she can see Darren? You're welcome to come in, Dr. Frazier says. I have nothing against you personally, Kirby. But you do, Kirby thinks, though she doesn't have time to defend herself right now. I'll go get my landlord, Kirby says. Thank you, Dr. Frazier. Sorry to bother you so early. Kirby turns and hurries back down the walk and out the gate while, she's sure, Dr. Frazier watches her from the doorway. Kirby runs toward Narragansett Avenue. She won't wake Evan. She can handle Luke herself. She's a block and a half away when things start to unfold. A black sedan pulls up in front of the house, and Patty gets out of the passenger side. Kirby can't see who's driving, but the car is unfamiliar. The car drives off. "Patty!" Kirby yells. Patty turns toward Kirby's voice, but then Luke approaches her and Patty hugs him. They start kissing right there on the sidewalk, and Kirby thinks, okay, maybe Luke has had a chance to calm down. But still, Kirby is concerned. And sure enough, Luke pushes Patty away hard so that she stumbles, and then he grabs her by the hair and starts pulling her up the stairs to the house. Kirby runs. "Let go of her!" Luke doesn't let go. He's swearing under his breath, calling Patty a whore, asking Patty where she spent the night, who she was with, how many guys she slept with. Patty is crying softly, saying, "I was with my sister Sarah. We were at a party on Chappie. Let go of me, Luke, you're hurting me." "I thought you liked it when I hurt you," Luke says. Kirby takes the front steps 2 at a time and starts pummeling Luke's back. "Let go of her! Luke, stop!" Luke swings around and backhands Kirby right across the face. She's stunned. No one has ever hit her before. She brings her fingers to her lip. She's bleeding. "Are you kidding me?" a voice says. Kirby backs up a few steps as Darren comes charging up the stairs. He regards Luke for 1 second, then punches him. The hit is solid, the sound gruesome. Luke drops to the ground. "Go inside," Darren says to Kirby. "Call the police." Luke doesn't even bother getting up. He just lies splayed across the yard, whimpering. Patty kneels down next to him. "He's hurt," she says. She glares at Darren. "You hurt him." "He hit Kirby," Darren says. "Any man who would raise his hand to a woman does not deserve your sympathy." "It was self-defense," Patty says. "Kirby was attacking him." "Attacking him?" Kirby says. Her face stings. She's going to have a fat lip. "He was dragging you by the hair like a caveman." "How many times do I have to tell you?" Patty says. "This is none of your business." "You don't deserve to be treated that way," Kirby says. "I've seen the bruises, Patty, and the marks from where he slaps you." Patty casts a sidelong glance at Darren and speaks through gritted teeth. "It's none of your business. You don't know what I like or don't like." "It's 1969, Kirby says. "You don't have to tolerate him abusing you." Patty gets to her feet and charges toward Kirby, and Kirby wonders if she's about to get hit for the 2nd time in her life. "Butt out! I don't judge your preferences, so please don't judge mine." She pulls Luke up. "Well, the fact is, he hit me," Kirby says. "I could press charges." "Press away," Patty says. Her eyes are wild with defiance. But beneath this, Kirby spies fear or insecurity. Or maybe it's just exhaustion. Kirby is guessing Patty didn't get much sleep on Chappie. "Come on, Luke." Patty yanks Luke into the house, blatantly violating the no visitors of the opposite sex rule. The front door slams behind them. Kirby and Darren stare at each other in dumbfounded silence. "What should I do?" Kirby asks. Just then, a police car rolls up, and Kirby feels a wave of relief. Maybe someone else reported the disturbance. Patty's screaming could have woken the dead. "Edgartown?" Darren says. Kirby doesn't understand at first, but then she notices it's the Edgartown police, not the Oak Bluffs police, which is very unusual indeed. An officer gets out of the car and strides up the walk. He nods at Kirby and Darren. "I'm looking for Patricia O'Callahan," he says. Kirby can't decide if she should linger and try to eavesdrop, or if she should just head up to the igloo and go to sleep. "I should probably get some ice," she says to Darren. Gently, he touches her swollen lip. "I'm gonna wait until he comes out and then give him a proper licking." "The police are handling it," Kirby says. She wonders if maybe it was Mr. Ames who called the Edgartown police. "You're right," Darren says. He smiles at her, and Kirby allows herself to be sucked into the warmth of his brown eyes. He's handsome, genuine, kind, and flat-out superior to every other boyfriend she has ever had. But he will never be hers. Kirby wants to blame this on history or society, but the fact is, her own bad decisions are the obstacle. "Thank you for coming to the rescue," Kirby says. "My hero." "Anytime," Darren says. Kirby is lying face down on her bed, too tired to remove her yellow daisy dress, but not too tired to play Simon and Garfunkel, when she hears the scream. She lifts her head an inch. It's Patty. Although Kirby's first instinct is to leap into action, she stays put. Patty made it perfectly clear that she doesn't want Kirby's help. There's a second scream, and then footsteps on the stairs and pounding on Kirby's door. She rises to find Michaela and Barb. "You need to come downstairs," Michaela says. "She's asking for you." "Something's happened," Barb says. Kirby isn't sure what she's going to find, but she certainly doesn't expect to see both Luke and the police officer standing idly by while Patty wails. When Kirby descends the stairs, Patty looks up. Her face is crumpled and beet red. "Mary Jo," Patty says. Kirby blinks. "Mary Jo Kopechne? Sarah's friend?" Patty says. "Someone drove off the Dyke Bridge with her in the car, and she was trapped. She drowned, Kirby. She's dead." Whiter Shade of Pale, reprise. Kate called David with the happy news about the twins, and he said, "That's wonderful, Kate. You must be overjoyed." The "you" worried her. She didn't like the way he was distancing himself from her and the family. It was very unlike him. David adored Blair and, as he did with all of Kate's children, treated her like his own. "Won't you come this weekend and meet them?" Kate asked. "Please?" David issued a mighty sigh. This, Kate thought, was when he'd tell her he wanted a divorce. "What if I got us a room at the Gordon Folger?" Kate asked. This was what they used to do when they were dating, back when Exalta made no secret of the fact that she disapproved of Kate getting involved with someone so soon after Wilder's death, and her own lawyer to boot. Exalta insisted that there were rules about that sort of thing, but what she really meant was her own rule that Kate stick to Boston Brahmins. "A room at the Gordon Folger won't be necessary," David said. "I'd like to spend some time with my daughter." "Our daughter," Kate said. "Our daughter, yes, Kate," David said, "but I'm not up to fighting traffic Friday night. I'll take a ferry midday Saturday and leave Sunday afternoon before the crush." He would be on Nantucket a scant 24 hours, Kate thought, and from the sound of it, that was mostly so he could see Jessie. Apparently, Kate was no longer his first priority, nor was she worth sitting in traffic for. But she had behaved abominably this summer. She had no delusions about that. "Thank you," she said. "It would mean the world to me, to us all." David gave a dry laugh. "Please warn Exalta of my impending arrival." "Actually, Mother was just asking why we haven't seen more of you this summer," Kate said. This was a lie, but at least Exalta hadn't said anything overtly negative about David, as she was wont to do. "Kate, please," David said. "Don't make it worse." He hung up. On Saturday morning, there's knocking on the front door of All's Fair that quickly turns sharp and insistent. Kate is exhausted. She stayed at the hospital until nearly 11 the night before, holding one baby while Blair nursed the other. She waits to see if either Exalta or Jessie will answer the door, but then she remembers that it's a weekend. No tennis lessons, so they won't be up. Kate rouses herself. It must be David here early, she thinks, and she smooths her hair before she ties the belt of her robe. The knocking continues. Why make such a ruckus, she wonders. Why not just let himself in? He knows they never lock the door. He's probably trying to make a point. This isn't his house, so he'll act like a guest. Halfway down the stairs, she freezes. It's not David because the first ferry in doesn't arrive until 10. Who else would be knocking on the front door so early on a Saturday morning? Someone on a mission. Someone from the U.S. Army. Kate feels lightheaded. She sits on the step, fourth from the bottom. She won't answer the door. She can't. She'll sit here for the rest of her life if she has to. She will turn to stone, but she will not answer the door to the news that Tiger is dead. The knocking persists. A female voice says, "Open up! I know you're in there!" A woman? Kate thinks. She pushes herself to her feet. Standing on the front step is a woman with long dark hair. She's wearing a black and white tie-dyed t-shirt, a denim skirt, and an anklet made of tiny bells. Her feet are bare. "Can I help you?" Kate asks. This woman is a flower child, a hippie, and likely a beggar or here asking for money for some imaginary charity. But because Kate is awash with sweet relief, she'll give the woman a quarter and tell her to please be on her way. Maybe she'll send her down the street to Bitsy Dunscombe's house. Kate brightens at the very idea of this prank. The woman is wearing a pair of tiny, round, mirrored sunglasses. When she raises them, Kate sees ice blue eyes. Dear God, Kate thinks, and it takes everything in her power not to slam the door shut in the woman's face. "Katie?" the woman says. It's Lorraine. Lorraine Crimmins. Kate falls back on her manners. "Lorraine," she says, "I'm sorry. You've given me a shock. We weren't expecting you, were we? Bill, your father, didn't say anything." "He doesn't know I'm coming," Lorraine says. "He'll be more surprised than you." "Ah," Kate says. She's at a complete loss. "I'm sure he'll be happy to see you." "Doubt that," Lorraine says. "But I didn't come to see the old man. I came to get my boy." "Well," Kate says. The polite thing to do is invite Lorraine in, but Kate can't bring herself to do it. Now that she's recovering from her shock, she feels the old hatred surfacing inside her, like pollution in a river. "You'll have to check with your father about that. My understanding is you up and left Pick by himself. I'm not sure what reason a mother would ever have for doing such a thing, but if you ask me, you don't deserve the boy back. He's quite happy here with us. He has a job and a girlfriend. In the fall, he can go to high school here." "Ha!" Lorraine laughs like Kate has told a joke. "Come off it, Katie." "I heard him on the phone the other day, Lorraine, trying to call the place you live or used to live, looking for you, and no one could tell him where you were. He was upset." "Well then, he'll be happy to see me." Kate shuts the door and leans against it. Lorraine starts pounding. Kate wants Exalta to wake up, but she sleeps with earplugs in, so there is little to no hope of her hearing all this. Ever so stealthily, Kate slides the deadbolt. There's a telltale click. Lorraine stops knocking. Good, Kate thinks. Lorraine gets the picture. She isn't welcome. Kate considers calling the police, but she can't bear to make a scene so early on a Saturday, or at all. Kate hurries down the hall, through the kitchen, and across the yard. She needs to wake up Bill Crimmins. But when she lets herself into Little Fair, she sees his bedroom is empty. A quick check out the window confirms his truck is gone. It's early, but not that early. Bill has already left for work. Kate leaves Little Fair just in time to see Lorraine opening the back door and entering the kitchen at All's Fair. "What are you doing?" Kate calls out in a furious whisper. "I did not invite you in." She flies into the kitchen to find Lorraine already seated at the table. Lorraine chooses a peach out of the fruit bowl and takes a sloppy bite, her eyes defiant. Juice drips down her chin. "Get out!" Kate looms over Lorraine. She is so angry, she wants to strike her. "Go ahead," Lorraine says. "Slap me. I know you want to. You've wanted to for 16 years. She stands up and presents a cheek to Kate. "It will give me great satisfaction to watch Katie Nichols lose control." "You're despicable," Kate says. "You were despicable then, and you're even more despicable now. Where is your self-respect? You show up here barefoot like a common hobo. You stink to high heaven. And I'm sure you don't have any money." "True," Lorraine says with a smirk. "I don't. But my father will give me some." Kate silently concedes that point. "You are not staying here, Lorraine." "It's actually lavender now," Lorraine says, "if you don't mind." "What I mind, lavender, is you barging into our family home uninvited." "You know, I've actually missed this house," Lorraine says. "It has so many unique features. The mural, the buttery." "Watch it, Lorraine," Kate says. She can't believe how brazen the woman is being. She must be on something. "And so many fine antiques. Exalta's whatchamacallits, and that spinning wheel. Hey, do you remember when Kirby got in trouble for breaking the spinning wheel and she wouldn't apologize? That's because I was the one who broke it. I had taken a bunch of your diet pills and I was buzzing and wanted to see how fast it could go." Kate stares at Lorraine. Of course she remembers the broken spinning wheel. Was Lorraine confessing now, so many years later, that she had stolen Kate's diet pills? She had struggled to lose weight after giving birth to Tiger, and while speeding on those pills, she had broken the house's most valuable antique and then pinned the blame on a 5-year-old? "All the family secrets are coming out," Lorraine says with a lunatic smile. One of her side teeth is missing. "I would have spoken up if Kirby got into any real trouble, but of course she didn't. She was Exalta's lapdog. By the way, how is Blair? Did she ever stop sucking her thumb? And what about my favorite, little Tiger? How is our little Tiger?" "You're a whore," Kate says. "A common whore." "Lucky for your husband," Lorraine says. That's it. Kate snaps. She grabs Lorraine by the arm and pulls her toward the back door, but Lorraine digs into the linoleum with her dirty heels. Kate prays for her mother to appear. Lorraine has always looked up to Exalta, but the person who materializes on the back porch is Jessie. Kate wonders how long she's been standing there and what exactly she's heard. Behind Jessie is Pick, dressed in his mustard yellow board shorts with a towel draped around his neck, climbing onto his bike. Lorraine must see Pick also, because all of a sudden she bursts forward, eager to go exactly where Kate wants her to go. Outside. It's a messy reunion, and loud. Lorraine is sobbing. She begs for forgiveness and professes her love, but Pick seems to rebuff his mother. Finally, however, he lets her hug him, and then they're embracing and rocking back and forth. Kate and Jessie watch from the back porch. Kate is incredulous. She can't believe Lorraine Crimmins has returned to Nantucket and that she had the gall to knock on the front door of All's Fair after the disgraceful way she left so many years ago. And yet, the reunion between mother and son is strangely touching. Tiger, Kate thinks. But Tiger is off fighting a war for the U.S. Army. He's fighting so that rootless, toothless floozies like Lorraine Crimmins can wander the country in bare feet. "Is she taking him back to California?" Jessie asks. "Who knows," Kate says. "What did she mean when—" "I'll explain later," Kate says. "Right now, I have to find Bill Crimmins." Kate starts by calling down to the charcoal galley to see if Bill was in for breakfast and if he said where he was headed later. The waitress, Joelle, says, "He's been doing handyman work at the Congregational Church all week." Wonderful. Kate calls the Congregational Church and asks the secretary in the office to please send Bill Crimmins home to Fair Street. His daughter has paid us a surprise visit from California, Kate says. Bill pulls up a few minutes later. Kate and Jessie are at the kitchen table. Kate is drinking her morning coffee, and through the window, she sees him slam his truck door shut and then slam into Little Fair. Kate has no idea what will transpire. Jessie, drinking juice and nibbling a piece of toast, watches him as well. "Do you think?" Jessie asks. "I don't know and I don't care," Kate says. "You shouldn't care either. They're not our family." Kate throws back what's left of her coffee. "Not really." "Not really. Lucky for your husband." Kate fills her coffee cup again and resists the temptation to add whiskey because David is coming today and she will not be drunk when he arrives. However, without alcohol, it's difficult to banish the ghosts. Wilder. Kate knew he was unfaithful early in the marriage. He had flirted with Kate's own cousin at their wedding reception in a way that was completely inappropriate. But it had taken her a while to realize just how crucial to his self-worth the philandering was. It didn't matter what Kate said or did. She would threaten to leave. He would earnestly promise to stop. A few weeks or months later, he would be back at the bars, coming home late, not coming home at all. It was, frankly, a relief when he left for Korea. When Wilder came home, he seemed like a new man. Devoted, chastened, passionate about Kate and Kate only. On Nantucket that summer, Exalta fawned all over him, telling all the ladies at the Field and Oar that Wilder was a war hero, and Kate's father, Penn, indulged him with scotch and good cigars. But after only a few weeks, the highs of Wilder's personality dropped into deep troughs. Kate was aware that Wilder had started taking Benzedrine overseas in order to stay sharp, and she suspected the habit had continued here at home. She could tell when he was high. His eyes had a certain glint, and he talked a mile a minute. The only thing that could bring him down softly was alcohol. That summer, there were late nights at Bosun's locker, and then a string of nights when he didn't come home at all. One morning, he showed up with mud-caked shoes. He said he'd fallen asleep on a grave in the Quaker cemetery, weeping over the men he'd lost in Korea. Another night, he brought half a pound of sand to bed with him. He told Kate he'd walked all the way to Surfside Beach, then from Surfside to Cisco, then from Cisco home. She had chosen to believe him. On what turned out to be the last of those nights, when Kate woke up and Wilder wasn't in bed, she went to the kitchen to make some warm milk. She heard a noise coming from the hallway, and when she'd gone to investigate, she'd found Wilder hiding in the buttery. At first, she thought he was in there alone, which wasn't too surprising. He was definitely drunk, and he might have mistaken her for Exalta or Penn and tried to hide. But then Kate caught a glimpse of a ghost-white foot sticking out of the back of the buttery. It was Lorraine. Lorraine Crimmins, who cooked and baked for Exalta and who, that summer, was also minding the children. Their summer had ended abruptly right there. Kate packed up herself and the children that very night, and they had left on the early ferry, before her parents were even awake. "You can explain to them why I left," Kate told Wilder. "Stay here with her, if that's what you want." Kate had stood on the upper deck of the ferry with her car keys clenched like a weapon between her fingers as she watched Nantucket retreat into the distance. Lorraine Crimmins. It was such a betrayal. Lorraine had started working at the Nichols household when she was 16 years old, and Kate 20, a sophomore at Smith College. That was during the war. Kate had invited Lorraine to listen to the radio with her in the evenings. Together they had knit socks for the men overseas. Kate had been kind to Lorraine because she pitied her. Lorraine was a sad case, ruined by her mother's death when she was a baby. doomed to disappoint and underachieve every step of the way after that. Lorraine was very pretty, but her style tended toward tawdry. She wore too much makeup when she went out at night, and her clothes were tight and cheap. At Bosun's locker she met men, scallopers, house painters, traveling salesmen, one after the other, no one special, no one serious. Wilder and Lorraine crammed into the buttery, given away by Kate glimpsing that one pale foot. It wasn't a vision Kate could ever hope to forget. Kate had told Wilder to stay with Lorraine, but as the ferry crossed the Sound, she feared that was exactly what he would do. Kate loved Wilder, and she hated herself for that. It seemed the cruelest circumstance life had to offer, that someone she loved so profoundly could hurt her so badly, and still that love did not die. If anything, it intensified. Kate wanted Wilder to love her, to desire her, not Lorraine Crimmins. Why her? Why Lorraine of all people? Exalta had called the next day to check on Tiger's fever. Tiger's fever? Kate said. Yes, Exalta said. Wilder had explained that Tiger was running a high fever, which was why Kate had taken the children to Boston in such a great hurry. The big war hero was a coward, Kate thought. Just as Kate was summoning the courage to tell Exalta the truth, as humiliating as it was, Kate would also gain great satisfaction in stripping Exalta of her illusions about the man. Wilder had walked through the door. He dropped to his knees in front of Kate, and she felt the mightiest relief she had ever known. A few minutes after Bill goes into Little Fair, Kate and Jessie watch all three of the Crimminses emerge from the house. Mr. Crimmins first, holding a duffel bag, then Lorraine, then Pick. Pick turns and sees Kate and Jessie and offers a half-hearted wave. Jessie gets up and takes a step forward, but Kate says, "Let them go." The last thing she wants is a grandiose, overblown goodbye, and she can't get close to Lorraine again, or she will do something she is sure to regret. "But," Jessie says. She gazes at her mother with her liquid brown eyes. "I'm in love with him." Kate processes this information. "Come with me," she says. "I want to talk to you." Midnight Confessions. Jessie follows her mother up the stairs of Little Fair. It's almost unbearable to be here now that Pick is gone, really gone. Jessie would even prefer him being here with Sabrina. She thinks back to the day she arrived, when she found Pick playing that dumb ball and paddle game. She feels like she walked into a trap. Pick was so cute with his sun-bleached hair and his rope bracelet and his easy charm, asking Jessie questions, taking an interest in her, making her a simple, delicious lunch when she was so hungry. It was impossible not to fall immediately in love with him. Kate indicates that Jessie should sit at the table, and Jessie does so, though her heart breaks because he didn't leave a note for her or anything, no sign that they'd been friends or that he'd miss her. Probably he'd been worried about Sabrina, or maybe not. Maybe he was just happy that his mother came to reclaim him. Jessie hadn't been able to tell from the look on his face. "You know what the happiest summer of my life was?" Kate asks. "When you turned 13? Jessie guesses. "I was 13 during the Great Depression," Kate says, "so, no." Jessie doesn't venture another guess. Frankly, she doesn't care. "It was the summer you were born," Kate says. "Your dad and I brought you here when you were only 4 weeks old, just a little peanut. And we lived up here in Little Fair all by ourselves, and the other 3 kids stayed in the big house with Nonnie and Gramps." "Oh," Jessie says. She's only old enough to remember when her siblings lived in Little Fair by themselves. "I was happy. Well, probably because I had a little bit of space from Nonnie. It was just you, me, and Daddy. It felt like a fresh start. And I desperately needed a fresh start." Jessie runs her Tree of Life pendant along its chain as her mind wanders back to the exchange she overheard between her mother and Lorraine Crimmins. Kate had called Lorraine Crimmins a whore, and Lorraine, instead of getting angry like Jessie assumed she would, said, "Lucky for your husband." Jessie had gotten a funny feeling then, like a door was opening, a secret door, and she was finally getting a glimpse of what lurked behind it. She knows a whore is a prostitute, a woman who gets paid to have sex with men, and she knows that when Lorraine said, "Lucky for your husband," she meant Wilder Foley, not David Levin. Wilder Foley and Lorraine Crimmins? Jessie thinks back to the puberty talk at the end of the school year, and she feels herself flush because she suddenly knows what her mother wants to talk to her about. Jessie hasn't been paying attention to her mother, who's been talking about how Kate and David brought Jessie everywhere that summer in her carriage and her baby basket. They had even taken her on a cabin cruiser all the way over to Tuckernuck. "Mom," Jessie says, interrupting her, "is Pick?" She doesn't know how to ask what she wants to ask, but it hardly matters because she knows the answer is yes. "Pick is Wilder Foley's son," Kate says matter-of-factly. "Wilder got Lorraine Crimmins pregnant. She ran off to California and had Pick, and I haven't seen her since then. Until today." For a second, Jessie is suspended in sheer panic, thinking she has fallen in love with her own brother, but then she recalculates. Pick isn't her brother. His parents are Lorraine Crimmins and Wilder Foley. Her parents are Kate and David. Pick is, however, the half-brother of Blair, Kirby, and Tiger, just as Jessie is their half-sister. Pick is her, but on the flip side. Jessie is dizzy. "Does Nani know?" she asks. Kate shrugs. "I'm sure she suspects. Although actually I have no idea. Your grandmother and I haven't talked about it because we don't talk about anything. I've had a very lonely life." "You have?" Jessie says. In her mind, Kate is the center of everything. She's Exalta's daughter. She was Wilder's wife, and now she's David's wife. She's Blair's, Kirby's, Tiger's, and Jessie's mother. How can she be lonely? Kate's eyes fill with tears, and Jessie gazes at her with wonder. Her mother is so beautiful, even in her bathrobe and pink silk pajamas, even without pearls or lipstick. Jessie knows her mother is sick with worry about Tiger, but now it appears she's sad about all sorts of other things, older things. "The night Wilder died," Kate says. "You don't have to talk about it," Jessie says. "I have to tell someone, don't you see?" Kate says. She squeezes Jessie's hand, and for the first time ever in her life, Jessie understands that her mother is real. It's a revelation. Her mother is a human being who feels pain, sadness, loneliness, confusion. Jessie thought all grown-ups lived in a different atmosphere, one that was like a cool, clear gel. Adults had problems, Jessie knew, money and their children, but one of the benefits of reaching adulthood, she thought, was that you outgrew the raw, hot, chaotic emotions of adolescence. The night Wilder died was a couple of days after I received a letter from Lorraine telling me that she was pregnant with his baby. Jessie's stomach drops. "I wanted to confront him while the children were asleep," Kate says. "I found him in his workshop, cleaning his gun." Jessie bows her head and closes her eyes. She knows she should be honored that her mother has chosen her as a confidant, but she doesn't want to hear another word. Already the story is different from the one Jessie believed to be true her whole life. She thought that Kate had walked into the workshop and found Wilder dead. "I let him read the letter from Lorraine," Kate goes on, "and I said, 'It looks like you're to have a bastard child. I'm taking the children and leaving you. I'm moving back to Beacon Hill with my parents. I'm through Wilder, and there's nothing you can do about it. I've contacted a lawyer and I'm filing for divorce." Jessie holds her breath. She had been told long ago, by whom she can't remember, that Wilder shot himself accidentally, and that Kate had hired David Levin to prove it wasn't a suicide, and he had done that. "I closed the door and walked away," Kate says. "But do you know what I regret?" Jessie senses that she's not expected to answer, and she can't find her voice anyway. "I regret not slamming the door," Kate says. "If I'd shown anger, Wilder might have snapped to his senses and come after me to argue or plead his case. He had dramatic mood swings, problems with pills and whiskey. But I didn't realize how low his low points were. Honestly, Jessica, I wasn't thinking about him in that moment. I was thinking about myself. I was thinking that he had betrayed me. He had been unfaithful with someone I knew, someone I liked. And he'd been careless enough to get her pregnant, which meant that the whole wide world would know that Wilder preferred Lorraine Crimmins to me, and I would be humiliated on top of my heartbreak." "What happened?" Jessie asks. "A split second after I'd closed the door quietly but firmly, with a click, and walked away, I heard a shot." "He killed himself," Jessie says. "Yes," Kate says. "I wasn't 100% certain at first because Wilder was prone to drama. I thought it was possible he'd fired a shot into the wall to make me think he'd killed himself. And he was so unstable that I also thought it was possible that I'd opened that door and he would be pointing the gun at me." "What did you do?" Jessie asks. "I waited a few minutes, and when I heard nothing but silence, I opened the door, and I saw what he'd done." Kate's eyes are dry. Her face is calm. She might be telling Jessie that she opened the door to find Wilder had fixed the vacuum. My first emotion was completely irrational. Anger. I was furious that Wilder had taken the easy way out. I wanted him to face what he'd done. I wanted him to feel shame in front of my father, in front of my mother. This is so unexpected. Jessie doesn't know how to arrange her expression. And then I felt guilt. Like an ocean wave crashing over me, a really powerful wave, the kind that knocks you down and fills your nose and mouth with burning salt water, because... Kate laughs sadly. "I can't believe I'm telling you all this. I should stop." Yes, Jessie thinks, stop, stop. But somehow she knows Kate isn't able to stop. I felt guilty because I had lied to Wilder. I hadn't contacted a lawyer, and I didn't plan on divorcing him. I would have moved to Nani's temporarily, then we would have worked it out. I only said what I did in order to upset him. Kate pauses, thinks for a minute, then says, "The only person in the whole world who knows the truth is Bill Crimmins." "Mr. Crimmins?" Jessie says. "I called him on Nantucket and told him what happened. He got on the ferry and made it to our house by midnight. He fixed it." "Fixed it how?" Jessie asks. Her hands are numb, her lips are tingling. She will never, ever be the same. Nothing matters anymore. Not Pick, not the Tree of Life, not Anne Frank discovered by the Nazis and dying in a concentration camp. Her mother lied about Wilder Foley's death. He killed himself because of something Kate said. And Mr. Crimmins knows. "He just fixed it," Kate says. "He made it look like an accident." "Dad?" Jessie asks. "David was the main person we were trying to fool," Kate says. "And the insurance company, of course, because they wouldn't have paid a settlement for a suicide. And I wanted to hide the truth from my friends and neighbors. When they heard Wilder killed himself accidentally while cleaning his gun, they felt sorry for us. That is a tragedy. Suicide, however, carries a stigma. I couldn't bear to pass that legacy on to the children. So only Bill knows. And now you. I'm trusting you with this secret, but I will not burden you with it. If you want to call the authorities right now, call the authorities. Her eyes are shining with tears. "It might be a relief. You have no idea what kind of hell it has been living with this for so many years. I waited each day to be punished. Because no one gets off scot-free, Jessie. And when they called up your brother, although the rest of the world might see that as random bad luck, I knew that Tiger was being drafted because of me. And he's likely going to die." "Mom," Jessie whispers, "please don't say that. It's my fault," Kate says forlornly. She lays her head on the table, and finally the tears fall. "It's my fault. I drove Wilder to his death." Jessie remembers seeing the destruction that the Bonneville caused after it crashed through the front window of Butner's. The damage had seemed irreparable. And yet, Butner's window had eventually been restored to brand new, better than brand new. So, too, with Kate's earth-shattering confession. Kate cries for a while. Jessie hands her some tissues. Kate wipes her tears, then heads back over to All's Fair. When Jessie checks on her a while later, Kate seems happier. She suggests that they go to the beach, just the two of them. "It's the 19th of July, Kate says in a completely normal voice. "And we've barely been." "What about Dad?" Jessie asks. She tries to keep her voice steady, but right now her world is hanging on her father's arrival. Her mother must know Jessie would never call the authorities to turn her in. But Jessie is going to tell her father. She hates that Kate and Mr. Crimmins set out to fool him. He needs to know the truth. "He's arriving on the 3:15, Kate says. "If we leave here by 11, we can still get half a day." Jessie is afraid if she declines, her mother will think it's because she's horrified by the secret. Jessie is horrified by the secret. For 16 years, her mother has been lying to everyone. And now Kate is being punished. No, they are all being punished, because Tiger was sent to Vietnam and might come back in a body bag. The incomprehensible thing is that Jessie still loves her mother as much as ever, maybe more. Jessie remembers only too well how she agonized that week when she thought Nani's necklace was gone forever, and how that guilt was like a load of gravel in her gut, grinding away, weighing her down. What must it have been like for her mother, keeping the secret from Nani and David and her own children all these years? No wonder she felt lonely. Jessie will tell David, and David will confront Kate, and although things will then be messy, the truth will be out, and Kate will feel better, and maybe Tiger will be saved. "Okay," Jessie says. "I'll put my suit on." "I'll make sandwiches," Kate says. "Mom," Jessie says. Kate stops. They look at each other, and this is the make-or-break moment. Jessie can feel it. "No mustard," Jessie says. The day turns out much better than Jessie would have thought such a day could. Kate and Jessie go to Ram Pasture. Exalta tried to wrangle an invitation, but Kate said, "I'd like some time alone with Jessie. Thanks, Mother." The beach is practically deserted. The sun is warm but not overbearing, and because Exalta isn't there, Jessie gets to sit in her chair, a Sleepy Hollow, which did not get its name by accident. Jessie falls asleep in the sun, but her mother remembered the copper tone so Jessie doesn't burn. When she wakes up, she and Kate take a swim. The water is cool and refreshing and cleansing. When they climb out, they eat their sandwiches on their towels. Jessie has ham and cheese on lightly toasted Portuguese bread with butter and some nice lettuce and pickles, and it's the best sandwich she has eaten all summer, if she doesn't count the BLT Pick made for her on the first day. After lunch, Jessie lies on her stomach and reads Mrs. Basil E. Frankweiler. She stops every few pages to daydream about her older self graduating from college and moving to New York City or Paris or Amsterdam, which is where Anne Frank lived. At 2:45, they pack up their things and climb into the Scout, and they reach the ferry at the exact moment that David Levin is coming down the gangplank. Kate says, "Go ahead, it's okay." Jessie gets out of the car and runs into her father's arms, and he holds her tight and says, "Oh, honey, you are a sight for sore eyes." Jessie squeezes him tightly and thinks that he's the sight for sore eyes. She didn't realize how much she missed him until just this second. He pulls away and says, "I can't believe how grown up and beautiful you're getting." Her face grows warm, or maybe that's from the sun. "Don't forget, we have an ice cream date," David says. "But right now, I want to kiss your mother." They drive back to the house, and Kate and David disappear upstairs, and Jessie takes a long outdoor shower and then goes upstairs in Little Fair and sees an envelope on the table. Her heart seizes. Tiger? But as she gets closer, she sees it's just a letter from Doris. Jessie takes it into her room and stretches out across the bed. Her skin is tight from the sun, and despite the shower, there are still grains of sand hiding in the part of her hair and the whorls of her ears. But this is how it's supposed to be in summer. "Dear Jessie, I can't believe you have a boyfriend. I hope he gets to visit Brookline so we can meet him in person." Jessie realizes that this line means exactly what it says. Doris doesn't believe Jessie has a boyfriend, and Doris is correct, but she never needs to know that. There's big news here, and that is that Leslie got caught stealing a pair of pearl earrings from Filene's. She went shopping with Pammy Pope and told Pammy how easy it was to just take whatever she wanted without paying for it. Pammy said she wanted a pair of pearl earrings. "Piece of cake," Leslie said. She took out her own gold studs and stuck them in her pocket. Then, at the jewelry counter, she asked to see the pearl earrings. She stuck them in her ears and pretended to admire them in the mirror, and when the saleslady got distracted, Leslie slipped into the next apartment, then the next, then she eased out the door to the street. Pammy was in awe. She thought Leslie had gotten away with it. Leslie was stopped by the police 2 blocks away. The police took her to the station, called her parents, said they had witnessed the burglary on a hidden camera, and they could charge Leslie and she would go to court and maybe even a juvenile delinquent center. Leslie's father managed to talk the police out of it, and he took Leslie home. But now, Leslie's parents have decided to send her to boarding school in Switzerland, which is where her grandmother lives, because they don't want Leslie going down a wayward path. So I guess that just leaves you and me, facing 7th grade together. See you in a few weeks. From your best friend, Doris. The drama of the day and the sun at the beach have worn Jessie down. She has every intention of using the $1 her father gave her to walk down to Vincent's for pizza. But the second her parents leave for dinner at the Skipper, she goes up to her room and falls asleep. She wakes up in the middle of the night, absolutely ravenous. She knows the offerings in the fridge at Little Fair are meager. Half a jar of pickles, grape jam, a package of hot dogs that would require boiling, which seems like too much work. Jessie tiptoes down the stairs, but finds the door to Mr. Crimmins' room open. The room is empty and dark, and Jessie wonders if Mr. Crimmins will move back to Pine Street now that Pick is gone. She supposes the answer is yes. Jessie crosses the yard and enters the kitchen at All's Fair, hoping that Kate brought home a doggy bag from the Skipper. Her mother hasn't eaten a full meal since Tiger left. Sure enough, there's a paper bag on the counter, and inside is a box containing cold fried chicken. Jessie is so hungry she bites into the drumstick right away. She hears voices. Maybe she's not the only person awake, or maybe someone left the television on. Jessie tiptoes down the hall. No one has turned on the TV since Blair left for the hospital. But Jessie can see the watery light flickering into the hall. She pauses at the doorway, drumstick still in hand, and peers in. She sees the silhouette of her parents sitting on the sofa. But what catches Jessie's attention is the television screen. There's a man in an astronaut suit emerging from a rocket. A voice says, "We see you coming down the ladder." It's the moon landing. Jessie knew it was happening soon, but with everything else going on, she forgot it was tonight. She is so happy she woke up. There's another voice, far away and distorted, like a man talking into a tin can. The voice says, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." Her parents stand up. But then Jessie realizes it's not her parents. It's Nani and Mr. Crimmins. Nani turns to Mr. Crimmins, offering both her hands. "Bill," she says, "did you ever think we'd live long enough to see this?" Mr. Crimmins pulls Exalta to him and kisses her, really kisses her, like a character in one of Blair's soap operas. Jessie's mouth falls open. Behind Exalta and Bill Crimmins, Neil Armstrong walks on the surface of the moon. Man is walking on the moon. Exalta isn't pushing Mr. Crimmins away. She is kissing him back. They are kissing, and Jessie realizes that Exalta, too, is real. She's a real person who has feelings for Mr. Crimmins. Exalta breaks away. "Come upstairs with me," she says. Jessie quietly, oh so quietly, scurries back down the hall to the kitchen. Sunlight floods Jessie's room the next morning, and she awakens, blinking at the ceiling. Then she starts to laugh. It's funny, isn't it? Funny, peculiar, but also, for some reason, funny ha-ha. Exalta is old. Mr. Crimmins is older. And yet, there they were. Jessie wonders how long their romance has been going on. Was it just a spontaneous moment inspired by the wonder of space travel? Or has it been happening all summer? Or is Jessie going to discover that Exalta and Mr. Crimmins have been conducting a love affair for years and years, ever since Penn Nichols died, or even before that? Jessie hops out of bed, pads past Mr. Crimmins' closed bedroom door, walks across the yard, and goes into the kitchen, where she finds her father reading the newspaper. Splashed across the front is the headline, "Man Walks on Moon," and there's a grainy black and white photo of Armstrong and Aldrin planting the flag. "We missed the moon landing," David says. "Too much wine at dinner. I'm sorry, Jessie. I wanted to wake you up so we could watch it." "That's okay," Jessie says. She can't look her father in the eye, or she'll give him a crazy person grin. She pokes her head into the fridge looking for juice. "Your mother went to the hospital to bring Blair and the babies home. So what do you say you and I get out of the house for a while to give them some space? We can go play tennis. You can show me what you've learned." Tennis on a Sunday. It's worse than church. But Jessie needs to talk to her father alone, and this might give her the opportunity. "Okay," she says. After breakfast, Jessie and her father put on their whites, grab their rackets, and walk to the club. Jessie has butterflies in her stomach that increase in number the closer they get to the club. She's obviously nervous about disclosing her mother's secret, but more immediately, she's nervous about her father signing in at the club desk. What if they don't let him in because he's Jewish? She nearly suggests they walk a quarter-mile to play on the public courts at the jetties, but she doesn't want to alert her father to a possible problem, or make him think he's not good enough for the Field and Oar Club. When they approach the desk, Jessie's heart is hammering in her chest. It's not even Liz at the desk. It's some fill-in person who won't recognize Jessie and knows she's a member. David smiles. "Good morning," he says to the fill-in girl, who has messy hair and dark circles under her eyes, and looks like she was roused from bed 5 minutes earlier. "I'm David Levin, son-in-law of Exalta Nichols. My daughter and I are going to go hit." The girl who just woke up, Brenda, her name tag says, doesn't even blink. "Sign in," she says groggily. Jessie watches her father sign, Nichols N3. He turns to Jessie. "Ready to play?" "How come you didn't sign Levin?" she asks as they walk toward the courts. "Because it's your grandmother's membership." "Yeah, but Levin is your name," she says. "And my name. Did you not sign it because you don't want anyone to know you're Jewish?" David throws his head back and laughs. He wraps an arm around Jessie and pulls her in close. "Trust me, everyone here already knows I'm Jewish. But you know what else they know?" "What?" Jessie says. They are right in front of Court 11, which is closest to the water. It's the only court Jessie has played on all summer, but she has been so racked with anxiety about her lessons that she has never once noticed how pretty her surroundings are. Today the sky is brilliant blue, and an American flag ripples in the breeze. The harbor is dotted with boats. The view from here is breathtaking, but also exclusive, because it's not for everybody. David says, "They know I'm smart, and that I have an important job, and they know I'm a really, really good tennis player. They also know how much I love your mother, and your sisters, and your brother, and you. And to most people here, Jessie, the good people, that's all that matters. Okay?" Tears are standing in Jessie's eyes, but she hopes they're hidden by the bill of her visor. She nods and leads her father onto the court. They hit the ball around, Jessie accepting her father's compliments. "Your backhand is so strong and accurate. Your serving form is darn near perfect." But after an hour, the sun is high and hot, and both Jessie and David have had enough. "How about we go to the sweet shop?" David says. "Get that ice cream I promised you." Even though it's July 20th, this is Jessie's first trip all summer to the sweet shop. It smells the way all good ice cream parlors should, like toasted marshmallows, melted chocolate, and the malt and vanilla scent of just-baked waffle cones. Jessie orders a double scoop of malachite chip in a silver bowl, and David gets black raspberry in a cone, and they sit at one of the tiny circular marble tables in uncomfortable wrought iron chairs. "It's time for you to pour your heart out," David says. "I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to listen." Not here to judge. This is an unusual statement, Jessie thinks, which must be a sign that she can hand over her mother's awful secret. She can't say it. She wonders if maybe she can ease into the news about her mother. There are many other places to start. Garrison's unwanted liberties, Jessie's spate of thefts, her losing Nani's necklace and the subsequent grounding, falling in love with Pick, her first kiss, her first heartbreak upon meeting Sabrina, the bra shopping that was interrupted by Blair's water breaking on the floor at Butner's, her mother's drinking problem, Jessie's first period, her angst that Anne Frank did not survive the war, the scene with Lorraine Crimmins followed by Pick's departure that is maybe forever, Tiger's letter telling Jessie 2 of his friends, Frog and Puppy, had been killed and that he was being shipped off on a secret mission, the discovery that Exalta and Mr. Crimmins were girlfriend and boyfriend? Jessie opens her mouth to speak, but her tongue is frozen, both literally and figuratively. She feels like a stunted, thwarted failure. She is unable to share any of the things that happened to her this summer. She just can't do it. Instead, she digs into her malachite chip. It's just a fancy name for mint chocolate chip, which has reached that seductively melted stage. She feels the cool weight of her Tree of Life pendant against her breastbone. When her father noticed her wearing it, his eyes lit up. Maturity and responsibility, she thinks. And then, a radical idea seizes her. When she was a child, she told her parents everything. "I'm hungry, I'm tired, I need to use the bathroom, I skinned my knee, I like, I hate, I want, I need. What if growing up means keeping some things to herself? The experiences of this summer will become as much a part of her as her bones and muscle, her brain and heart. 10 or 20 years from now, when she looks back on the summer of 1969, she will think, that was the summer I became real. My own real person. She draws her spoon along the delicious melty edge of her ice cream and says, I haven't been able to play my new record album even once. The Joni Mitchell? David says. Jessie loves her father for remembering. And then another radical thought strikes. To her father, she is already a real person. Well, let's remedy that as soon as we get home, David says. He tilts his head and catches her eye. So it's fair to say this summer has turned out better than you thought? Oh, yes, Jessie tells her father. Much better. For what it's worth. Senator Kennedy is in trouble. Not long after Patty tells Kirby the ghastly news about Mary Jo Kopechne, Mrs. Benny calls Kirby into work. Although Kirby's psyche is now frayed thanks to too much drama and not enough sleep, she has no choice but to go. She arrives back at the inn, still in her yellow daisy dress, and is immediately shuttled into the office with Mrs. Benny and an Edgartown police officer named Sergeant Braga. Where's Mr. Ames? Kirby asks. He has already given the sergeant his statement, Mrs. Benny says. Kirby notes that her hair has been pinned back up in its usual bun, and any sense of fun or frivolity has been replaced with mournful gravitas. Kirby wishes she knew what Mr. Ames told the sergeant. We're trying to corroborate the senator's story, Sergeant Braga says. He allegedly left the party at the Lawrence cottage around 11:15 and offered to give Miss Kopechne a ride to the ferry so she could return to her lodgings in Edgartown. However, the senator got turned around in the dark and accidentally drove off the Dyke Bridge, where the car flipped over and submerged. The senator says he repeatedly tried to dive down to free Miss Kopechne, who was in the passenger seat, but he was unsuccessful. After a brief rest, the senator walked back to the Lawrence cottage to alert his cousin, Mr. Gargan, and a friend about what had happened. They too dove down in an attempt to free Miss Kopechne, but were unsuccessful. Kirby steadies her breathing. She can't believe that Mary Jo Kopechne, Sarah O'Callaghan's friend in the Navy sheath and pearls, a person Kirby had met only the day before, was dead. Dead. The senator left the party with Mary Jo. This seems incriminating, doesn't it? Or maybe it was innocent. Maybe he was, as he said, driving Mary Jo back to the ferry. If Kirby had attended the party, it could easily have been Kirby he was driving to the ferry. It could have been Kirby trapped in the car underwater. The senator says he entered the hotel at around 1:15. Does that sound right to you? 1:15? That does not sound right. Luke came into the lobby at 1:30, Kirby recalls. The cab arrived around 2, and Kirby returned to the hotel at 10 minutes to 3. Mr. Ames said the senator had shown up at 2:30, right? Surely Mr. Ames has told the police this, but if it differs from the senator's account, then Kirby's recollection would be very important, except she hadn't been there. I didn't see the senator at all, Kirby says. But he went up to his room, Mrs. Benny says. You must have given him his key. Mr. Ames gave him his key, Kirby says. She stares at her hands in her lap. I was off the property when the senator returned. What? Mrs. Benny says. I was dealing with an intruder. An intruder? My roommate's boyfriend came into the lobby. He was acting inappropriately, raising his voice. He was drunk and angry. We put him in a taxi. I should hope so, Mrs. Benny exclaims. I went along with him, Kirby says. She appeals to Sergeant Braga because she's too ashamed to look at Mrs. Benny. I knew I wasn't supposed to leave the inn, but I needed to make sure Luke went straight home. I was afraid he would hunt down my roommate and hurt her. Instead of being impressed by Kirby's brave display of devotion and friendship, Sergeant Braga looks disappointed. So you didn't see the senator at all? You had no contact with him? None, Kirby says. The sergeant stands up. All right, I'm finished here. Thank you for your cooperation, Mrs. Benny. I'll let you know if I need anything else. Mrs. Benny rises while resting a firm hand on Kirby's shoulder to let her know to stay put. Please do, Sergeant, she says. The instant the door to the office closes, Mrs. Benny says, The senator did not kill that girl. It was an accident. We all take our lives into our own hands when we get into a car. Kirby can sympathize with Mrs. Benny's distress. In fact, she shares it. There's nothing quite so disheartening as discovering your hero is just an ordinary man. However, unlike Mrs. Benny, Kirby thinks the senator might very well be responsible for Mary Jo Kopechne's death. It sounds like he was the one who drove the car off the bridge, and it also sounds like he left the scene without pulling Mary Jo from the car. The senator had asked Mr. Ames if he was sure it wasn't earlier than 2:30. He must have been looking for an alibi that would put him at the hotel and not on Chappaquiddick. Kirby's theorizing is interrupted by Mrs. Benny sighing. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to let you go, she says. What? Kirby says. You left the property without permission, Mrs. Benny says. We don't pay you to gallivant about, no matter how noble the crusade. But... Kirby's protest sputters out. Mrs. Benny removes her reading glasses and lets them rest on her bosom. I know it's difficult, Catherine, she says. We've been very pleased with your performance here. I wish none of this had ever happened. The poor, poor senator. And poor Mary Jo, Kirby says. Mary Jo is dead. Kirby nearly mentions that she met Mary Jo briefly. She met the young woman who drowned in an accident that was probably caused by Senator Kennedy. Maybe history wouldn't hold on to the name Mary Jo Kopechne, but Kirby certainly would. I'll write you a wonderful reference, Mrs. Benny says, and you'll be paid for the entire week. Kirby sees that no amount of begging will get her job back, and she knows that Mrs. Benny is being more than fair about the reference and the salary. Probably because she wants Kirby to go quietly instead of adding more angst to this whole sordid situation. As Kirby stands on the front porch of the inn waiting for her taxi back to Oak Bluffs, she puzzles over how things can be just fine one minute and so completely not fine the next. She's going to miss Edgartown, the white clapboard houses with black shutters and overflowing window boxes, the blue stripe of the harbor visible through the side yards. It feels familiar, nearly like home, which means only that she has nothing left to prove. She will head back to the house on Narragansett Avenue to pack her things. In the morning, she'll leave for Nantucket. It's only 11 miles from Martha's Vineyard to Nantucket as the crow flies, but for Kirby to actually get there, she has to take the ferry to Woods Hole and then take a different ferry to Nantucket. Darren offers to drive her to the wharf, but Kirby insists she can walk. With all your luggage? Darren says. Just let me. Please, Kirby. Kirby agrees, but she tells him her plan is to slip out early before the other girls go to breakfast. She hates goodbyes, and especially in this case, because she's leaving halfway through the summer under ignominious circumstances. The only person Kirby will truly miss is Patty, even though Patty and Luke are now more together than they've ever been. In fact, when the summer was over, Patty told Kirby in a righteous tone she would be moving to New York City with him. She's going to pursue her dream of becoming an actress the old-fashioned way, by reading backstage and showing up at cattle calls. "I'll be waiting out front at 7, Darren says. No fanfare. He's there, as promised, leaning against his car. When Kirby emerges, he rushes to help her with her bags. She climbs into the car and gives the house one long last look. She left a note for the girls, and she supposes that they will now quarrel over who gets to live in her igloo. Darren parks at the terminal, despite Kirby's protests, because he wants to put her luggage on the cart. Okay. Thank you, she thinks, now leave. Her dislike of goodbyes is especially strong when it comes to saying goodbye to Darren. After he deals with the luggage and Kirby gets her ticket, he gathers her up in his arms. Kirby is shocked. There are people around, she says. I don't care. He does care. That's why they are where they are. What Darren means is that he doesn't care because he doesn't know the people here. They're tourists, and most of them, although not all, are white. There are families trying to comfort crying children who have been awakened too early. There are honeymooners snapping Polaroids. There is an elderly black couple, the woman's husband leaning on her as they shuffle toward the ramp. Darren, I'll see you in the fall, he says. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Just one date, he says. Let me take you to Mr. Bartley's Burgers, okay? It's legendary. Or if you'd rather, we can go to the Rathskeller. Burgers are fine, Kirby says. She would never admit it to him, but she feels happy that he wants to see her back in the city. And one date can't hurt. Darren kisses her goodbye, and the kiss is longer and more intense than she anticipates. Soon they are necking. It feels so good she can't tear herself away. She senses disapproving stares from the older black couple, or maybe she's imagining it. Maybe it's the summer of 1969, and things are different now, and a black boy and a white girl can kiss in public, and nobody cares. Right on, a voice says. Kirby breaks away to see a very tall, very skinny guy about their age with a huge afro of orange hair. He's wearing rainbow-striped velour pants with a matching vest and a black top hat. He's in his bare feet. He gives Kirby and Darren the thumbs up and says, Love is all you need. Kirby feels pretty good as she boards the ferry. The foghorn sounds, which always plucks a sad string in Kirby's heart because it usually means she's leaving Nantucket. Today, however, she's going to Nantucket. She will rest her head tonight in her bed on her island. She still has 6 weeks of summer left. She will get to meet her new niece and nephew. She will make herself useful driving Jessie around. She will do her best to plant some revolutionary ideas, like racial equality, in Exalta's fusty old brain. She'll make Exalta listen to some Bob Dylan. And maybe, just maybe, this summer will end up being one that people write songs about. As Kirby stands on the bow of the ferry, something catches her eye. A man. A woman with a man. She's surprised, because she thought she was past the point where she stared hungrily at every man who remotely resembled Scotty Turbo. But apparently not, because what draws Kirby's eye is the crew cut and the impossibly strong square stance, like a man built from bricks. At first, Kirby isn't 100% sure. She edges closer. There are plenty of people on the deck, so she can easily spy while still blending in. He turns, and his profile is a punch to her gut. Unmistakable. Kirby grabs the railing for support. Scotty Turbo is on this ferry, which means he was on Martha's Vineyard. She's surprised by this. When she told Scotty her family had a house on Nantucket, he made a face and flicked his nose. Snobs, he said. Those islands are infested with them. She'd had a difficult time imagining bringing Scotty Turbo to All's Fair and introducing him to her grandmother. She tried to picture him complimenting the mural in the living room or appreciating Exalta's collection of whirligigs. tried to envision Scotty at a table at the Field and Oar Club, ordering a gin and tonic. She'd come up empty. The more socially and economically democratic atmosphere of the vineyard must have been okay. Kirby wonders where he stayed, then conjures up a nightmare scenario in which Scotty and this woman walk into the Shiretown Inn while Kirby is working. Eee! After a moment, Kirby's shock subsides enough for her to properly evaluate the woman. Wife, she thinks, not girlfriend. She can tell by how almost uninterested in each other they seem. They rest their forearms on the railing side by side, not touching. The wife has pale hair, though she's not quite as blonde as Kirby, and her hair is chopped blunt at the shoulders, much like Exalta's. Kirby edges a little closer to get a better look at wifey. To do this, she positions herself behind Scotty's back. Wifey has sallow skin with ruddy spots on her cheeks. She wears no makeup, and her eyes get lost in her face. She's plain. She looks a little bit like Scotty himself. They have the same coloring, the same grim set to their mouths, as if they're perpetually expecting bad news. What does she do for a living? Kirby wonders. She doesn't seem working class, but neither does she telegraph the kindness and empathy of a nurse or a teacher. Probably she's a secretary. Yes, Kirby thinks, she seems organized and efficient, and she is no doubt indispensable to her important boss, an executive at a manufacturing company, or maybe a real estate mogul. She can probably type 110 words a minute and take shorthand. She brings him his coffee and orders his lunch and picks up his dry cleaning. Maybe Scotty is even a little jealous of her boss because she is so devoted. Kirby is simply projecting here. She has no idea what wifey does. Is there anyone in the world more fascinating than the woman you lost out to? Kirby wonders. She can't figure out what Scotty sees in this woman. Then wifey turns, and Kirby gets it. She's pregnant, roundly pregnant, maybe 5 or 6 months along. Kirby does some quick backward counting. Wifey was already pregnant when Kirby told Scotty she was pregnant. Ah. Wifey notices Kirby staring at her, and returns Kirby's gaze with an unapologetically frank challenge in her eyes. "Can I help you with something?" she asks. Kirby freezes. Her mind spins like a wheel on a game show. What should she say? She could pretend to be enraptured by wifey's pregnancy. Blair told Kirby that a woman becomes public property once she's pregnant, and every Tammy, Dina, and Harriet on the street feels compelled to comment on her belly and sometimes even touch her without asking. Scotty spins around to find who wifey is calling out. He sees Kirby and his face turns to stone. It's not hate. She can see that plain enough. It's fear. Kirby steps forward, positively beaming. "Forgive me for staring," she says. "It's just that you look familiar to me. I'm Kirby Foley. What's your name?" "Anne," she says. "Anne Turbo. Maiden name Herlihy. I went to Mount Alvernia. Do I know you from there? You're way younger than me." Younger by 5 years or so, Kirby guesses. She knew a girl who went to Mount Alvernia, Deidre Metcalf, but Kirby can't fake having gone there. "I went to Brookline," she says, shrugging. "Public school kid." Scotty speaks up. "You're probably mistaken, miss. You don't know us." It's either the miss or the us that irks her. He's waving a verbal billy club, urging her to move along. Of course that's what he wants. He's petrified. His internal organs must be twisted up like Monday's washing. "Maybe I'm just drawn to you because you're pregnant," Kirby says. "I was pregnant not so long ago." "You were?" Anne looks behind Kirby for any sign of a child. "I lost the baby," Kirby says. Anne flinches like Kirby slapped her. "No," she cries. "It was probably a good thing," Kirby says. She flashes Anne her bare left hand. I got in trouble. And the father. She takes a step closer to Scotty. She's so close she could slap him or kiss him. Was a married man. Of course, I didn't know that at the time. Anne gasps, apparently too overcome for words. Scotty opens his mouth to speak, but Kirby raises a traffic cop hand. The man had absolutely no integrity and a dish rag for character, Kirby says. But I'm sure he'll pay a price for this somewhere down the road. I should hope so, Anne says. She's now Kirby's champion, and Scotty pulls out a handkerchief to wipe sweat off his brow. Lucky for you. You seem to have a good man right here, Kirby says, nodding at Scotty. An honest, upright man. He's a policeman, Anne announces proudly. Is he? Kirby says. She allows herself a direct gaze into Scotty's green eyes. She might as well be leaping off the bow into the sound. What a field day for the heat, she sings. 1,000 people in the street. She expects to meet a barrier, a boulder, a concrete wall, but instead she finds something softer. A field of grass. I'm sorry, his eyes say. I had a wife and a baby on the way. But please know that I did fall in love with you. I'm in love with you still, and always will be. Or at least that's what Kirby imagines his eyes are saying. It's good enough. She grins. Have a nice day, she says, and she saunters to the back of the boat. Because all the ferries to Nantucket are sold out. It's July, sweetheart, the world-weary ticket agent says. Kirby rides to Nantucket on the evening freight boat with her 2 suitcases perched on the starboard side atop some packing crates filled with dry goods. Kirby is tired, physically and emotionally, but she perks up when the twinkling lights of Nantucket town become visible on the horizon. She picks out the spire of the Congregational Church and the clock tower of the Unitarian Church, marking north and south. But what she loves the best is the way the lights of the boats scattered across the dark harbor mimic the stars in the night sky. There are no taxis waiting to meet this boat when it docks, so Kirby makes her slow way with her suitcases, both so heavy they might contain gold bullion, and her beloved Silvertone record player, down Easy Street and up Main Street. When she turns left onto Fair, she wants to break into a run. Home. She's finally home. She leaves her luggage on the front step. She will get it in the morning, and tiptoes inside and up the stairs. She isn't foolish enough to enter her grandmother's room or her parents' room, but she has no problem waking up Jessie. Surprise! The 3rd bedroom is crowded, a rounded figure in the bed barricaded by 2 bassinets. Kirby doesn't want to disturb Blair, but she takes a moment to gaze at the tiny faces of her new niece and nephew. She can't tell which is which, but it doesn't matter. She'll make their acquaintance in the morning. Down the stairs, down the hall, through the kitchen that still smells of the cooking fireplace, even though it hasn't been used in 100 years, out the door, and across the lawn to Little Fair. The downstairs bedroom is dark and empty. Tiger's room, Kirby thinks with an ache. Then up the stairs she goes. It's pitch black, but she doesn't need a light. This path is ingrained in her muscles and bones. She could navigate Little Fair with her eyes closed. Bedroom 1, Blair's room, is empty, and Kirby could easily lie down and sleep for the next 2 days straight. But instead, she eases open the door to the 2nd bedroom. Jessie is asleep, splayed across the bed like she fell out of an airplane. Her hair is spread out over her pillow. Kirby has always been jealous of that. Jessie's hair is as thick and lavish as mink. She doesn't have a single blemish, either on her face or on her soul. Oh, how Kirby wishes she could go back to this age and start over. She lifts the dead weight of Jessie's arm and slides into bed next to her. Jessie stirs, and one eye flutters open. Who is it? It's me, Kirby. Jessie hugs Kirby with a ferocity that is childlike in its enthusiasm and adult in its strength. Welcome home, Jessie says. I missed you. Kirby sighs as she closes her eyes. It has been a long day. Get back. The twins are 8 days old when Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. The only communication Blair has received from Angus is the telegram, now also 8 days old. He hasn't called Blair at the hospital or at home, which means... what? Blair received a dozen pink roses from Joey Whalen and a card that said, "Congrats, sis." This, she notes, is a far cry from, "I loved you first, eternally yours, Joey." Blair feels untethered, like an astronaut whose lifeline to the mothership has been cut. She's alone, aimless, abandoned. Kirby shows up fresh off the ferry from the vineyard, and Blair brightens. She has her confidant back. But when Blair tells Kirby how bereft she feels because she has managed to lose both Angus and Joey, Kirby puts her hands on her hips and delivers a lecture. What would Betty Friedan say? You don't need a man. You can raise these twins by yourself. I'll help. We'll all help. Blair is skeptical about this, and to add insult to injury, she still looks pregnant. She isn't as big as she was just before she delivered the babies. She's back to where she was in month 4 or 5. Her breasts are gigantic and as heavy as sandbags. Her nipples 2 points of fire. Despite this, Blair loves nursing the twins. When their tiny mouths tug, the milk flows out of her just as it's supposed to, and her body practically glows with relief. The only time she relaxes is when one of the twins is latched on, even though she suspects she looks like a cow. Kate keeps telling her there's no shame in switching to formula. They need me, Mother, Blair says. Just let me do this. Everyone loves the babies. Kate, David, Jessie, even Exalta. Kirby ends up being the most helpful of all. She's a natural with the babies, and she always remembers to bring Blair a tall glass of ice water and a cold bottle of beer before each feeding time. Blair gets desperately thirsty the instant the twins latch on, and beer is supposed to increase a mother's milk supply. This might be just an old wives' tale, but Blair doesn't want to find out. The beer always lightens her mood. Kirby isn't put off by the zeppelins that Blair's breasts have become, and she offers words of encouragement, calling Blair Mama. As soon as one twin is done feeding, Kirby takes him or her to the rocker until she gets a burp. Just so you know, Kirby says, I'm singing protest songs in their ears. I wouldn't have it any other way, Blair says. It's also Kirby who brings her, finally, a second telegram from Angus. Flying back tomorrow. Will arrive Nantucket Saturday at noon. Angus is coming to Nantucket, Blair says. Saturday. Suddenly she feels faint. What am I going to do? You're going to talk, Kirby says. And you are going to stand up for yourself. You're a wonderful mother, but you have many other talents that will go to waste if you don't use them. Angus needs to acknowledge that. Okay, Blair says. Tell you what, Kirby says. If you think you can handle the babies by yourself for a little while, I'll get everyone out of here on Saturday. I'll plan a boat outing so that you and Angus can have some time alone. Thank you, Blair says. She decides not to tell Kate or Exalta that Angus is coming, in case he doesn't stay. On Saturday, Kirby does exactly as she's promised and gets the whole family, including David, who is back again this weekend, to head out to Cotu in the whaler. Kate doesn't want to leave Blair alone, but Blair insists she'll be fine. She'll need to learn to take care of her own children without help sooner or later. As soon as they all troop off toward the Field and Oar Club, carrying the life preservers and a picnic basket, Blair feeds and burps the babies one by one, and they barely fuss at all. Both of them look at Blair with round, watchful eyes, as though they know something important is about to happen. "That's right," Blair says. "You're going to meet your father today." She tears up. Her emotions have been unmanageable since she gave birth, and she realizes her biggest fear isn't that Angus doesn't want her, but that he doesn't want the babies. He was the one who got her pregnant, and in so doing quashed her hopes of pursuing a graduate degree, and he was the one who had the gall to conduct an affair. His behavior has been unforgivable, and yet Blair wants, very badly, to forgive him. She is in love with these children, and only 8 days after they arrived, she can't imagine life without them. But they need a father. And, forget Betty Friedan, Blair would like her husband back. As soon as the twins fall asleep, Blair takes a long hot shower inside, which would never be allowed if Exalta were home, and then combs out her hair and puts on a new dress, light blue gingham, maternity but still flattering. She applies makeup and perfume and puts in pearl earrings. Then she smokes a cigarette out in the backyard, and she waits. At 10 minutes past 12, Blair hears a car pull up out front. She hears a door slam. She hurries into the house but waits at the end of the hall until there's a knock. Then slowly, she makes her way toward the front door. Blair opens the door to find her husband. "Blair," Angus says. He looks different. He hasn't shaved in weeks. He has a beard, and his hair has grown out so much it's nearly shaggy. With his glasses, he looks like John Lennon or Abby Hoffman, a revolutionary. And he's wearing jeans. Blair tries to remember if she has ever seen Angus in jeans, and a gray t-shirt that says MIT on the front in green letters. On his feet are a pair of Jesus sandals. It's almost as if Angus hasn't been at mission control at all, but hanging out in Haight-Ashbury with Jefferson Airplane. And yet this new look, groovy and relaxed, gives Blair hope. Maybe Angus has changed. If he'd shown up here in his suit with his hair short, Blair could only predict that things between them would have remained the same, which is to say, unsatisfactory. Or, Blair thinks, maybe this new look is Trixie's influence. Maybe Trixie is one of these women who don't shave their legs or wash their hair. Maybe she's into circle drumming and experimenting with LSD. Blair holds the door open. "Come in." As Angus walks past her into the hallway, she sniffs at his clothes to see if she smells marijuana. No, thank goodness. Blair closes the door, then turns to face her husband, a man who stole her away from his brother with the mere mention of Edith Wharton. Blair considers asking him to sit in the formal living room or back to the kitchen for coffee or a beer, but she doesn't want him getting too comfortable. She remains planted in the hallway at the bottom of the stairs, where she can hear the babies if they cry. "Tell me about Trixie," Blair says. "The truth." "Dr. Cushion introduced me to her," Angus says. Dr. Cushion, Blair thinks. The famous professor emeritus of microbiology at MIT, who hosted the ill-fated faculty potluck. Blair had suspected the men in the den weren't talking only about science. They were also talking about women. Leonard Cushion mentored Angus in the art of finding a mistress. "Dr. Beatrix Schofield," Angus says. "She's an esteemed psychoanalyst. She holds a doctorate from Johns Hopkins and an endowed chair at MIT. "I don't need her CV, Blair says. "I just want to know if you're in love with her." "She's not my mistress, Blair. She's treating me as a patient. My episodes? They're due to clinical depression. I've been working with Trixie, Dr. Schofield, and we're having some success. Blair is confused, but she feels a lightening across her shoulders. She's a psychoanalyst? Like Freud? Do you lie on her couch? I do, actually, Angus says, but only half the treatment is talk therapy. The other half is pharmaceutical. He smiles shyly. And it's working. I feel better. Why didn't you just tell me this? Blair asks. I was embarrassed, Angus says. Ashamed. I didn't want you to think I was defective. I didn't want you to regret marrying me, or procreating with me. He swallows. I didn't want you to wish you'd married Joey instead, because he's easy and fun to be with. And then, when I saw the two of you together, I didn't explain because I wanted you to think I had someone else as well. Kissing Joey was a mistake, Blair says. Trixie explained that to me. She said that Joey was just trying to get even with me for past resentments. I don't know about that, Blair thinks. She and Joey always did have chemistry. Blair is tempted to tell Angus the story of Joey hunting down the whipped cream for her cake, but instead she says, There's no reason to be embarrassed about getting help. I've been smart my whole life, Angus says, and I guess I was angry that I couldn't find a way to heal myself. Angus, no. Do you know when I finally made the decision to see Trixie? I would feel jealous every time I thought about the astronauts. He reaches out to caress Blair's cheek. And no, not because you think they're so handsome or because you had their pictures pinned to your dorm room wall. He clears his throat. I was jealous because they got to leave this world. That's how little I wanted to be here. Angus, Blair cries. I don't feel that way anymore, Angus says. Trixie, Dr. Schofield, has really helped. Thank you, Trixie, Blair thinks. Angus seems softer now than he ever has before. But is he malleable? Trixie isn't our only issue, Angus, Blair says. I want to go back to school. I want to get my master's in American literature and become a professor like you. Angus stares at her, and she thinks that he may have changed, but not that much. He wants Blair at home, raising the children, dusting the doodads on the shelves, mastering poulet à porto. We could hire help, I suppose, he says, and I'm sure I can learn to change a diaper. Blair exhales in frustration. She has been a mother for only 8 days, but she's already realized that her vague prenatal sense of what children, twins, would demand was far outpaced by the daily, hourly reality of their needs. There's going to be a lot more to it than changing diapers, she says firmly, and you have to know that. I'll need you to be a real partner. Aren't you proud of me, Betty Friedan? She thinks. Her heart is pounding and her fists are clenched. She's aware that the past months of anxiety and unhappiness are coming to a head now in her grandmother's foyer, while Angus stands stolidly before her. He takes both her hands in his and fixes her with the steady gaze that first captured her attention back in his Cambridge apartment. I get it, Blair, he says. I really do. I want to be there for you and for the babies. And I want you to be able to do what makes you happy. I'm going to hold you to that. I love you, Blair. She's not quite ready to say it back. I'm proud of you, she says, casting her eyes skyward. The moon landing, Angus. Truly remarkable. You gave birth, Angus says. There's nothing more remarkable than that. She happens to agree with him, but she merely shrugs. Can I see our babies? He asks. Right after you kiss me, Blair says. And he does, and it feels both familiar and foreign. His beard scratches, and Blair sinks her fingers into his long hair and tugs. Then she takes his hand and leads him up the stairs. Both Sides Now. Reprise. Bill Crimmins moves back to his efficiency on Pine Street. He says it's only right, and Kate agrees, although she fears that now he will stop his efforts to get intelligence about Tiger. She tells him as much, and he says, "Katie, don't be silly. I'm doing everything in my power to find out what I can." It's a generous answer, especially since Bill himself has so recently lost his daughter again. And not only Lorraine, but Pick as well. Kate asks Bill if he's heard from them, and Bill offers a smile that seems to contain 4 decades of heartbreak. August arrives, and the household is busy. Angus and Blair are reunited, and Angus has some time off before classes at MIT start up in September, and he and Blair decide they want to stay at All's Fair until Labor Day. Kate is happy for Blair, happy too to have her grandchildren under her roof, even though she has started sleeping with earplugs. Kirby gets a job 3 days a week at the front desk of the Gordon Folger Hotel, filling in for a college student whose grandmother suddenly died. Kirby tells Kate that she spent the first half of the summer thinking she wanted to be a political science major, but the Kennedy scandal has left her disenchanted. Now she's decided on hotel management and plans to take a semester abroad in Switzerland, which is the epicenter of luxury hospitality. She's hoping Exalta will pay for it. The days that Kirby isn't working, she takes Jessie to the beach. As much as Kate loves seeing her daughters spending time together, she worries that Jessie will grow up too fast. "I don't want you drinking around your sister," Kate says. "Or smoking that Mary Jane. Promise me?" "Promise," Kirby says, with a sly half-smile that means God only knows what. "We read, we sleep, we flip over every 15 minutes, we swim, we take walks and collect shells. We talk." Talk about what? Kate wonders. Jessie now knows Kate's secret, and Kate supposes she should be concerned about Jessie spilling the beans, but she isn't. The secret weighs only half as much now that Kate has shared it. Some days it even feels like the secret's power has dissipated, like when you turn on the light and find out there's no monster in the closet. Kate hasn't had a drink, or even craved one, for an entire week. The string of bright, hot, sunny days is broken by a rogue nor'easter. Kate has always loved rainy days on the island. Normally she would light a fire and suggest board games, but Kirby announces that she and Jessie are going bowling. Kate freezes. Bowling was Tiger's thing. Is his thing. "Do you want to come with us, Mom?" Kirby asks. Kate's first instinct is to say no, but what else really does she have to do? Exalta has been running mysterious errands lately, day and night. She claims to have made a friend who lives a few blocks away, and earlier today she set off down Fair Street with her umbrella, wearing rain boots and carrying her espadrilles in one hand so they wouldn't get wet. Kate could stay home and help Blair and Angus with the babies, but Angus has imposed a scientific method on the nursing and napping schedule that is working wonders. So why not join her 2 daughters? Why not bowl? The bowling alley is in the middle of the island down a dirt road called Young's Way. Kate hasn't been near the place since she used to drop Tiger off years ago, before he learned how to drive. The last time Kate actually went inside was for one of his tournaments. He won them all handily, and Kate remembers overhearing some of the Nantucket old-timers saying Tiger was good enough to go pro, which had made Kate chuckle. As if her only son would waste his life being a professional bowler. Now she would accept that fate for him in an instant. The bowling alley smells of roasted peanuts, cigarette smoke, and the damp. It's crowded today because it's raining out, but it feels cozy and convivial. Kirby marches right up to the desk and secures lane 10, which is along the far wall and not, thank goodness, in the middle of the action where people might watch them. They each put on a pair of the hideous shoes that are better suited to a gangster or clown. Kate shudders to think of the other feet that have been in these shoes, and then she flashes back on Exalta giddily walking down Fair Street in her galoshes. Most curious. They buy a large bag of warm unshelled peanuts and 3 birch beers. They are ready to bowl. It's a deceptively simple game. You just knock pins over with a heavy ball. But it takes Kate a while to figure out how to plug her fingers in the holes, take the correct number of steps, and release the ball with force and accuracy. After some gutter balls, she gets the hang of it, and pins start to fall. In the first frame, Kate knocks down 6, Kirby 7, and Jessie gets a spare. Kate likes the sounds of the alley, the anticipatory rumble of the ball rolling down the glossy boards, and the crack of the ball against the pins. Music is playing in the background. Bill Haley and the Comets, Chuck Berry, and Chad and Jeremy. Kate drinks her birch beer and lets the shells of the peanuts fall to the floor. When it's her turn, she takes the ball that looks like a green and white swirled marble and holds it up in front of her face. She feels Tiger then, so keenly that she nearly believes that if she turns around, she will see him sitting between his sisters. She hears his laugh, pictures the freckle next to his eye. He's here. He's in the atmosphere. Kate swings her arm back and lets the ball go. It's a strike. That evening, Kate watches Walter Cronkite alone. Blair is upstairs with the babies, one of whom is crying. Angus has run out for a pizza. Jessie and Kirby are at the Dreamland Theater seeing Butch Cassidy, and Exalta went to bridge at the Anglers Club with Bill Crimmins. Exalta and Bill Crimmins, Kate thinks. She suddenly wonders if there's more to that than meets the eye. Bill Crimmins lives on Pine Street in the exact direction that Exalta walks on her mysterious errands. This might also explain why Bill moved out when he could have stayed rent-free at Little Fair. He wanted his own place so he and Exalta could be alone, away from scrutiny. Kate is so consumed with how incredible and yet credible her new theory is that she misses the first part of Cronkite's report. But she tunes in when she hears him mention the Cambodian border and the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Earlier today, there were 17 American casualties confirmed in an airstrike in a position near the town of Svay Rieng, Cronkite says. 17 casualties. Along the Cambodian border. The Ho Chi Minh Trail. Casualties meaning dead? Or injured? Some dead, some only injured? Tiger. Kate calls David. She can hardly breathe. The evening newspaper has already been delivered, and there was no mention of this. David says he will stay up to watch the late news. He'll call first thing in the morning. Kate tries to explain to David about that afternoon at the bowling alley. She felt Tiger's spirit. When she lifted the ball, it was as if Tiger's hand were underneath her elbow, and she bowled a strike. It had seemed like a lark, but now she knows it was a sign. That was the moment he died. He was hit in an airstrike, and his soul was instantly transported to Nantucket, to Mid-Island Bowl, where he helped his mother knock down all the pins. Tiger. Angus walks in the door with the pizza, and Kate rises to turn off the TV. She follows Angus into the kitchen like a zombie. "Would you like a slice, Kate?" he asks. Kate shakes her head, pours herself a vodka. When David calls in the morning, he has no further details. 17 American casualties along the Ho Chi Minh Trail, close to Svay Rieng. "We don't know he was among them," David says. "Katie, we don't know." But Kate does know. She felt him. It was different from other times she'd thought of him. It was immediate, visceral. "Come today," she says. It's a Friday. David is booked on the 6 o'clock ferry along with every other attorney, doctor, and businessman in Boston. Come right now. Skip work. Please, David. If Tiger is dead, they'll send someone to Brookline. Leave a note on the front door, so they can find us. Okay, David whispers. She can't tell the girls because she doesn't want them to overreact. Everyone else is enjoying August. Everyone else is happy. Jessie and Exalta return from their daily pilgrimage to the club. It was Jessie's last day of lessons. She received a certificate and a written note from her instructor, Susie, that says, "I have greatly enjoyed getting to know Jessica this summer. She has the makings of a fine tennis player and an even better person." Kate smiles and says, "What a lovely note." But her tone rings hollow. "We should celebrate her efforts," Exalta says. "How about lunch in the garden at the Chanticleer?" Kate says, "I couldn't possibly, Mother." "Why not?" Exalta says. "David is coming on the next ferry," Kate says. "Early?" Exalta says. She does not sound pleased. "I'll wait here for Dad," Jessie says. No, go with your grandmother," Kate says. "And take Kirby." Kate is sitting on the edge of the bed with the picture of the family from last summer resting in her lap when David arrives. She's afraid to go down to greet him in case he has bad news. As it turns out, he meets her halfway up the stairs and says, "Nothing. Nothing. No one came to the house last night. No one called." How long does it take? Kate wonders. "Will you come with me to church?" Kate asks. "I need to pray." David raises his eyebrows. "Church?" "Please," she says. He nods. "Let this be proof," he says, "that I will do anything for you, Catherine Nichols." They head outside and down Fair Street. David is Jewish, and Jewish people generally don't pray in Christian churches. Kate and David were married at the Massachusetts State House by a judge whom David knew through work. David's parents, Bud and Frida, had flown up from Florida to serve as witnesses, and afterward they took the newlyweds to dinner at Loch Ober. Exalta refused to attend, and she would not allow Penn to go, although Penn secretly arranged for a limousine to whisk Kate and David to an inn in the Berkshires for a 3-day honeymoon. It was understood by everyone that Exalta objected to the marriage because David was Jewish. In the time that Kate and David have been married, it has never mattered that he's Jewish. Kate takes the children to church on Easter and Christmas, and once a summer they attend evensong services at St. Paul's. Kate initially thinks of going to St. Paul's. It's a beautiful church with a pipe organ and real Tiffany windows. The Nichols family has belonged to St. Paul's for generations, although Kate acknowledges it's more of a social pursuit than a religious one. She could get down on the needlepoint kneelers, gaze at the light filtering in through the sumptuous windows, and pray. And David would pray with her. But at the last minute, she changes her mind and crosses the street to the Quaker meeting house. David relaxes. He pulls open the wooden plank door, and they enter the simple house of worship. There are wooden pews on either side of an aisle that face a raised platform with bench seating. There are 4 unadorned 24-pane windows. The room conveys a holiness and a purity and a luminosity that Kate craves. She knows that the Quakers value silent introspection. Church for the Quakers is when 2 or more people pray together. It has nothing to do with bricks and mortar. Kate sits. David sits. Kate bows her head. David takes her hand. They are a church. Richard Pennington Foley. Tiger. When Kate closes her eyes, she sees his chubby infant legs and round cheeks. She hears his giggle when the girls tickle him. She sees him sulking about the lima beans on his dinner plate. Later, Kate would find them, flattened, under the tablecloth at Tiger's place. She remembers him chasing seagulls at the beach, skipping rocks, picking crabs up by their hind legs and waving them, snapping claw and all, at his sisters. She remembers rebuttoning his dress shirt correctly and wetting his hair down before dinner with Exalta at the Union Club. She recalls the way he smelled after football practice, sweat, grass, pride. She sees him leaping into the air for the ball, strong-arming his way into the end zone. He was such an excellent player that Kate had nearly been embarrassed. She sees him with McGee the night before he deployed, his chin resting on McGee's head, his eyes closed, as if he's memorizing how she felt in his arms. Kate had turned away, thinking the relationship wasn't real because it hadn't had enough time to steep. McGee would leave him for a boy who was available. But Kate would never leave Tiger. She would never replace him. She was his mother. She was forever. If he's gone, Kate thinks, she will never recover. That's all there is to it. She feels safe in the meeting house, buffered by the plain white walls. She can hear birdsong from outside, and through the window she spies the green leaves of an oak, the piercing blue of the cloudless sky. God is up there, she supposes. She hopes. Keep him safe, she says in her mind. This is foxhole religion at its most basic. The only person who wants the soldier to live more than the soldier himself is the soldier's mother. Kate wishes she were praying with a pure heart, with a decent past. She wishes she had been more devout, faithful, penitent. All she can say for herself is that she is self-aware. She understands her sins, acknowledges her flaws, owns her mistakes. So many sins, so many flaws, so many mistakes. If he's gone, it's her fault. She stands up. Let's go. You sure? David says. Yes, she says. Thank you. As they approach All's Fair, they see Exalta and Bill Crimmins standing on the front walk. Bill Crimmins has an envelope in his hands. A telegram, Kate thinks. Dear Mrs. Levin, it is with great sorrow that we inform you. She screams. She howls. She bends over in the middle of Fair Street, and then she's choking, retching, sobbing, and David grabs her around the waist in an attempt to pull her upright. Catherine! Exalta calls out, scolding. Kate doesn't care what she looks like. She doesn't care who sees her or what kind of scene she's making. Her son is dead. Bill Crimmins runs down the street toward them, clutching the envelope, but Kate doesn't want him anywhere near her. She waves her arms and cries, Go away! Go away! You promised you would help him. You promised you would bring him home. Katie, Bill says, I saw the news report too, but this isn't what you think. It's just a letter from Tiger. Just read it and see what it says. It's from Tiger. Dear Ma, by the time you get this, I will be sitting on a beach in Guam for a week of R&R. Guam is a U.S. territory in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, which you might already know, although it came as news to me. Guess I should have paid closer attention in geography class. I've been awarded R&R because I was in a firefight where nearly the whole platoon was killed, and I collected up the pieces of my buddy Puppy's body and stayed with them until the chopper came, and then I was reassigned to a special mission in Cambodia where we successfully seized 20 tons of supplies headed to VC forces. That was dangerous and exhausting. We worked mostly at night and went into hiding during the day, and it was never clear which Cambodians we could trust and which were communist sympathizers, and there was no reliable source of drinking water, so some of the guys gave in to the temptation of drinking straight from the Mekong without even trying to purify it, and some of those guys got dysentery, and some died. Then I was plucked out of that platoon for a recon mission with 5 other soldiers, one of whom was a guy named Banjo from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, who was at the end of his tour. Basically, as soon as we completed this mission, he could go home to his wife and his 3-year-old daughter and a baby boy he'd never even met. Banjo wasn't wrapped too tight, we all knew it, but he had more time than the rest of us put together, so I was hoping experience would make up for what was clearly a soft spot in his brain. We hiked across the border back into Vietnam, 30 hours over 2 days, and finally encountered Charlie along the trail, but they didn't detect us, so orders were to let them pass and ambush them from behind. But Banjo just lost it and started firing his M16, and then we ended up in a full-blown firefight. We all retreated, but we were in the jungle and we got disoriented, and when Banjo got shot, he dropped our radio. Another guy, Romeo, stepped on a booby trap and got a bamboo spike straight through his foot, so he couldn't go any farther, plus he was howling. I went out in search of the radio because without it we were lost, and I found it. This big strapping kid named Fitz threw Romeo over his shoulder, and I took Banjo, and we macheted our way out of the jungle to a clearing. The clearing was actually a village that had been bombed out. The whole place was razed, black and charred, parts of it still on fire. And I shot my M16 in the air to see if anyone would materialize. That was when I heard crying. I hunted around until I found a little boy, 5 or 6 years old, sitting next to a woman, obviously the child's mother, who had been killed. I picked him up and we radioed for the chopper and the little kid came with us. I tried to figure out what his name was. The only thing he would say was, "Luck, Luck." So I said, "All right, your name is Luck. And I'll tell you what, little buddy, the name fits." A few days later, I was called up to see one of the big guns, Colonel J.B. Newman, and I had a private audience with him. I thought maybe I was in trouble. I hadn't done anything wrong that I knew of, but even so, I was pretty nervous. I sat down across the desk from Colonel Newman, and he said, "Well, Private Foley, looks like you have a guardian angel." "Sir?" He then proceeded to tell me that someone from even higher up, stratospherically high up, had called to check on me. The colonel had then done some digging and learned about my heroic efforts in the field, staying with the bodies of my buddies Puppy and Frog, going back for the radio and helping Banjo, and rescuing the Viet Cong child from the village. Because what I forgot to tell you was that Luck's mother was wearing the black pajamas of the enemy. The colonel said to me, "Another soldier might have figured the easiest thing was to shoot him." I said, "He was a little kid, sir. Too young to understand why his country was at war. He climbed right into my arms and clung tight to my neck. I wasn't going to let anything happen to him." The colonel said, "You're a good soldier, Foley, and a patriot besides. We need more men like you. I'm putting you in for a promotion and a full week of R&R. You deserve it. Dismissed." I stood up and saluted and said, "Yes, sir, thank you, sir." It wasn't until I got back outside that I wondered who had been checking in on me. I figured you used a connection or Nani did. And I'm not going to keep this from you, Ma. In our conversation, the colonel offered me a cushier position, a job in requisitions, which would basically mean sitting at a warehouse all day keeping track of supplies. I turned the position down, Ma, and here's why. I like being a soldier. I'm good at it. I've seen fellow soldiers, hell, my brothers, blown to bits, and I need to honor their memories by staying on the front lines and finishing what we started together. I can't just hide out in requisitions because my family is privileged and I have connections. When I get home from Guam, I'm going to be assigned to a new platoon as a sergeant. I'm going to be a leader, Ma. I want to say one more thing, and I want you to hear me loud and clear, not like I'm shouting at you from another room or from the end of the driveway like I always used to, but like I'm standing in front of you, Ma, holding your hands, my eyes locked on yours. I plan on coming safely home to you. But the most important thing isn't whether I live or die, Ma. The most important thing is that you go to bed each night believing that you raised a hero. Love, your son, Tiger. Part 3. November 1969. Someday we'll be together. It's a weekend of firsts. McGee has never been to Nantucket Island before, nor has she ever been away from her family on Thanksgiving. When Mrs. Levin called and invited her, saying, "Now that you and Tiger are engaged, you must come meet the family," McGee thought her mother would object. However, her mother had practically packed her bag and pushed her out the door. "It's the natural way of things," Jean Johnson had said. "You're 20 years old. It's time to start your own life." McGee knows her parents have her triplet 8-year-old brothers to feed and clothe. And besides, her mother likes Tiger. She was over the moon when McGee showed her the letter where Tiger proposed. McGee wrote back and accepted, and they'd set a date. Saturday, July 4th, 1970. Tiger will be home at the end of May, just in time to be fitted for his tuxedo. McGee and the Levin Foley and Whalen clans arrive on Nantucket by ferry on Wednesday afternoon. McGee worried she might get seasick. She was born and raised in the tiny hamlet of Carlisle, Massachusetts, and her experience on the water has been limited to a rowboat on Walden Pond. But the ferry is huge, like a floating building, big enough to transport 40 cars. They drive off the boat caravan style. McGee is in a station wagon with Tiger's parents and his sisters Jessie and Kirby. Tiger's other sister Blair, her husband, and their 4-month-old twins follow in a black Ford Galaxy. In the car, Tiger's mother, Kate, announces that she has a surprise. Kirby and Jessie groan in stereo. Kirby is as pretty as a model. She's stick-thin with golden hair like Tiger's and delicate features, while Jessie is as dark and mysterious as a gypsy child. McGee has always wanted a sister. She desperately wants all 3 of Tiger's sisters to accept her, so she has been watching their every move. "What kind of surprise?" Kirby asks. Kate's face breaks into a grin. McGee has found Kate to be fairly reserved and proper, so her enthusiasm now is something brand new. "A big, big surprise. David, don't turn here." Kate's husband, David, has been very kind and welcoming to McGee. Before they left Boston, he pulled McGee aside and said, "Don't let this family intimidate you. There are a lot of strong women. Just be yourself." Now he says to Kate, "What do you have up your sleeve, Katie Nichols?" "I've done something wonderful," Kate says, clapping her hands like a child. "Just keep driving where I tell you." McGee will be relieved if they're going to a hotel instead of the grandmother's house. In his most recent letter, Tiger told McGee that she would be expected to shower outside all weekend. That last bit had thrown McGee into a sheer panic. It was 38 degrees outside. They'd been having frost for weeks. Surely Tiger was joking. The 2-car caravan rumbles up the cobblestoned main street, lined with charming storefronts. McGee gazes at the pumpkins in windows, the corn shocks by doorways, the last of the orange and red leaves clinging to the trees that line the sides of the road. "Does Blair know where we're going?" Jessie asks. "She does not," Kate says. Kate cranks down her window and waves her arm at the car behind. Blair says to Angus, "What is my mother doing? Where are we going?" "It looks like she wants us to follow them," Angus says. "Maybe to look at the ocean? Is that some kind of Thanksgiving tradition you all have?" "No," Blair says. "They usually celebrate Thanksgiving at Exalta's house in Beacon Hill as they did last year, when Blair ate the cherrystone clam that didn't agree with her, and then the next day discovered she was pregnant. They did come to Nantucket for Thanksgiving one year when Blair was a teenager. It had been rainy and cold, and Kate lit the fireplace in the living room without remembering to open the flue, and the living room filled with smoke, and Exalta got in a dither about soot ruining the mural. Then it turned out that Nani had forgotten to pick up the turkey they'd ordered from Savinore's before they left, and they ended up eating Thanksgiving dinner at the Woodbox. And to protest the turn the holiday had taken, Blair ordered the beef Wellington. Blair hadn't wanted to come back to Nantucket this year. There just wasn't room for everyone, and especially not since Kate invited McGee. But Kate insisted they would all just cram in. "I don't know where they're going, but I don't feel like a wild goose chase right now," Blair says. "The second the babies wake up, they'll have to nurse." "They just fell asleep," Angus says. "We have at least an hour, maybe longer. I'm going to follow them." "Why not?" He reaches out to stroke Blair's leg. "It'll be an adventure." Blair takes Angus's hand and relaxes against the seat. Angus is a new man, carefree and spontaneous. He received a whopping bonus from NASA, $10,000, but he has declined their offer to work on the next mission. He's going to teach a normal course load, mentor his graduate students, and help out with the babies. Blair had wondered if Angus's psychoanalysis with Trixie was any different than witchcraft, but she has to admit, he really does seem better. He hasn't suffered any episodes, and his general demeanor is looser and more relaxed. He smiles and laughs. He's present and engaged. Blair had called the graduate school admissions office at Harvard to check on the status of her deferral, and was informed that she could start her studies in January. After they get home from Nantucket, Blair will begin to wean the babies, and they will interview nannies. Kate's parents head out on the Nantucket Road. If they wanted to see the water, why not drive to Cisco? It's much closer. "Where are we going?" Blair asks. Kirby can't believe a surprise has been thrown into their Thanksgiving. The whole point of Thanksgiving is tradition, sameness. Although this past year has been one of enormous unpredictable change, so why should Thanksgiving be any different? Kirby wonders if her grandmother is in on this surprise. Exalta came up to the island on Monday, which was completely unheard of, and it made Kirby wonder if there was some truth to Jessie's claim that she had personally witnessed Exalta and Mr. Crimmins kissing, as in really kissing, on the night of the moonwalk. Kirby isn't sure that means Exalta and Mr. Crimmins are sleeping together, perish the thought, but she will concede that Exalta has softened up. Kirby has spent a fair amount of time this fall currying favor with Exalta. She goes to lunch at the Union Club with her once a week because Exalta has agreed to pony up the $3,000 Kirby needs for a semester abroad in Geneva. At their most recent lunch, Exalta ordered a bottle of champagne, and they both got a little tipsy. Exalta had leaned across the table and said, "Tell me, Catherine, about your romantic life. Surely there must be a young man." Kirby felt heat rise to her cheeks, which was a novel sensation. She wasn't sure if it was embarrassment or nerves or love. She had been seeing Darren. There was a date at Mr. Bartley's Burgers. Then after that, an afternoon trip to the aquarium. Then they met at the Boston Public Library to study together and went to Chinatown for noodles afterward. Kirby tried to keep things casual because she was leaving for Switzerland right after the New Year, and she couldn't risk a heavy romantic entanglement. But then Darren announced that he would be studying that same semester at the university in Genoa, Italy, which was only 2 hours away by train, and so suddenly Kirby was fantasizing about the kind of torrid affair they could conduct in cities where nobody knew them on a continent where no one would judge them. Kirby said, "There's no one special." "No one?" Exalta asked. "Well," Kirby said. Exalta's gaze was unrelenting, and Kirby could see she really did want to know about Kirby's life. Kirby flashed forward 50 years to 2019, when Kirby herself might have grandchildren. Wouldn't she want to know the truth about their lives? What would being a 21-year-old in 2019 look like? Kirby couldn't begin to imagine. "There is someone I've been seeing now and again." "I knew it," Exalta said. "You have that glow. Tell me all about him." "Well, he goes to Harvard." "Excellent," Exalta said. "A Harvard man like your grandfather." Nothing like Gramps, Kirby thought. "His mother is a doctor, and his father is a judge," Kirby said. "He has a house on Martha's Vineyard. That's where I met him." "This all sounds marvelous," Exalta said. "Why have you been keeping this boy a secret? He sounds divine. Tell me, is he handsome?" "Very," Kirby said. "Of course he's handsome," Exalta said. She poured more champagne into both of their glasses. Kirby watched the bubbles fizz, pop, and evaporate, which was exactly what would happen to Exalta's enthusiasm about Kirby's mystery man. "Why don't you invite him for Thanksgiving?" "He has a family," Kirby said. "His parents and aunts, uncles, cousins." She took a sip of her champagne. They would need another bottle if Kirby told the whole truth about Darren. But why not just come right out and say it? Kirby wondered. She thought of Senator Kennedy, who had gone on television on July 25th and made a speech of explanation and apology about the Chappaquiddick incident. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts had not spontaneously combusted, nor had its citizens called for Kennedy's head, thrown him in jail, or stripped him of his Senate seat. If the country could accept Kennedy's story of being confused, discombobulated, and in a state of shock following the accident, so much so that he didn't even call the police, then Exalta could accept Kirby's relationship with Darren Fraser. Or at least, she hoped so. "Darren's black," Kirby said. She laid her hands on either side of her silverware on top of the linen tablecloth and forced herself to deliver the words right to Exalta's face. "He's Negro." Exalta blinked and then said, "I've learned a lot in my 75 years, Catherine." She'd lowered her voice into what Kirby thought of as her serious register. "Some knowledge has come to me quite recently. I'm sure it was difficult for you to tell me that. Maybe because you expect me to react in a certain way. But I'll have you know, your young man, what is his name?" "Darren," Kirby said. "Darren Fraser. You can feel free to bring Darren Fraser to meet me at any time. I would be honored." Inexplicably, this caused Kirby to tear up. "Really?" "Of course," Exalta said. "People are people." People are people. Her grandmother couldn't have said anything to make Kirby happier. Now, Kirby turns her attention back to her mother. "So, did Nani drive up here by herself on Monday?" This seems unlikely. Exalta has a license and a car, but she has never, to Kirby's knowledge, driven all the way to Nantucket. "No," Kate says. "Bill Crimmins came and fetched her." Jessie pinches Kirby's leg. "I told you so," she whispers. Her grandmother and Mr. Crimmins, the society matron and the caretaker. People are people, Kirby thinks. They are headed out to the end of the earth, Jessie thinks. When they are nearly at Nantucket Beach, the best place to see the sunset, Kate tells David to turn left. They go down a winding sand and gravel road that's bordered on both sides by scrub pine and Spanish olives. They cross a battered one-lane wooden bridge, and then the land opens up. There are fields on either side of the road and a steel gray stripe on the horizon, the Atlantic Ocean. Jessie is awestruck. This part of the island is natural and wild. It's a far cry from the manicured streetscapes of town. She tries to memorize every detail so she can write about it to Tiger and to her new pen pal, Pick. Jessie received a letter from Pick in early September, right after school started. He's living in a sustainable community outside of Pottstown, Pennsylvania. His mother did end up taking him to Woodstock, and the way he described it in his letter made Jessie glad she hadn't gone. Pick and Lorraine drove to the concert in a VW bus with a couple from their community. The bus got a flat tire right before Eldred, New York, and Pick said it was easier to abandon the bus and hitch a ride than to track down another tire. The bus didn't have a spare. Pick and Lorraine had to hitch rides in separate cars. The road was a log jam of vehicles headed to the Yasgur farm, and some cars were so crowded that people sat on the roofs and hoods. Pick worried he would never find his mother again. "Needle in a haystack," he wrote to Jessie. 400,000 people, half of them women, and all of them looked and acted just like Lavender. Pick hooked up with a couple who had brought their 7-year-old son, Denny, and in exchange for Pick keeping an eye on the little guy, they included Pick in their family unit and shared the food they'd brought. The concert had good moments. Pick's favorite band, Cretans, had played after midnight on Saturday night, but he fell fast asleep before Janis Joplin went on. He woke back up to hear Jefferson Airplane. "I'd forgotten where I was," he wrote. "Then I heard Grace Slick's voice. There were times when I was bored and tired and hungry, but there were other times when I was part of this teeming, gyrating, smoking, singing mass of humanity. I felt proud to live in this country." When Monday morning rolled around and Jimi Hendrix, the final performer, played a psychedelic version of the Star-Spangled Banner, Pick still hadn't located his mother. He figured she would have wanted to stay and see Hendrix, but he decided if he didn't find her, he would hitch a ride with someone heading back to Cape Cod and return to his grandfather on Nantucket. But then this amazing thing happened. Denny saw a kid who had a balloon animal, and he declared that he wanted one. Pick somehow, through asking one person and then another, found the man who was making the balloon animals. He was clearly strung out. He wore only a pair of red satin shorts and a red bow tie, and Pick was hesitant to approach him. It was Denny who charged forward toward the balloon man, and thank goodness, because Pick saw that the woman who was collecting the money for him, the animals were a dime apiece, was Lavender. "We got back to the community in time for me to start at a regular high school," Pick wrote. "They had to put me back a grade, but nobody here knows me, so it's not too bad. I miss you, Jessie. Right back. Your friend, Pick." Jessie won't lie. She loved receiving the letter from Pick, and she hurried to respond. She considered telling Pick that they were, in a way, related. They were both half-siblings to Blair, Kirby, and Tiger. But that was a family secret, and Jessie felt a certain power in guarding it. If she were to release that secret into the world, who knew what kinds of awful dramas would unfold? So, instead, Jessie wrote to Pick about the 2 astonishing things that had happened since she'd started 7th grade. The first was that she had been invited to Miss Flower's wedding to Mr. Barstow. The invitation was printed on fine stock, ivory with black lettering, in a script so fancy it was difficult to read. The envelope was addressed to Miss Jessica Levin, and it had impressed even Jessie's parents. Kate had scrutinized the invitation as though it contained a secret message from the Russians. Do you suppose she invited every student in the school? That would only be fair, and yet, one would think, impossible. Jessie did some quiet trawling to see if this was the case. She asked Doris, "What are you doing on Saturday the 20th? Doris had scowled. Over the summer, she had developed a bad case of acne, probably from eating so many McDonald's French fries. "I don't know," she said. "Sleeping in?" Jessie decided she would attend the service at the Church of the Advent in Beacon Hill, but not the reception at the Hampshire House. That way, Kate could drop Jessie off, have a quick visit with Nonnie on Mount Vernon Street, then come back and pick Jessie up. Jessie was seated in the middle of the church on the bride's side among a sea of unfamiliar faces. Not only was she the only kid from school there, she was the only child, period, aside from one baby who cried until the organ music started, and everyone stood up as Miss Flowers walked down the aisle. Miss Flowers as a bride was the most beautiful woman Jessie had ever seen in real life. She had her dark hair swept back in a sleek chignon, and she wore a satin column dress and a long sheer silk veil. The most extraordinary thing was that when she passed by Jessie's row, she reached out to Jessie and gave her a soulful smile. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she squeezed Jessie's hand. Dear Pick, this past Saturday, I was invited to the wedding of my school guidance counselor and the boys' gym teacher. Miss Flowers looked elegant in her white dress and veil. She was crying a little as she walked down the aisle. At first, I thought she was sad because Miss Flowers was meant to be married last year to a man named Rex Rothman, who was killed during the Tet Offensive. But then I realized her tears were tears of hope and of gratitude because she had been given a second chance at love with Mr. Barstow. The second astonishing thing that happened was that Jessie found a new boyfriend, Andy Pearlstein. He was in Jessie's English class. During roll call, their teacher, Miss Malentantis, had mispronounced Jessie's last name as Levin, rhyming it with the pin, and Jessie had surprised herself by speaking up and saying, "It's Levin, rhymes with heaven." "Levin rhymes with heaven," Miss Malentantis said. "Thank you, I love that." Andy, who sat 3 seats up and 1 row to the left, turned around and winked at Jessie. Later that week, when they were discussing their summer reading, Anne Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl, Andy had raised his hand and said, "I think it stinks that she dies in the end. The book would have been way better if she had lived." Shane Harris then argued that the point of the book was that Anne had died. If she had lived, Shane said, no one would care about this diary. "You're only saying that because you're not Jewish," Andy said. Jessie's hand flew to her Tree of Life necklace, and Miss Malentantis jumped in to redirect the discussion. After class, Jessie sought out Andy. He was a few inches taller than her. He must have been one of the boys who sprouted up over the summer. Jessie looked up at him and said, "I agree with you. I think it stinks that Anne died. I actually cried." "You did?" Andy said. He seemed on the verge of confessing that he had shed a tear too, but there wasn't a 7th-grade boy in the world who would admit to that. That weekend, Pammy Pope called to see if Jessie wanted to play tennis at the Chestnut Hill Reservoir. Pammy Pope had overheard Jessie telling Doris about Miss Flowers' wedding in the girls' locker room, and this gave Jessie a social boost she hadn't predicted. Jessie put on her whites and her visor and stuck her autographed Jack Kramer racket in her basket and biked to the park to meet Pammy. She saw Andy and a couple of other boys from school kicking a soccer ball. He jogged right over to Jessie and asked what she was doing, and she said, "I'm playing tennis with Pammy Pope." It wasn't as glamorous as saying she was a 4th in a mixed doubles match at a house party on Hilton Head, but it had had the same effect on Andy. He looked impressed and said, "I'll wait for you, and when you're done, let's bike to Brigham's for ice cream." He was asking her on a date. Jessie shrugged. "Okay." Pammy showed up, and they agreed to play 1 set, and Jessie won 6 games to 2. Pammy invited Jessie to sleep over. She said she had just gotten the new Beatles album, Abbey Road, if Jessie wanted to listen to it, and Jessie said, "Let's do it next weekend. I have plans tonight." This was the exact right response because Pammy said, "Okay, let's definitely do it next weekend." She biked off and Andy loped over, soccer ball under his arm, his dark bangs sweaty at the hairline, which made him look kind of cute. "Who won?" Andy asked. Jessie zipped up her racket case. "We weren't really keeping score. Pammy is a good player." "Really?" Andy said, "because it looked like you were creaming her." "Oh," Jessie said, "were you watching?" Like Miss Flowers, I've gotten my own second chance at love. Jessie crosses this out. She doesn't want Pick to know he was her first chance at love. He'll become conceited. I have a new boyfriend. His name is Andy. He plays soccer and likes the Beatles. He took me to see Goodbye, Mr. Chips, and next weekend his parents are taking us to the Boston College football game against the Naval Academy, and we're having a tailgate picnic. I miss you too. Write soon. Your friend, Jessie. David slows down when the road curves to the left, and Jessie sees a dilapidated barn with its roof caving in. This is Red Barn Road, Kate says, and that's the barn. Is this the surprise? Jessie wonders, because if so, it stinks. Do I keep going? David asks. He sounds wary. What are they doing out here? Up ahead, Kate says. Pull into that driveway. David turns to her. Katie Nichols, what have you done? Welcome home, Kate says. There's one other house up ahead. It's huge, bigger than All's Fair and Little Fair put together, bigger than their house in Brookline, bigger than Exalta's house on Mount Vernon Street. Holy moly, Kirby yells. Did you buy this? Is this ours? We did, Kate says. It's ours. Kirby pushes Jessie out the door. Go, go! Jessie climbs out and stands in front of the house, taking it in. She starts another letter in her head, this time to Tiger. We have a new house on Nantucket. Wait until you see it. Holy moly! Kirby cries out. Did you buy this? Is this ours? We did, Kate says. It's ours. Blair and Angus pull up behind them in the Galaxy. Blair gets out of the car and closes the door gently so as not to wake the babies. What is this? This, Kate says, is our new house. What? Blair says. Our new house? David looks at Kate the exact same way he looked at her the first time he saw her, when Kate, newly a widow, had opened the door to welcome in the lawyer who was going to defend her late husband's life insurance claim. David had later confessed that his knees buckled at the sight of her. I didn't know God made women as beautiful as you. Katie, he says. I bought it, she says. It's intoxicating to know that she has done the right thing, not only for herself, but for David, for the children, for her grandchildren. Jessie says, Can I pick out my room? Go ahead, Kate says. Her heart is filling her chest. It's hard to breathe. Wait, David says. He leads Kate up the walk by the hand, and then he scoops her up in his arms and carries her across the threshold like they're newlyweds. It feels like a fresh start. How many do you get in one life? Kate wonders. David kisses her cheek. Thank you, he whispers. The dynamics of Tiger's family are a lot to learn, but by the time Thanksgiving dinner rolls around, McGee has them figured out. She thinks. Kate prepares the turkey and assigns Kirby, Jessie, and McGee to tasks in the kitchen, but everyone is on an equal footing because no one knows which cabinet holds the plates, or whether or not they have a potato masher, or which drawer holds the silverware. Kate bought the house furnished, but they're going to replace what's here with new things, hopefully by summer. When they all first arrived here, Kate led McGee upstairs and informed her that the bright, spacious room with 2 windows overlooking the water would be hers and Tiger's. Think about what color you'd like to paint it, Kate said. McGee felt like a newly crowned princess. She lay down across the big white bed and imagined sleeping there with Tiger, maybe even conceiving a child there. Both Tiger and McGee want a passel of kids, 4 or 5. The dinner menu for Thanksgiving. turkey with dressing made from day-old Portuguese bread, which Kate bought from a bakery downtown. Mashed potatoes. Kate adds sour cream and tops them with snipped green onions. McGee must remember to tell her mother about this. Her mother's cooking needs some updating. Scalloped corn. Carrots boiled in orange juice and topped with brown butter and cinnamon. Brussels sprouts roasted in the oven. Cranberry sauce out of a can, just like at McGee's house. The pies, pumpkin and apple, Kate bought at the bakery as well. They will be topped with Brigham's ice cream, vanilla and butter brickle, Tiger's favorite. Kate brought linens from home, along with silver candlesticks and ivory tapers. Jessie makes a centerpiece out of gourds and apples. Kate turns the transistor radio to WBUR, which broadcasts classical music. All of this is a far cry from Thanksgiving at McGee's house. Jean Johnson makes sweet potatoes topped with marshmallows and green bean casserole with crispy onions and turkey with store-bought stuffing. And because no one likes pie, she serves a Sara Lee chocolate cake. McGee's brothers always complain about the beans. They skim the marshmallows off the top of the sweet potatoes. The Johnsons eat at the kitchen table just like every other meal, and McGee's father, Al Johnson, drinks his usual Budweiser from a can. McGee wouldn't say she dreads Thanksgiving, but neither does it feel like a holiday the way it does here. With 3 little boys in her house, McGee's family Christmas is far more festive. Kate asks McGee to set the table for 10, and McGee worries that she will make a mistake. In her studies to become a dental hygienist, she has proved to be good at memorizing incisors, cuspids, molars, and now she wishes she'd taken a book about table settings out of the library. Wine goblet, water goblet, fork, knife, spoon, dessert fork, all of those McGee can handle. She actually isn't sure which goblet is which, so she quietly asks Kirby, who says, "Water goblet is bigger. It goes here." She places it to the side of the wine goblet. It's pathetic that I know that, but Nani is a Brahmin. McGee is glad there aren't fish forks or soup spoons or cordial glasses. There is a moment of confusion, however, because McGee counts only 9 people who are eating, and yet Kate clearly told her to set the table for 10. Is there a guest McGee doesn't know about? A family member she's forgotten? She asks Kate, who says, "We're setting an honorary place for Tiger, so the chair next to yours will be empty. And look, I got this." She shows McGee a small American flag on a stand, the same kind that rested on teachers' desks when McGee was in grade school. Tiger's seat will be on the left side, second from the head. McGee has a lump in her throat as she sets the flag at the place Kate specified. At 5 o'clock, Exalta Nichols, Nani, as she's known, Tiger's grandmother, arrives with a man whom Kate calls Bill. McGee isn't sure who Bill is. She knows Tiger's grandfather has passed, and Tiger said that Exalta doesn't have a new husband or a boyfriend unless you count Rod Laver. But it's quite clear that Exalta and Bill are a couple. He holds her arm as they enter, and he helps her off with her coat, and he offers to fetch her cocktail. McGee herself enjoyed a glass of champagne in the kitchen as she helped get everything ready. Kate had popped the cork off a bottle and poured glasses for McGee and Kirby and Blair. "We drank champagne as we prepared dinner," McGee imagines telling her mother. The champagne has also eased McGee's nerves about meeting Exalta. Once Exalta has been relieved of her coat and handed her cocktail, a gin and tonic served in a highball glass with an artful twist of lime, McGee is ushered forward to be presented to her. "My Nani," Tiger had said before he left, "can be intimidating." But the woman McGee meets is tiny in stature, with a silver bobbed haircut held back from her face by a black velvet headband. She wears a soft red turtleneck sweater and pearl earrings. Her eyes widen as she takes stock of McGee. "Aren't you lovely?" Exalta says, reaching for McGee's hand. And you're wearing Penn's class ring. How divine that it fits. It doesn't fit. McGee has wound tape around the back, but she won't show Exalta that. It's a pleasure to meet you, she says. Exalta turns to Bill. Isn't she just beautiful? What interests McGee at that point isn't Bill's response. He benignly agrees, although really, what else could he do? But the glowing expression on Exalta's face as she looks at Bill. McGee recognizes that she and Exalta are members of the same tribe. They are women in love. They all sit down to eat. The turkey is golden brown, fragrant, and steaming in the center of the table, just like in a Norman Rockwell painting. David is at the head of the table, with Exalta at the other end. McGee is in the middle between Kirby and the empty chair, and on the other side of the empty chair is Jessie. This is McGee's spot. She is becoming part of this story. Pennington Nichols met Exalta at a debutante ball in 1917, just after he returned from fighting in World War I. 52 years later, McGee Johnson went for driving lessons because her mother decided it was worth the $30 fee to have McGee help her drive the boys around. McGee stepped out of the Walden Pond Driving Academy office, and there, leaning against the car at the curb, was her instructor. He'd stuck out his hand with a devilish grin. Devilish, he informed her later, because after 12 weeks of working as an instructor at this school, he had finally been assigned a pretty girl his age. "Good morning," he said. "I'm Tiger." She had noticed his eye right away. Feline, wild, mesmerizing. David rises to offer words of thanks, and then lifts his glass. McGee raises her glass, filled with a delicious red wine. The only thing that could make this moment more perfect, she thinks, would be for Tiger to walk in right now, dressed in his combat fatigues, his expression weary but grateful. However, things like that happen only in the movies and in novels. But incredibly, just as all the adult members of the Levin, Foley, and Whalen clans raise their glasses and say, "Cheers!" and as baby Genevieve utters a happy cry from her wind-up swing, the front door of the house opens. They all turn. McGee's heart hovers. It's a hummingbird, wings beating so fast they can't be seen. Kate jumps to her feet. Tiger. But there's no one standing at the door. It's just the wind blowing in off the water. Fortunate Son, reprise. Sergeant Richard Tiger Foley is 8,700 miles away from Nantucket at Landing Zone George, southeast of Pleiku, in the central highlands of Vietnam. To surprise the troops, the U.S. Army has flown in turkeys, mashed potatoes, and Marmite cans filled with gravy. It's not perfect. There are no candied yams, no acorn squash or pickled okra, no soft snowflake rolls, no ziti for the soldiers who grew up with Italian grandmothers, and they're all served cranberry juice instead of cranberry sauce. But it still feels festive. Major Freeland, aptly named, stands to say grace, and the men all bow their heads. Lord, we offer thanks for the meal we are about to receive. We pray that you will keep us safe on the battlefield, and that you will instill in us courage, strength, forbearance, resolve, patience, and trust in our fellow soldiers, so that we may continue our efforts to bring peace to this war-torn country. He pauses long enough that Tiger looks up. The major, he can see, is struggling. We ask you to hold in the palm of your hand the brave men we have lost. Puppy, Tiger thinks. Frog. So many others. What must their families' Thanksgivings be like today? Then he thinks of Luck, the little Vietnamese boy he carried out of the smoldering village. The life he saved. and let them know we miss them, and will carry on in their honor and on behalf of all the good citizens of the United States of America. In your name we pray. Amen. McGee, Tiger thinks. Blair, Kirby, Messi, David, Exalta, Angus, the twins Tiger has yet to meet, and his mother. His mother, Kate, loves him more than all those other people put together, because she's his mother. Some folks are born made to wave the flag, and he is one. Other soldiers at this table may be wishing they were safe in their homes with their families, but Tiger knows that, right now, he's where he's supposed to be. And he will see his family again soon enough. Of this, he is certain. Amen, he says.